the night in the great world of American TV series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1201 First Update. Nick Fury is a heartless person who doesn't care about his friends. He only cares about how his friends' property will be handled after they die. He is a very realistic person. SWRD is Maria's property. Because of its special nature, it is impossible for Nick Fury to run the entire SWRD personally, so Maria has been running everything in SWRD personally. This also leads to Nick Fury's lack of good control over SWRD. He does have people in SWRD, but it has to be admitted that everyone in SWRD follows Maria's lead. This is not good. Especially when Maria is about to die. Tyler Hayward is doing very well. Nick Fury frowned, but is he really capable of leading the entire SWRD? Tyler Hayward is a very good subordinate who obeys his superiors. But how can I say it? He has the ability, but he is too bureaucratic. He has no faith in what he does, or in other words, his faith is to get promoted and make money. He is more like a politician than the leader of a secret organization. Nick Fury is a person who believes in faith. If he wants to get promoted and make money, he would never have reached the point where he is today. But it is the belief in protecting the earth that has kept him from collapsing. Tyler Hayward is not such a person. Nick Fury even worries that after he becomes the director of SWRD, he will sell the entire SWRD in exchange for his success in his career. You know, SWRD is actually an illegal organization until now. Although they have a lot of authority, it was obtained illegally by Nick Fury using various means. This means that SWRD cannot appear in front of the world openly. Maria may not care whether SWRD can appear in front of people, but what about Tyler Hayward? Can he endure loneliness? Nick, you should learn to trust others. Maria knows Nick Fury's problem. Unlike Nick, Maria believes more in the power of trust. When you trust others, others will eventually return your trust. Unfortunately, there are too few such people. Well, it is easy to be defrauded by telecommunications. Nick Fury smiled bitterly, spread his hands and said, I am like this now because I trust others too much. Nick Fury has always believed so. The fuse of all this came from two things. One is the trust in the Inside Project. He has always believed that the Inside Project is the ultimate solution of SHIELD. Once the Inside Project is launched, he will be able to grasp the intelligence of the whole world, so that he can better protect the Earth. But unexpectedly, the Inside Project was a trap from beginning to end. A trap that Hydra has carefully designed for many years. Even in the end, even Pierce found the problem, but Nick Fury was so sure that the Inside Project was under his control until the end. The second is to trust Natasha. Natasha is one of the few agents he trusts, but it is because of her backstab that the whole thing will slide in an unpredictable direction. Although he also knows that Natasha's betrayal is because the Inside Project is too much. But Nick Fury still can't help being depressed. If you, Natasha, have any opinions, we can talk about it in private. Why do you turn around and join Tony and Kai? He felt that Natasha had betrayed his trust. In short, Nick Fury never reflected on what he had done from beginning to end. Instead, he felt that he had trusted others too much, which led to the current problems. SWRD is very important now. With SHIELD, untrustworthy and other organizations pointing their spearheads at me, it is the only intelligence organization that can operate independently. Once SWRD gets out of control, I will no longer be able to control this situation. Maria pondered for a moment, and finally shook her head. SWRD may have many good seedlings, but they are all too young to lead the entire SWRD. Tyler Hayward is the best choice. He may have problems of this or that kind, but for now, he is the best candidate. Maria is not a fool. She certainly knows that Tyler Hayward has some minor problems, but no one is a saint. As long as there is no problem in the general direction, it is completely acceptable. Then will Monica? No. Monica is too young? Maria flatly refused. Maybe in the future, Monica will be able to take over SWRD, but not now. Monica Rambeau, Maria's daughter. She may be the person in the world who has the most contact with Captain Marvel. She is also the first person in the world to come into contact with alien affairs. Well, she started to come into contact with aliens when she was 8 years old. Not only the Kree, She has even been raised by the Skrulls. She also inherited her mother's agent code name, Spectrum. Nick Fury hopes that Monica can follow in her mother's footsteps. But Maria doesn't think Monica is ready. She is too young. Nick Fury has no choice. It can only be Tyler Hayward. He's the most suitable one at the moment, Maria said helplessly. Actually, Maria also hopes to have more candidates. Don't forget that SWORD is an illegal organization. Their development depends entirely on Nick Fury's prying of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s corners. The advantage of doing so is obvious, that is, there is no need to worry too much about development. At the same time, the disadvantage is also obvious, that is, their development ceiling is there. Nick Fury can't empty S.H.I.E.L.D., right? All he can do is to dig out the corners. This also leads to lack of talent within SWORD. It's even worse now. Since Nick Fury was declared a traitor, S.H.I.E.L.D. and SWORD have been untied, and the talent problem has become more serious. Well, it seems that this is the only way. Nick Fury didn't have anyone in his group, so for now, he could only trust Tyler Hayward. After chatting for a while, Nick Fury turned and left. Take care. Maria, you too, Nick. Nick Fury left heavily. He knew that this might be the last time he saw this old friend. He couldn't even attend her funeral. Maria also knew that they might not meet again. On the other side, Natasha and the others noticed it very keenly. Today, SWORD had a problem with Maria's security. It was not as tight as before. No, it should be said that all the security was transferred today. Maria felt very empty around her. So Natasha and Raven acted decisively. This was the best opportunity. After Nick Fury left, Maria fell asleep. She had been suffering from cancer, which required her to inject painkillers all the time. The effect of the painkillers was sometimes good and sometimes bad, which made her mentally very bad. She would fall asleep from time to time and then be awakened by the pain again. But soon, she woke up again. But this time it was not because of physical pain, but because of her instinct as an agent. Someone came to her side. She opened her eyes and was shocked to find that it was Natasha. Natasha was here, so was Nick Fury. Before she had time to think about it, she was shocked to find that the woman next to Natasha had deformed her body and turned into her appearance. Skrulls? What are they doing? Why did the Skrulls mix with Natasha, or was Natasha a Skrull? Did they rebel? Chapter 1202 Second Update. I'm sorry, Director Maria. Natasha took out a needle and stabbed it directly into Maria's body. Maria wanted to say something, but the drug Natasha injected was very effective. The next second, Maria's eyelids closed slowly and firmly like a pounding brake. Done. Natasha made a gesture to Maria standing by the bed. You are almost 100 years old. You don't feel disgusted when you do this kind of little girl's action? Maria sprayed her venom at Natasha without hesitation. What do you care? Natasha didn't care about this attack at all. It was very common. I took her away. It's up to you from now on. Don't let it slip. After saying that, she took a bag and put Maria in it, then turned around and carried the bag and walked out. No dragging of the feet. Raven looked at the empty ward and felt bored. She now needed to stay in the hospital for a few more days. During this period, she could not do anything or say anything. Nick Fury was here. Kai and the others were a little confused after hearing the news. So? We missed a good opportunity, Tony said with a grin. Such a good opportunity, but we missed it. Even if they arrived a little earlier, they couldn't let Nick Fury run away. If we catch Nick Fury and let Emma use his ability directly, wouldn't everything be fine? After all, who has more secrets than Nick Fury? It's not that easy. Kai was not so optimistic. Although Kai didn't like Nick Fury very much and thought he was a cancer, there was one thing he recognized, that is, this guy's ability. He didn't have any superpowers, and he didn't know spells or anything like that, but he had an unattainable willpower and super high execution ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have caused so many things. After all, being a cancer also requires skills. He relied on his own strength to make the Earth into what it is now, and it was not something he could do casually. Let's not talk about whether this Nick Fury is the real Nick Fury. Even if he is real and they caught him, with this guy's personality, Emma's psychic ability may not be able to break through his willpower. After all, willpower is really hard to understand and quantify. Emma is still too young, and it is not necessarily possible to read Nick Fury's memory. There are too many strange things about this guy. If you miss it, you miss it. It's useless to say more. Instead of regretting it here, you might as well focus on the current things. Okay, put these things aside, Emma, don't worry about these idiots, and concentrate on digging out the information from her. Kai touched Emma's little head, revealing a hint of loss, even sadness. Emma's ability allows her to easily perceive other people's emotional changes, even if she doesn't actively perceive it. Wayne, Dad, don't you like me doing this? Emma rarely calls Kai Dad so obediently. She used to call Kai by his name directly, and even shouted hey most of the time. But now she feels Kai's sadness, so she unconsciously becomes serious. Of course, Kai smiled bitterly. I hope you can grow up happily and carefree, just like other girls, go to school, fall in love, act like a spoiled child with your parents, and even quarrel. You don't need to get in touch with these things. After all, this is not your responsibility. Kai really doesn't like to let these children get in touch with these things. After all, these things belong to the dark side of society and are not suitable for children. Kai feels ashamed to let a child do a job that does not belong to them. So even if he has agreed to Emma's participation in this matter, Kai still feels uncomfortable. Kai sometimes feels that he is quite hypocritical. Either simply disagree, or if you agree, you should be more generous. But the problem is that he is still unhappy. But we are not ordinary girls. Emma tilted her head and looked at her adoptive father strangely. Kai's hands froze. This is exactly the same reason that Robin used to persuade him. Indeed, they are not the kind of children who can be defined as ordinary children. But that doesn't affect your ordinary life, Kai said with a bitter smile. No. I prefer to help Dad and Mom, but Emma said firmly. Really thank you, Emma. What could Kai say? Faced with Kai's sincere thanks, Emma's face turned red, and then she turned her head away pretending to be indifferent. Ah, really so cute. Kai finally couldn't help it, and kissed Emma's little face fiercely. Ah, hate it. If you keep doing this, I'm going to sue you for sexual harassment. Emma jumped up with a red face as if she was stung by a bee, wiping the saliva on her face while shouting. What does it matter? I'm your father. How can a father kiss his daughter and be accused of sexual harassment? Kai was very dissatisfied with the fact that his daughter actually hated to be close to him. Forget Teresa. After all, she is already a grown-up girl. If there is any intimate behavior, she may be accused of sexual harassment. Moreover, Teresa's taste is a bit difficult for Kai to put down. He is afraid that if he kisses her on the face, his mouth will be full of white dash. Her face is always like scraping putty, and there is always a thick layer of powder. I understand. Little Belle likes it very much? No way. Belle is an idiot. Hey. Belle is my favorite daughter. How can you say that about your sister? Humph. Idiot. You are also a big idiot. Watching the two father and daughter quarreling there, Tony touched his chin, his face full of envy. What's the matter, envious? Pepper teased in a low voice. According to Tony's previous personality, this guy would definitely be stubborn. A group of arrogant. But this time, he didn't do so. Instead, a silly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, which looked very funny. Hey, Tony. What are you doing? Ah. Nothing. Tony quickly put away his embarrassing side. But after a while, he was mean again and asked in a low voice, Pepper, you said that we will, future? What in the future? Pepper showed a happy smile at the corner of her mouth. She was so smart that she could naturally guess what this idiot wanted to ask. But soon Tony thought of something. Nothing. Pepper was secretly discouraged in her heart. Almost. This idiot. Egypt, at the base of the Special Forces. All departments have begun to prepare. They are going to transport the nano-arm bombs back to the United States. Originally, this task was supposed to start long ago, but with the start of the Wakanda War, their special forces were required to be on standby at any time and be ready to attack at any time. Because the military bases of the United States and France in Africa suffered a devastating blow, the only military forces that the two countries can mobilize in Africa are the special forces. So the task of transporting the nano-arm bombs was postponed. When necessary, the U.S. government has made preparations to directly activate the nano-arm bombs and drop them on the battlefield of Wakanda to defeat the Chinese and Russian troops in one fell swoop. That's right, after the two countries defeated Wakanda, the United States targeted China and Russia. Although this time it caused extremely serious consequences. But for the vibranium underground in Wakanda, the United States had to do this. Of course, this is more of a deterrent. The United States no longer has the power to go to war with China and Russia. If it really lets go, it may really be a fight to the death. The United States cannot afford such consequences. So the nano-arms have been hidden. This is a trump card that cannot be used casually. Fortunately, China is not lacking in political wisdom. Maybe the Russian bear is more rigid and will not compromise, but China is not lacking in this. Having already obtained the greatest benefit, those corners should not be bothered. Instead, it is the right answer to use those corners to gain greater benefits. So when China made a series of moves, the Russian bear had to cooperate, and then the resistance of various countries immediately decreased. In addition, with the subsequent distribution of vibranium shares, China's strength and influence in the international arena have been greatly developed. Even if the United States wants to pull up the so-called alliance at this time, others will not follow him to make trouble. Now, although the United States is not satisfied with the distribution of interests, it has to bow its head under the general trend. The United States is no longer the superpower that can fight against other major powers alone. The federal government knows this better than anyone else. So bowing and compromising has become a settlement. Not only that, China and Russia also use quotas to further divide the relationship between the United States and its traditional allies. In addition to China and Russia, the United States is the country with the largest share. This is a compromise between China and the United States. At the same time, it is also an open conspiracy. Because the reason is simple, if the United States has more, other countries will inevitably have less. China and Russia will naturally not help the United States in this matter, but let the United States talk to other countries. That is to say, let the United States take the initiative to cut the meat of other countries to feed itself. Among them, Britain and France are very angry about this. They feel that they have been betrayed because their shares have been greatly reduced compared with the distribution plan originally proposed by China and Russia. Where did the reduced share go? Just look at the extra share of the United States. For strategic materials such as vibranium, the United States jumped down without hesitation even though it knew it was a trap. Without hesitation. Originally, the international system established by the United States serves the interests of the United States. Otherwise, he would have nothing better to do than to establish a bullshit international order. Moreover, according to the analysis of American think tanks, the current national order is on the verge of collapse. With a listing of Stark Group's new energy, the status of traditional fossil energy has begun to plummet. Especially with the rise of the Atlanteans. Major offshore oil fields have basically entered the stage of suspension of production, and oil transportation has also come to a standstill with a large-scale suspension of sea transportation. This caused the price of oil to reach an all-time high of $346 per barrel. Such oil prices have directly made countries turn to new energy immediately. There is no way, they can't afford it. This further accelerated the speed of new energy replacement. Then oil plummeted. By this year, oil prices have fallen to $13 per barrel. It is basically the price of cabbage. And the downward trend is still continuing. Among them, China's replacement speed is the fastest. Various domestic energy industries have completed the replacement of new energy at the fastest speed. Domestic oil demand has plummeted by 93%. Now all China can do is to be a middleman and use the complete shipping industry to transport oil to various countries. The consequence of this is naturally the disintegration of the petrodollar policy. With the decline of the dollar hegemony, political entities in various countries have also begun their own policy changes and started to untie from the dollar. There is no way. The hegemony of the dollar and the U.S. military hegemony complement each other. With the end of the U.S. Navy, the U.S. global military hegemony can no longer play. They have to start recovering their forces from various unimportant regions. First of all, East Asia and Southeast Asia. Because the Chinese Navy is perfectly preserved, this has forced the United States to give up this part of its power. There is no way, it can't be beaten, and it's useless to say anything. Next is Central Asia. China and Russia are in this place, so the United States has no way to stay and can only shrink. In fact, the Middle East has also begun to shrink. The decline in the status of oil naturally leads to the decline in the status of the Middle East. The U.S. military has now mainly shrunk its forces back to Europe. Thanks to Russia, the U.S. presence in Europe has been consolidated. Even because of Russia's actions in Wakanda this time, the U.S. presence in Europe has been further enhanced. There is no way, European countries are unwilling to face a gradually stronger Russia. With the shrinking of the U.S. military, the U.S. military hegemony is out of the question. With a weakening of military hegemony, the hegemony of the U.S. dollar will naturally not continue, not to mention that the status of oil has declined, and its role as an anchor for the U.S. dollar has also disappeared. In this case, the United States really has no ability to fight China and Russia. It can only exploit its allies. After waiting for the dust to settle, the United States can't wait to ask for the nano-arm bombs to be shipped back to the country. Because of the subtle changes between the United States and its European allies, the United States has completely lost the idea of sharing nano-arm bombs with its allies. So the nano-arm bombs must be shipped back to the country immediately. Even the United States has begun to contact Tony and other bigwigs in the technology and military industry. They hope to develop nano-arm bombs that can target vibranium based on the nano-arm bomb. They need this thing to balance the power of China and Russia. Finally, it's time to move. In Egypt, all parties have actually set their sights on the nano-arm bomb. The Ammit cult, Cobra, Zodiac, Kingsman, and even the Spear Bureau and SHIELD. Even Wakanda, which has just experienced the war, has sent Black Panther to personally go out on the hope of getting the nano-arm bomb. This is destined to be a big fight. I will be the commander-in-chief of this operation. General Hawk made the final mobilization in the base. Roadhog, you are responsible for Group A. CoverGirl is responsible for Group B. Duke takes Group C as a reserve. Others are also on standby at any time. General Hawk is very clear about the importance of this operation. On the other side, White Ghost and Baroness are making final preparations. Chapter 1203, Too Many Wolves, Little Meat. I always feel that this operation will not go smoothly. Roadhog sat on the plane, sorting out his weapons while whispering to General Hawk. Hawk rolled his eyes at him, although he also knew that this was the truth. But don't say it out loud. Good things don't work, but bad things do. In fact, Hawk was ready when he received the order. After all, this time, the United States wants to abandon its allies and eat alone. For this mission, Hawk had to be isolated within the Special Forces. All the people involved in the mission were Americans, without a single outsider. Thinking of this, Hawk's heart as hard as stone became melancholy. Will the Special Forces be disbanded after this? It has been 5 years since the establishment of the Special Forces. He built it from scratch, but now, he has split the Special Forces with his own hands. When he concealed the transformation from other Special Forces, he betrayed his former partners. From now on, there will be no so-called trust within the Special Forces. An organization without even basic trust, even if it can continue to exist, will only be a name only and become a mess. Perhaps the name of the Special Forces will still exist in the future, but it is estimated that it will be like many NATO subordinate organizations, with more name than meaning. But for the benefit of the United States, Hawk had to do this. He is an American after all. Perhaps only those masters in Congress still think that after doing this, the United States can still dominate the Special Forces and re-establish the so-called order under the light of the free will led by the United States in the spirit of American oil. What can we do about this kind of thing? Roadmaster said, a little depressed. After all, he is just a soldier. Even if they explained the disadvantages of doing so to the country together, the country still went its own way and still arrogantly believed that those countries that suffered losses would still acquiesce to the United States' behavior as before. After all, the United States has harvested these so-called allies countless times. In the international order dominated by the United States, the so-called allies are just leaks in another sense. Japan, the European Union, which one has not been harvested? The difference is the way they eat. At that time, Japan's trade surplus with the United States was astonishing. The Japanese made a lot of money from the Americans, but rarely imported goods from the United States. This made the United States unhappy, and they directly served the Hiroshima Agreement, and then started the crazy harvesting mode. This is a relatively ugly way of eating. The United States still pays attention to methods and means for Europe. Although it also harvests, it is at least acceptable in name. This time, the United States saw that Russia's pressure on Europe was increasing, so it was so unscrupulous. They believed that Europeans would be willing to swallow their anger after seeing the threat from Russia. But in fact, since the end of the US Navy, Britain, France, Germany and other countries are very happy. Because this means that they are on the same starting line with the United States to some extent. Everyone has no navy. Next, It depends on who rebuilds faster. Of course, the United States still has extremely strong advantages. Even if the United States has industrial outflows, its industrial capacity is much stronger than that of Britain and France. Especially Britain, this country has evolved from a former industrial country to a financial country. The main income of the entire country comes from the financial industry, and the rest comes from the service industry. In normal times, this thing is actually a good thing. Because finance really makes money. But once the situation is turbulent, they are finished. It is useless to have money without industry. France is slightly better, but France's crappy welfare system has greatly hindered France's industrial development. A large amount of funds are used for welfare and pension systems, and very little funds are allocated to industrial development. This is because France has a strong foundation and a large number of patents. Relying on patents to earn dividends, many large French companies can make profits, but in fact, French products are very uncompetitive internationally. Thanks to their overseas colonies for blood transfusions and dumping, otherwise they would have been finished long ago. It's ridiculous to say that France, which has always claimed to be a free democracy and the starting point of modern civilization, is the last country in the world to have de facto colonies. And they are not small. It uses the euro itself, but many African countries in North Africa and West Africa are still using francs, CFA francs. Now, all French military bases in Africa have been destroyed. Let's see how France can maintain those colonies. If those colonies get out of control, France may really be finished. Only Germany is better. After all, it is also a country that has experienced hardships, and its sense of crisis is much stronger than that of Britain and France. Its industrial capacity is complete and powerful. It is conceivable that as the United States and European countries become alienated from Germany, Germany will inevitably stand at the top of Europe again. With a good economy and a complete industrial system, there is no reason why Germany should not rise. Unless those German politicians are really brainwashed and castrated by the Americans, they will not miss this opportunity. So don't think that Europe needs the United States now. In fact, whether it is China, Russia or European countries themselves, they are very clear that the United States will soon lose Europe. Hawk and Roadhog may not know this, but out of the instinct of warriors, they have already foreseen something. But so what? They are just soldiers. Even if Hawk is a major general, there is no way to make any changes to this kind of thing. What do you think we should do next? Roadhog began to worry about his future. The special forces can't go back, and it's meaningless to go back. Others will no longer accept them, and going back will only embarrass everyone. But for a while, Roadhog doesn't know where he can go. Compared to Roadhog, Hawk doesn't have so many worries. After all, others come from different backgrounds. There is no shortage of positions for him. I guess he will go back to the Special Forces Command? How about coming to my side? I guess the higher-ups will let me reorganize a Special Forces unit. Roadhog thought for a while. Forget it, I feel a little tired. At first, Roadhog was quite tempted, but soon, he thought of this operation. Then he became uninterested. He could understand that the higher-ups did this for the sake of national interests, but he couldn't accept it emotionally. He could fight bloody battles for the country. Even if he died on the battlefield, he would be worthy of anyone, but this matter is too unkind. I'd better go back to my hometown and be a policeman. My brother is a policeman, and he's doing pretty well. He bought a house in New York some time ago, in full. Roadhog likes to stay in the army because it's simple. But now, it's better to be a policeman. By the way, I'm an elite special forces soldier after all, right? Hawk was stunned. Did the topic change so quickly? But why, after so many years, I still don't make as much as my brother did in a few years as a policeman. Roadhog's salary is not actually high. In fact, the salary of the US military is not very high. What is really high is the subsidy. His monthly income is about $8,000 US. If he goes back to retire this time, with his years of service and military rank, he will probably get a subsidy of about $100,000. But even so, it is not as high as his brother Sage's salary in a few years. There is no way. Who said New York is rich? Originally, because of the alien invasion, New York was actually depressed for a while, but after the rise of the Atlanteans and the invasion of monsters, many people found that New York is still safer. Because there are so many superheroes. With the economic upswing, the New York government and parliament are not pure idiots. They immediately realized that people's needs began to change. In the past, people preferred places with freedom and less taxes. But as the world changes, people find that what bullshit freedom and taxes are, when people die, there's nothing. Safety is the top priority. As a place where superheroes gather, New York naturally became people's first choice again, and a lot of funds began to flow to New York for risk aversion. This undoubtedly promoted the economy of New York. For the reconstruction of New York, the original investment funds were allocated by the government, but with the influx of funds, even the most unpopular public infrastructure in the past has received a lot of investment. Americans don't like to invest in infrastructure because of the low rate of return and long cycle. Everyone likes quick money. This is why the public relations infrastructure in the United States has become very poor so far. Because there is no money. But now it is different. The economy of New York has improved, and people have also recognized that these infrastructures can pay back, so a lot of funds have begun to flow in, and many people are not for making money, but just for risk aversion. Although the profit is not much, with the government's endorsement, as long as the economy of New York is good, then the investment cannot lose money. Naturally, some people invest. Seeing this scene, the New York government then made safety the main focus. As a result, public safety received more funding. First, the police department received more funds. Now the New York Police has begun its fourth expansion in 3 years. Secondly, like superheroes, the New York government has also begun to become tolerant. Politicians are the most beautiful and super creatures. When the existence of superheroes can drive the development of the city and affect the economy, politicians will only confront superheroes when they are full, because that will affect votes. Under the combined influence of these two reasons, the special department also received more financial support. Originally, when Kai first established the special department, he used high salaries to poach people everywhere. When Saji entered the special department, his salary reached a level of more than 10,000 yuan per month, not including various subsidies. If these are added, Saji's monthly income can exceed 20,000 plus. As the allocation of the special department increases further, the benefits naturally get better. In order to retain these special talents, the municipal government even proposed preferential housing subsidies. For example, if you rent a house and hold a rental contract, you can apply for a monthly rental subsidy ranging from 800 to 1,600 yuan. It doesn't look like much, but it's actually a lot. If you pay a little more, you can rent a pretty good house. If you buy a house, the subsidy will be paid consistently. The calculation is very complicated, but it's a lot of money anyway. In addition, the benefits have become better. Take Saji as an example. He is the head of the special department. In addition to participating in various operations, the risk allowance is very high. In addition to the messy subsidies, these alone can reach about 40,000 per month. What's more abominable is that although Saji's salary has to be taxed, his salary slip only shows a salary of 10,000, and the remaining 30,000 is all subsidies, which do not have to be taxed at all. With this calculation, Saji's income is much higher than many senior white-collar workers. With the subsidies for buying a house, it is not surprising that Saji buys a house in New York. Now buying a house in New York is an investment with a very high return rate. Thinking about it this way, Roadmaster thinks that being a policeman is not bad. Is that so? Hawk felt very sorry. But it was hard to say anything. Just when he was about to make a joke, the fuselage suddenly shook, and even faintly heard an explosion. What's going on? Then there was a shrill cry from the cockpit. Enemy attack! Hawk's face changed suddenly. For safety, Hawk deliberately chose air operations. The aircraft of the Special Forces are specially made and have very advanced stealth functions. Before setting off, Hawk deliberately set up a confusing array and sent out several cover teams to advance from various routes of sea, land and air to confuse the enemy, or perhaps an ally. He kept the entire journey secret. Neither the pilot nor the team members knew the specific route. Only after boarding the plane, the pilot guessed a flight route, and all the pilots were reliable personnel who had been reviewed. Not only that, in order to keep it completely confidential, there were 2 fully armed Special Forces members in the cockpit to escort. Even the communication was strictly monitored. There was no so-called leak at all. But now, the enemy still came over, and what was more terrifying was that the fake escort team he sent out to deliberately set up a confusing array had been very normal until now, and no team had been intercepted. In other words, the enemy had been eyeing him from the beginning. Was there a problem in the country? This was very possible. After all, Hawk could not hide it from anyone but the country. What he didn't know was that his box containing the nanoworm bomb had been sending signals to the outside since it came into their hands, and there were two of them. One was sent to Cobra, and the other was sent to China. That's right, it was originally sent to Kai. Didn't Kai think of this matter some time ago? He didn't have time. So he simply sent this thing to his hometown through some channels. After the old family got this thing, their first reaction was to snatch the nanoworms. But the hometown is a big country with a sense of responsibility after all. It's too unkind to force a gun. Not everyone is as shameless as the ghosts. So I thought of a way to reveal it to other people. Then I pretended to be careless and picked up the thing. But the old family found that I was still too conservative. I don't even need to spread it myself. Many people have already set their eyes on the nanoworm bombs. Hawk thought he did it secretly, but come on. The Special Forces is a multinational joint organization after all, and everyone is not simple. Now the old family is a little stressed. With so many wolves, can they, as hunters, really grab the meat to eat? The benefits of the Special Forces are naturally. Chapter 1204, still typing at 4 o'clock. Please give me a monthly ticket. Escorting the nanoworm bomb in the air is actually a very good choice. First of all, it is fast. After all, what means of transportation is faster than an airplane? Secondly, it is safe. The sky is so big that it is very difficult to find a stealth plane with an unknown route. Finally, even if they encounter the enemy in the end, the enemy will not dare to kill them. After all, who can guarantee that a rocket will not blow up the nanoworm bomb while blowing up the plane? So it is very safe. Hawk planned it very well. Unfortunately, the enemy is more than he thought. Hawk's idea is very good. At most, he can play an ace-air battle with the opponent. The opponent cannot kill them, but they don't care. Anyway, the worst result is that they and the nanoworm bomb are finished together. If such a result really happens, it seems that it is not unacceptable. After all, no one can get it. Of course, this is the last choice. Contact the top immediately and ask them to support. Hawk can only do this. If the support comes in time, they can still go back alive. Anyway, let it be left to fate. Sir, but soon the pilot said with a sad face, trembling, our communication has been hijacked. Then a voice of persuasion to surrender came from the communicator. It was probably to let them land and the other party guarantee their safety. Hawk turned off the communication without hesitation. At this time, it was best not to let the soldiers hear such a voice. Although he trusted his men very much, these soldiers were all elite. But letting the other party continue to talk would affect morale. They dare not attack us. Fight back immediately and break through quickly. The pilot executed Hawk's order very well. But the next scene made Hawk panic. The opponent's aircraft suddenly shot out several blue lights. Then all the instruments on Hawk's plane suddenly went out. ENP, how dare they release electromagnetic pulses at such a distance? Aren't they afraid of killing themselves too? Then the fact is that the other party is really not afraid. Obviously, the opponent's aircraft have been protected. But Hawk and his side are not so lucky. All three aircrafts are turned off. Sir, the pilot shouted. Emergency landing immediately. Hawk also shouted at the top of his voice. At this moment, he had lost his composure. The other party was too well prepared. And in the sky not far from them, a huge circular aircraft was hidden in the night sky. These guys are not simple. A middle-aged man dressed like a salesman rubbed his dark circles and pointed at the aircraft that attacked the Special Forces. The man's name is Tao Yuhan, an agent of the Spear Bureau. Although he looks inconspicuous, he is actually very difficult to deal with. His code name is Wantongsha. As Tao Yuhan spoke, another voice came from behind him. Indeed, it seems that this is a mistake in our intelligence. It turned out to be a man who looked exactly like Tao Yuhan. Hey, Lao Zhang, you finally came out of your laboratory. The man called Lao Zhang looked at Tao Yuhan speechlessly. Please, my name is Tao Zhang. Not Lao Zhang. You always make people misunderstand that my last name is Zhang. Hey. Don't blame me, blame our dad. The names he gave us are all surnames. He must have used the 100 family surnames to give us names, Tao Yuhan said helplessly. He has 4 brothers. They are quintuplets. I don't know if it was because their dad was too happy or too scared when they were born. Anyway, the names he gave them are very weird. Their last name is Tao, and they are of the U generation, which is normal. But their names are Tao Yuhan, Tao Yazhang, Tao Yulin, Tao Yusin, Tao Yu. All the names are surnames. In fact, Tao Yuhan can understand his dad quite well. After all, the cost of raising a son in China is very high. Not only does he have to pay for food, clothing, and education from childhood to adulthood, but he also has to pay for a house and a car when he grows up. Tao Yuhan hasn't seen his father smoking or drinking since he was 5 years old and went to kindergarten. It's not that he wants to quit, but their mother forced him to do so. He saves as much as possible. Quintuplets. It's scary to think about it. As a result, Tao Yuhan doesn't dare to get married now. He can only secretly go to the little sister to relieve himself. For this, he has been beaten up by his boss more than once. There is no way. The senior agent of the SHIEA is arrested by the anti-pornography police from time to time. He has made the SHIEA lose face. Actually, one thing I just said was not accurate enough. Tao Yuhan is the 10,000 warriors, but not completely. The real 10,000 warriors are the 5 brothers of the Tao family. They are born mutants, and they can merge into one to become the 10,000 warriors. They can change their atomic structure so that they can merge together and have the strength, speed, endurance, resistance and wisdom of 5 people. At the same time, this ability has another use, which they call possession. They can possess others like ghosts and control them. This makes them the best spies in the SHIE. Now there are only 2 brothers, Tao Yuhan and Tao Yazhang, on the spaceship. Where the other 3 brothers went, that is unknown. I never realized before that there are really many demons dancing in Europe. Tao Yazhang and Tao Yuhan have different prodigal personalities. He is a very good scientist with a rigorous personality. In fact, the 5 brothers of the Tao family have very different personalities. Each of them has a unique personality and their own strengths. Their parents wanted to train their 5 children to be talents, so their development directions are also different. Their parents actually knew from the beginning that their children were mutants, but they didn't care. They just wanted them to live a normal life of getting married, having children and working. But things didn't go as planned. They still joined the SHIE of course. This is not without benefits. At least their father can spend the money he has saved over the years. The country has covered everything for the 5 brothers of the Tao family. Now Tao's father and mother live a very chic life and travel everywhere. Just when the 2 were chatting, Hawk and Roadhog had made an emergency landing. However, among the 3 transport planes, only their plane made a successful forced landing. The planes of the other 2 groups had problems. But Hawk and his team no longer had the energy to think about what would happen to Duke and the cover girl. The only thing they had to do now was to escape with a nano-arm bomb. It seems that we are about to make an appearance. Tao Yuhan watched the unknown aircraft catch up with Hawk and his team, and immediately tidied up his messy suit and planned to take action. Wait! Something is happening. Tao Yazhang stopped his brother. Tao Yuhan turned his head and looked over. The spacecraft's detector detected someone coming. Wakanda. Soon, his agents analyzed who the person was. They are involved too? Why don't we know? Although China and Russia have begun to withdraw their troops from Wakanda, as part of the agreement, China and Russia still left a small number of troops to garrison in Wakanda. On the one hand, it is to urge Wakanda to fulfill the contract, and on the other hand, it is also to deter other countries and tell them that China and Russia are always paying attention to Wakanda. For this, some Wakandans agree, while others are very opposed. But no matter what, this is imperative. In other words, Wakanda is still under the military control of China and Russia. This situation must be reported. Tao Yuhan's face became serious. He knew very well what Wakanda's vibranium represented. Don't worry about it. People in China don't care much about this kind of thing. On the contrary, Tao Yazhang didn't care much. They are a country with a high level of civilization after all. We can't really treat them as a primitive society, but in this way, won't we lose control over them? Tao Yuhan was still worried. Why should we control them? Tao Yazhang smiled and said indifferently. Vibranium. It must be in our hands. These are the 2 current domestic thoughts on Wakanda. The first one is naturally to treat Wakanda as a colony and squeeze its interests with all their strength. This idea is obviously influenced by Western countries because it can maximize benefits. However, another thought is completely opposite. They think that win-win is the long-term solution, and there is no need to make it so stiff within Wakanda. Everyone is good, I am good, and everyone is good. The 2 schools of thought collided fiercely, but so far, the latter is more mainstream. Most Chinese people are still very resistant to becoming invaders. Then what is your reason for believing that vibranium will not be in our hands? Tao Yazhang put his hands in the pockets of his white coat and asked with a smile. Need I say that, when facing national interests, Tao Yuhan was not unruly like a playboy, but very serious. This made the image of the two brothers reversed at once. Tisk tisk, so you should play less ghost girls and learn the ancient wisdom of our ancestors. Tao Yazhang shook his head and said, when you find that everyone around you is malicious towards you, will you push away the only person who is kind to you? Tao Yuhan frowned and looked at Tao Yazhang. A black country secretly possesses the strength to rival the world's superpowers, and its technological level far exceeds that of ordinary countries. What do you think those white countries that have enslaved blacks for centuries will think? Especially when there are still many blacks in those countries, Tao Yuhan thought for a while. They will definitely be very wary of Wakanda. Think about it, the reason is very simple. The fundamental reason why those countries liberated black slaves and even gave blacks equal rights is not the so-called human rights, freedom, and equality. Think about the American Civil War. The core issue is not black people at all. It is the core interest conflict between the North and the South. The North hopes that more labor can enter the factory, while the intensive agricultural production in the South requires more blacks to stay on the land. Of course, there are other reasons, such as the market. You know, the blacks living in the North were actually worse off than those living in the South. Because in the South, black slaves are the private property of farmers. In a sense, Southern slave owners care more about the lives of blacks, because the death of a black slave means that the slave owner has lost a tool and a part of his property. And what about the factory owners? They will only squeeze them to the limit. If they die, they die. At most, they can recruit more people. It doesn't cost much. What does this have to do with the black people themselves? So you will find that during the Civil War, the participation of black people on both sides was not high. The black people were liberated, but the black people themselves did not react. The white people on both sides fought each other. Even after the United States liberated the black slaves, the black people were not very happy. It is still the same now. The black equal rights movement is also a last resort. It has little to do with those so-called noble reasons. This situation can be applied to any Western country with a large number of black people. In this case, will Western countries really treat a rising black country sincerely? Now black people in many countries have shouted the slogan of black supremacy. In the past, state power was in the hands of mainstream white people. No matter how terrifying the slogans shouted by black people were, they were just slogans. For votes, those politicians could even shout them. Europe is Europe for black people, not Europe for white people. Well, so what? It's just shouting, and it can come true. But now, the emergence of Wakanda makes this slogan really possible. So you see that Western countries immediately changed their attitudes, and many black organizations began to be suppressed. Many radical black activists were attacked or even arrested. This undoubtedly exacerbated the rift between Western countries and Wakanda. At this time, as long as China releases goodwill, why should Wakanda refuse? In this case, China only needs to pay some diplomatic goodwill to get closer cooperation from Wakanda, so why not do it? Seeing that Tao Yuhan didn't speak, Tao Yazhang smiled and said, don't underestimate the wisdom of the leaders above. Yeah, they're fighting. Tao Yazhang didn't wait for Tao Yuhan to say anything, but pointed at the screen. Well, they really fought. Who are you? Do you know that you are attacking the army of the United States of America? Hawk and his men surrounded the suitcase containing the nano-bombs and looked at the masked people vigilantly. Please hand over what you have. We don't want a bloody conflict. And, that's not your American stuff, right? At this time, a woman led the crowd out. She was wearing a green battlesuit, and even a cape behind her. She wore a strange mask on her head. The mask seemed to be a monster's face with 3 eyes on it, which looked a bit like a carnival costume. Let's make it simple for everyone, that way no one will get hurt, isn't it good? The woman said. Tao Yuhan asked on the SHIE spaceship, who is this woman? Zodiac, Capricorn. Valentina Allegra de la Fontaine, that Countess, Valentina Allegra de la Fontaine is very famous in the dark world. This guy has a complicated identity and wanders between major forces. I didn't expect the Zodiac to send her here. This woman is not easy to mess with. Chapter 1205, The Mantis Catches the Cicada, the Yellow Bird. Hawk and Roadhog are both traditional American tough guys. Surrender? They will never surrender even if they die. So the two sides started fighting directly. But it was obvious that the other side was more prepared, and both the number of people and the equipment were better than the special forces. There was no way. They were carrying out a secret mission, and they had to hide it from their colleagues and allies. Many high-tech equipment could not be brought out at all. What's more, two groups of people crashed. According to the survival rate of air crashes, it is likely that the whole army was wiped out. In the case of disadvantages in equipment and manpower, Hawk and Roadhog could not turn the tables no matter how powerful they were. Watching their teammates die one by one, Hawk and Roadhog had no choice but to retreat with a box, hoping to hold on until reinforcements arrived. But both of them knew that this was delusion. Now let alone reinforcements, even they themselves didn't know where they were now, they only knew that they were still in the desert. So, rather than saying that they were resisting, they were more like trapped beasts fighting. They were unwilling to surrender, and even more unwilling to wait for death. They could only kill one to make up for their losses, and killing two would be considered a profit. I think we're done for this time. Roadhog used a bandage to bandage the scratch on his arm, and then said to Hawk in a joking manner. Hawk was shot in the thigh and was leaning against the wreckage of the plane. He spat bloody saliva fiercely. Yet, we're done. But the things must not fall into their hands. After saying that, he turned the box over. On the back of the box, there was a black square device. Hawk opened the cover of the device and pressed a red button. Ling. Roadhog swallowed his saliva. Brother, we don't need to be so decisive, right? Maybe we can still save it. Hawk raised a middle finger. See you in hell, bastard. See you in hell. Sir. Roadhog showed a bloodthirsty smile, then raised his six-barreled Gatling gun and shot at the Zodiac agents who were gradually approaching. Faced with Roadhog's dying struggle, the Countess and her men did not force themselves, but immediately prepared for defense. Dying beasts are the most dangerous, and humans are also a kind of beast. Although the Zodiac has declined, its foundation is still there. As the world's first organization with science as its creed, the Zodiac has recruited various scientists as early as the Leonardo da Vinci era, which led to the organization having many unknown black technologies. However, with the development of the times, the Zodiac has changed from an organization that promotes science and protects scientific achievements to an exploiter who uses science to make profits for itself. In order to suppress competitors, they will even destroy scientific achievements and suppress scientific promotion. Later, it simply became an outright intelligence organization. Science has become their means, not a belief. But even so, this organization still has a lot of black technologies at the bottom of the box. For example, the protective clothing on them. Although these protective clothing look thin, they are actually better than many plug-in bulletproof vests. Not only that, they even invented a force field deflector, which is simply a sci-fi version of a shield. When bullets and other metal materials approach them, they will be unable to hit the target due to the deflection of their positions. Although it is not 100% bulletproof, there is no doubt that this thing can greatly reduce the chance of being hit by bullets. Just when the Countess was planning to slowly kill Roadhog and Hawk by hunting wild animals, the subordinates behind her suddenly shouted, "Madam! They are going to destroy the nanoarm bomb." They obviously have the means to monitor the nanoarm bomb. In fact, the appearance of the Zodiac has proved that this matter is definitely caused by the allies of the United States. It is more likely that someone in the Special Forces betrayed Hawk and his team. Of course, this cannot be considered a betrayal. After all, what Hawk and his team did is also a betrayal. The Special Forces themselves are jointly formed by multiple countries. Everyone is just for the interests of their own countries. Hawk and his team have nothing to complain about. Stop. Everyone stop! The Countess immediately shouted to stop the attack. All the agents of the Zodiac immediately stopped shooting. Hawk and Roadhog also immediately hid behind the bunker, changing bullets and bandaging their wounds. If you can live a little longer, you should live longer. The Countess came closer and shouted to Hawk, "We can make a deal. If you hand over the nanoarm bomb, we will let you go." But Hawk didn't even bother to respond. They knew very well that if they handed over the nanoarm bomb, they would definitely die. Anyway, if this happened to them, they would definitely cut the grass and wipe it out. The Countess's face immediately became ugly. Their goal this time was naturally the nanoarm bomb. If the nanoarm bomb was destroyed, it would mean that their mission was completely failed. And there were too many people and facts involved behind this mission. If she failed, she would definitely be in big trouble. But now, the other party was unmoved. What could she do? She really underestimated the will of these people. They would rather die together than hand over the nanoarm bomb. The key is that she is also afraid to attack. Once she forces the other party into a corner, they will detonate the bomb in advance, and the result will be the same. In fact, not only the Countess is anxious, but others are also anxious. You know, they are not the only ones eyeing the nanoarm bomb. Just when Hawk and his men were focusing their attention on the Zodiac, a man approached Hawk and his men silently. Roadhog was the first to notice someone approaching, but before he could turn around to warn them, a heavy punch hit him on the chin. Roadhog, who was 2 meters tall and weighed 300 pounds, flew up all of a sudden, and then slammed into the sand with a bang. Hawk also reacted. The enemy was invisible, but even Roadhog was no match for him, let alone the half-crippled Hawk. Hawk dragged his injured leg and tried to pounce on the nanoarm bomb, but the next second his eyes went black and he fainted. Then the light was distorted in the place where there was nothing, and a dark figure was there. Black Panther. Ling. Black Panther's fingers extended with sharp claws, and without any hesitation, Black Panther inserted his claws into the black device on the back of the box. With a few clicks, the device was released, and then Black Panther grabbed the box and ran. Stop him. Get the box back. The Countess was furious when she saw someone get there first. She screamed and told her men to get the box back quickly. But the next second, several lasers suddenly shot out from the darkness. Boom boom. The huge explosion blew away the Zodiac agents who were anxious to chase after them. At this time, the others discovered that there was a flying vehicle hovering in the sky not far from them. Without any hesitation, the Zodiac people immediately began to attack the flying vehicle. But all the attacks were like a drop in the ocean when they hit the flying vehicle, without causing any waves. It was like an illusion. Fortunately, the Countess was knowledgeable and immediately found the highlight. It's vibranium. With the emergence of Wakanda, vibranium was once again known to the world. Everyone knew that all the vibranium on Earth came from this small African country. Even Captain America's shield was made of this rare metal. You know, at least 80% of Captain America's skills come from his shield. That thing has unparalleled toughness. At the same time, it can absorb all kinds of energy and has the reputation of shock-absorbing metal. This metal can absorb almost all vibrations, including the kinetic energy directly applied to it. The absorbed energy will be stored between the molecular bonds that make up the material, that is, the absorbed energy will make the material stronger. It is also because of these characteristics that vibranium is so precious. At present, among all the countries in the world, there is only one country that can use vibranium on the outer shell of aircraft on a large scale. That is Wakanda. It's ridiculous to say that when China and Russia beat Wakanda in Ethiopia, they couldn't even shoot down a single aircraft of Wakanda. On the one hand, it was because Wakanda had very few aircraft. In fact, Wakanda's demand for aircraft was very low before. Wakanda is not big, and they don't go out much, so naturally they don't need airplanes to travel. At the same time, Wakanda has not fought with the outside world for thousands of years, and they don't need airplanes as weapons. So the whole country has only a dozen planes, one for the royal family, and the others belong to the Foreign Intelligence Department. On the other hand, Wakanda's tactics are very problematic. They don't have the so-called air-ground coordination at all. At the same time, the planes lack weapons of mass destruction. There are only laser cannons, no missiles, and no so-called bombing tactics. To put it bluntly, this thing is more like a small passenger plane loaded with machine guns. Although they are indeed very advanced and have unparalleled defense power, they can have the best stealth effect without any extra processing, because of the characteristics of vibranium. Radar and sonar cannot detect them, because whether it is the electromagnetic waves emitted by radar or the sound waves of sonar will be absorbed by vibranium and cannot be rebounded at all. Coupled with advanced suspension systems and power systems, Wakanda's aircraft have far more maneuverability than aircraft in other countries in the world. But unfortunately, this thing has no strategic role, and even the supporting tactics are pitiful. No matter how advanced they are, they can't affect the situation on the battlefield. The small number means that they can't guarantee the airspace at all. After all, there are only a dozen of them. Who can they stop? The sky's so big that China and Russia can easily mobilize hundreds of fighter planes of all kinds to strike Wakanda. The lack of strategic advantage makes them lack of deterrence. Laser cannons look bluffing, But is there any essential difference between them and gunpowder weapons in terms of lethality? No. This is just like having more than a dozen cannons on the battlefield. Without any, can modern war lack artillery? Without tactics, their role on the battlefield is extremely limited, and there is no way to provide strong support to the ground battlefield. All in all, this thing is almost equivalent to nothing for war. So after discovering that this thing is stinky and hard and useless, China and Russia decisively ignored it. This also caused Wakanda's aircraft to place soy sauce throughout the war. This makes the Wakandans themselves feel ashamed. But to be honest, in this small-scale conflict, Wakanda's aircraft is a bug, which can't be hid or avoided. It's awesome. Why did these black guys get involved? The Countess was almost mad. Like almost all Westerners, even though Wakanda has shown a very advanced level of technology and strong combat power, Westerners still look down on them. And the subsequent beating of Wakanda by China and Russia has undoubtedly proved this point. Black uncles are not suitable for activities such as war, just like no one would expect the Italian army to have any combat power. Well, this group of white people have completely forgotten how the French and American military bases disappeared. These black uncles with habits like primitive tribes have spears in their hands that can emit lasers, and their cloaks are more exaggerated than the defense of armored vehicles. In short, Western white people are always used to their own thinking and do not allow things beyond their understanding to appear. If there are, they will pretend not to see them. Seeing that Black Panther was about to take the box and escape back to the plane, the Countess immediately ordered, "Quick! Get the box back," so a group of Zodiac agents risked their lives to shoot at Black Panther. Unfortunately, the armor on Black Panther is the highest craftsmanship in Wakanda and the pinnacle of vibranium forging technology. Although the battle suit on him looks like ordinary fabrics, with only a thin layer, it is actually made of vibranium. Coupled with the Wakanda's powerful technology, the battle suit can not only absorb the impact when hit by a bullet, but also convert the kinetic energy of the bullet into electrical energy to charge the battle suit, which is equivalent to a perpetual motion machine. The stronger the attack Black Panther withstands, the stronger the power of the battle suit. As the totem of the tribe, the shape of the Black Panther armor is also derived from the animal shape of the Black Panther, pointed ears, power claws, and a black body. The Black Panther's battle suit uses nanotechnology. On the basis of being indestructible, it can also be stretched freely. It is usually stored in a necklace around the Black Panther's neck. When the battle suit is not needed, the battle suit and the necklace will automatically stretch and cover the Black Panther's whole body. Therefore, the attack of the Zodiac not only failed to hurt a Black Panther, but it was charging him. Seeing that the Black Panther was about to succeed, someone was anxious. We just watched Wakanda take away that weapon. Tao Yuhan was very anxious. They can't get the nanoarm bomb. This is the bottom line. Once Wakanda seizes this weapon, it means that they have a weapon to deter the whole world. This is very important. Once Wakanda succeeds, the agreement signed by China, Russia and Wakanda is very likely to be overturned. At least China does not think that Wakanda will be so honest to fulfill the contract. They can cooperate with Wakanda, but the cooperation must be led by China. Don't worry, and, if possible, we'd better not snatch things from Wakanda. It's time. Still care about this, here. It really didn't disappoint us. China has an advantage, that is, when no one knows what kind of organization Cobra is, they are the first to know the secret of Cobra. Remember when Kai discovered that Destro, the president of NATO's arms contractor Mars, was actually an insider? It was he who activated the positioning system of the nanoarm bomb, allowing Cobra to monitor the location of the nanoarm bomb at any time. Kai did not personally investigate this guy, he handed the information to Kingsman in his hometown. So Kingsman and the Chinese side already knew that Destro was actually the leader behind Cobra. I also know that Cobra's target is the nanoarm bomb. This thing is too expensive. Even if Cobra has the technology, it is difficult to manufacture it. A bomb costs tens of billions of dollars. Except for the country, it is difficult for any organization or individual to manufacture it. The entire organization can't eat coarse food to make a bomb, right? Sure enough. Just when Black Panther was about to board the plane, a figure suddenly jumped out of the sand. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1206 Yellow Bird Hunter Robber. Black Panther only saw a burst of flying gravel. Before he could see clearly what was happening in front of him, a cold light cut through the flying gravel and slashed directly at his throat. Black Panther had accepted the test of the heart-shaped grass and established a spiritual connection with the Black Panther god best in the divine domain. T'Challa officially obtained the protection of the Panther god, and thus he gained extremely sharp five senses, superhuman strength, speed, endurance, reaction, and resistance to magic. But he was powerless against this cold light. Too fast. This knife even exceeded the limit of his reaction. The cold light cut silently from his throat, and the huge force made Black Panther's body lose balance all of a sudden. Although the sharpness of the blade was offset by the Black Panther's battlesuit, the knife did not hurt him at all, but the huge kinetic energy still made his body lose balance. Everything came too fast, and Black Panther was a little unable to react. He just acted by his body's instinct. At the moment he fell, he opened his hands, supported the ground, and landed on the ground with a backflip. But letting go of his hands also means that he has dropped the nanau bomb. The figure didn't care about T'Challa. After his sneak attack failed, the attacker immediately realized that his knife had no effect on the man in front of him. In this case, what are you waiting for? It's the right thing to run away quickly. His purpose is not to kill people, but to rob things. At this time, the others finally saw the figure clearly. He was wearing a white combat uniform, a ninja scarf on his face, and two long swords on his back. He was running away with the nanau bomb. This is the White Ghost. Cobra has been staring at the nanau bomb, but they didn't expect that so many people would be eyeing this thing, which forced Cobra to take a risky move and let the White Ghost attack first. The sudden troublemaker confused Wakanda and the Zodiac. The mantis stalks the cicada, but the oriole is behind? What they don't know is that behind the oriole, there is a group of hunters. Cobra finally made a move. This is what the Tao brothers were waiting for. This is the most suitable target. Because they are the only ones who don't have the support of the country. And these guys have the technology to make nanau bombs. This thing is actually the most important. As for the grabbing of nanau bombs, it is actually more for cost saving. The cost of a nanau bomb can be as high as billions of dollars. After all, there is no mass production process for this thing, and it can't be made anywhere else except in high-end laboratories. Next, we just need to keep an eye on them. The Tao brothers were relieved when they saw that the people they were waiting for finally came. So happy. By then, both the technology and the bombs will be theirs. And no one can say anything about this. After all, they were seized from a terrorist. Strictly speaking, NATO should thank them. The Zodiac and the Wakandans naturally couldn't let the White Ghost take the nanau bombs, so the two groups that had originally reached the group immediately turned their guns around and kept pointing them outward. As for the Cobra side, after seeing that the White Ghost succeeded, it was naturally impossible to let go. Just when the Wakandans and the Zodiac were concentrating on dealing with the White Ghost, they didn't notice that the desert around them was constantly churning. When someone noticed that there was something wrong with the sand around them, suddenly with a bang, more than a dozen huge drills suddenly broke out of the gravel, and then one by one, Cobra soldiers wearing iron masks, holding pulse weapons, shot at the Wakandans and the Zodiac. Then these guys suffered a heavy blow. Even the Wakandans, who had always been very strong and had not lost a single person so far, also fell in this sudden attack. Several Dormilogy. This is the King's Guard. Maybe they are not the strongest force in Wakanda, but they are definitely the best equipped. But the attack on the Cobra side is too good. Black Panther saw the sacrifice of the Dormilogy members he had been with day and night, and he was furious. He roared and rushed towards the Cobra soldiers. Black Panther's claws instantly tore apart several Cobra soldiers. But the remaining Cobra soldiers seemed to be unable to see it. Not only did they not retreat, but they launched a suicide attack on Black Panther. These guys are problematic. The Countess hid under the cover of her men, staring at the Cobra soldiers with wide eyes. Although they were wearing masks, the Countess still noticed the look in the soldiers' eyes. They were not fanatical, and even when they were facing death, the soldiers' eyes did not fluctuate at all, as if they were robots. But the Countess could see that they were not empty shells without souls. They had their own consciousness, at least they knew how to think and fight. This was not something that an empty shell without consciousness could do. They were more like, they didn't care, as if they were born without emotions like fear and panic. Where in the world could such warriors exist? Even the most brainwashing Hydra couldn't produce such warriors. Indeed, it was production. These guys were definitely transformed by some means. The Countess's idea was right. These Cobra soldiers were indeed made by some means. Do you remember where the idea of the nanoworm bomb came from? Medical nanorocket technology. This technology was not originally the research result of the medical department, as Mars advertised to the outside world. Instead, it came from inside Cobra. Initially, Cobra created nanorobots because they wanted to use them to create a group of warriors who were absolutely obedient, had no sense of pain, no fear, and had strong survivability. This technology came from the core figure of Cobra, the Doctor. He created nanoworms to hijack the human nervous system and make it lose the most basic fear and pain nerves of humans. The subsequent repair and strengthening of body functions were byproducts. Because the Doctor's invention was too successful, Mars used it to defraud NATO funds and then developed nanoworm bombs. These Cobra soldiers are all warriors transformed by nanorobots. They have physical strength and reaction speed far exceeding that of ordinary people. At the same time, due to the existence of nanoworms can even repair tissues after these warriors are injured. However, due to the high cost and technical difficulties of nanoworms, the production efficiency of nanoworms has always been very low, so the effect of repairing human tissues is not very exaggerated. General gunshot wounds and trauma can be repaired, but if it is a fatal injury or a person is directly torn apart like the gangsters just did, then the nanoworms can't do anything. But this is enough. The Wakandans are not used to war. Their understanding of war is still at the stage of tribal conflict. In simple terms, it is the level of fighting between neighboring villages. The so-called commander is more like the level of the big brother of the community. Just like just now, if it were a normal country, as long as a qualified commander would never abandon the main task because of the death of a few soldiers under his command, Black Panther actually gave up chasing the White Ghost and turned around to fight with the Cobra soldiers. If a few people died on the battlefield, they would cry and howl, then the war would not be called a war, but a funeral. Black Panther obviously did not break away from the natural limitations of Wakanda. He lost his calm because of the death of several female warriors who lived with him day and night. This kind of behavior would be judged unqualified in the army of any normal country. Of course, in a strange society like Wakanda, doing so is politically correct. Although Wakanda has developed technology, it is actually a big rural area. The death of his subordinates, or the death of close subordinates, as a boss, he was indifferent. This is undoubtedly a cold-blooded and ruthless performance for others. Who would want to follow such a boss? It was no surprise that T'Challa, who grew up in such an environment, would make such a choice. However, White Ghost was running away. Just when the Tao brothers were smiling, they suddenly found that there was another small episode on the battlefield. There was a new player. Russians? How did they get here? Tao Yuhan was stunned. Tao Yuzhang was also stunned. Just when the Cobra aircraft was about to meet White Ghost, a sudden gust of wind swept over, and the wings of the Cobra aircraft, which had lowered its altitude, suddenly broke into two pieces without any warning. Boom! The plane crashed directly. White Ghost almost hit the plane when it fell. When he got up from the ground in a mess, a strong wind suddenly hit him, and White Ghost instinctively raised his ninja sword. Ling! After a loud sound of metal colliding, White Ghost flew out directly. And where he was originally, a man wearing a full black combat uniform, a scarf on his face, and two strange scimitars on his back stood there. The most peculiar thing about his eyes is that they are completely white, like a blind man. But the next second, black pupils appeared in his eyes again. The man lowered his head and picked up the box that the White Ghost dropped. It's Scimitar. Tao Yuzhang knew this guy. Scimitar, a member of the Guardian organization. His name is Han, that's all. He is also a product of the Soviet era. According to intelligence, this guy is a descendant of the nomadic people of Kazakhstan. His symbol is the scimitar on his back. He moves very fast and the scimitar is very sharp. The speed of the scimitar in his hand can only make the enemy look up to him. When he moves at full speed, it feels like teleporting. He is the most difficult opponent to deal with. At present, the only one who can surely beat him in the Shunmao Bureau is probably the Monkey King. But when it comes to restricting him, there are many ways. What should we do? The Russians have intervened. It seems that we underestimated them. Tao Yazhang's face also became serious. This is the worst case scenario. If the things are obtained by Russia, China will also feel pressure. The best ally is never the kind that is strong enough to overturn the table. Allies can be strong, but they don't need to be stronger than you. China will need an ally like Russia, but it doesn't need a strong Russia as an ally. But if the things fall into their hands, China can't deal with Russia like it did with Cobra. This is very fatal. Let us take action, Tao Yuhan asked. No. Even if the mission fails, we can't expose our existence, Tao Yazhang refused decisively. Nowadays, China is already very strong. If it gets stronger, even Russia may stab it in the back. Just like what China thinks, Russia doesn't need an ally that is so strong that they can't resist. If it is strong, the West and Russia are very likely to unite. Although China is not too worried that Russia is really determined to get together with the West, it is not what China expects to be united by them. Because that means China needs to pay a great price. If it is possible, why should it pay the price? What's more, this kind of strong ally is really too shameless. China is not the old Americans, so shameless. China has always had a good reputation in this regard. For this, a bad reputation is really not worth it. After all, even if it falls into the hands of Russia, China has plenty of ways to let Russia share it. After all, in terms of the degree of need, Russia needs China far more than China needs Russia. Tisk, these Russians, they actually came out to mess up at this time. The Zodiac was the first to discover Han. If possible, the Countess would rather this thing fall into the hands of Wakanda or even that unknown organization, which is much better than falling into the hands of the Russians. At the beginning, the Zodiac betrayed the Soviet Union and then ran to collude with Poland. These two things hit Russia's sensitive nerves. Not to mention that over the years, the Zodiac has been working diligently with Poland to cause trouble for Russia. It can be said that even if Poland may compromise with Russia or even hug its thighs, the Zodiac will be completely blacklisted, and both sides wish that the other side would explode immediately. Kill those Russians, the Countess ordered again. But the next second, her face became horrified. It turned out that at some point, a huge figure appeared not far from them. That guy looked like a big upright bear. In fact, don't say whether it looks like it or not, it is exactly like it. That guy has a bear's head, a human torso, thick limbs, and brown fur all over his body. It looks like a brown bear turned into a spirit. This huge figure, without a word of nonsense, directly took out a huge 6-barreled Gatling gun from behind. Da 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 da. The Zodiac was hit hard. King Kong Bear, the super agent of the Guardian organization, codenamed King Kong Bear, his real name is Arthur's, and he is also a product of the Soviet Union. The characteristic of this kind of person is that he only has a name and code name, but no surname. A Russian, he's extremely strong, muscular, and full of hormones. He can transform into two forms of grizzly bears. His body is indestructible and has strong combat effectiveness. With the appearance of Russia, the Wakandans have to withdraw even if they are not happy. It's okay to do this in private. But snatching the nanoarm bomb in front of Russia would only make Wakanda's situation worse. So they had to retreat. The situation seemed to be turning in Russia's favor. Are we really not going to do anything? How? If we cover our faces, will the Russians not recognize us? There's no way, our features are too obvious. Tao Yazhang was also very depressed. If he had known earlier, he would have asked the comrades from Xinjiang to come forward. At least they look more like foreigners. Just when the Tao brothers thought that things could only be like this, the situation changed again. King Kong Bear was killing people everywhere, and suddenly he flew up inexplicably. It seemed that someone lifted him up. Boom. Then King Kong Bear flew out inexplicably. At the same time, it seemed that many invisible enemies appeared around and began to kill everyone on the scene. Huh? What's going on? The Tao brothers were also confused. Another new player has joined the pit? It turns out that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. Behind the oriole is the hunter, and behind the hunter is the robber. Chapter 1207 Shameless. The Spear Bureau was confused, and the people at the scene were even more confused. As soon as King Kong Bear was attacked, Machete also felt bad. He originally planned to leave with a nanoarm bomb immediately, but he was still a step too late. Just when his pupils disappeared again and he was about to enter the super high-speed form, his chest was torn open by sharp claws. Machete screamed, immediately entered the high-speed form, and ran away, but the box in his hand fell on the spot. Those invisible enemies did not seem to belong to any party at the scene, because they killed everyone. The key is that so far, no one can really determine what those invisible enemies are. Yes, so many people were killed, and they didn't even know what the enemy was. The Wakanda people were the happiest. They ran the fastest, so they had the least casualties, but the remaining two families were miserable. They could only watch their people being killed one by one, but they couldn't fight back. Only the white ghost knew what those things were. Amit's servants, the evil beasts left in the underworld by the Egyptian gods, the descendants of the god of death Anubis, the hell jackal. Amit is not a god, he is just a weapon made by the gods for order. And those hell jackals are parts of the weapon. They are responsible for the maintenance and upkeep of the weapon. Those guilty souls will be captured by the hell jackals and then sent to Amit's mouth. And now, in order to complete their work, these hell jackals are also used by Arthur Harrow, the favored one of Amit. The so-called hell jackals are a group of humanoid monsters with jackal heads. Their figures cannot be seen by living people. White Ghost couldn't see them before, but after being baptized by Arthur Harrow, he also had the ability to see these monsters. These monsters have jackal heads and legs, but human bodies. When they stand up, they are like a moving mummy. Their skin is cracked, and their body tissues are constantly peeling off like weathering. Their eyes are turbid and full of madness. Every time I look at this kind of monster, even with the psychological quality of White Ghost, I feel a chill. But now White Ghost is very grateful for their appearance. White Ghost had been trying to persuade Arthur Harrow not to follow him. He was afraid that Arthur Harrow's impulse would ruin the whole plan, but obviously, Arthur Harrow did not listen to him, and it was precisely Arthur Harrow's stubbornness that allowed White Ghost to escape. The guy with the machete was really terrible. White Ghost did not waste such an opportunity. He quickly grabbed the fallen box and ran away without looking back. On the other side, another Cobra aircraft flew from a distance, intending to pick up White Ghost. The machete, who was covering his wound, was so angry when he saw this scene that he said nothing. As soon as his body moved, it disappeared immediately and pounced on White Ghost at a speed that could not be captured by human eyes. But just when the machete in his hand was about to kill White Ghost, he suddenly felt that he had hit something, and his knife no longer had the smooth feeling of cutting the human body, but instead had a sluggish feeling, as if he had cut a large piece of tough leather. But before he could figure out what was going on, he felt a pain in his chest. Then I don't know anything. From an outsider's perspective, it was Scimitar who suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, there was a big hole in his chest for no apparent reason. He was inexplicably expensive. Is this rushing to give himself a head? The Tau brothers on the ring-shaped spaceship were also stunned. Died just like that? Speedsters have always been the most troublesome superpowers. No matter how destructive these guys are, their ability to escape is first class. Maybe they are not the strongest, but they are definitely the most difficult to defeat. Very difficult. There are only two known speedsters in the world, one is the Flash in Los Angeles, and the other is Scimitar. But he died in such a trifling way? The Russians must be heartbroken. The Tau brothers naturally would not feel sad, but would secretly feel happy. After all, the SHIER regards superpowers from other countries in the world as imaginary enemies, and has designed countless ways to deal with them, and Scimitar is naturally among them. But, this death is too trifling, isn't it? Although it is a good thing, it always feels a little unreal. The Russians were also dumbfounded. They brought their two strongest super agents. It turned out that King Kong Bear was fine. He was thick-skinned and not so easy to die. But Scimitar. This was the one who was least likely to get into trouble, but something happened. But White Ghost didn't care about that. He just grabbed the rope dropped from the plane and ran away. Ran away. The Tau brothers breathed a sigh of relief. The damn thing was finally on the right track. What happened just now? But Tao Yuhan still didn't quite understand what happened. Everything that happened was too bizarre. You ask me, who should I ask? We must find out. There are other people involved, but we don't even know who they are. After we go back, the director will go crazy, but Tao Yazhang was even more distressed. Damn it, we don't even know what the enemy looks like. How can we find out? There is no clue at all. Even the Spear Bureau can't find out, right? White Ghost also asked the Baroness this question. What happened just now? The Baroness, that is, Duke's old lover, Anna. This woman has a very high status within Cobra. She is not only an excellent intelligence officer, but also has an ambiguous relationship with Destro, the leader of the Cobra organization. However, this woman seems to be in a bad state now, and her eyes are red. White Ghost didn't react at first. What happened to this woman? But soon he thought of it. The people in the special forces are almost dead, and her old lover. Yes, that's right, Duke is dead. The plane was destroyed and everyone died, and there was no chance to parachute to escape. Now it is estimated that only ashes are left. This was verified by the Baroness herself. White Ghost didn't quite understand what the situation between this woman and Duke was, but he also knew that it was best not to provoke her at this time. So he said honestly, "How do I know?" Of course, he lied. In fact, he knew it very well. Just now, it can only be blamed on the bad luck of the scimitar. It turned out that when White Ghost got the nano-arm bomb, a helljackal followed him all the time, which was considered as protection. And the reason why the scimitar was said to have bad luck. If this guy rushed from other angles, maybe the unlucky one would be White Ghost. But he just happened to be so careless, and bumped into the body of the helljackal. The helljackal naturally didn't say anything and used his claws to backhand. Scimitar's knife chopped the helljackal to death, and Scimitar's heart was also taken out by the helljackal's claws. To be honest, White Ghost has never liked those helljackals that look like mummies. If it weren't for them, he would have confessed long ago. Bayou has prayed to Ammit several times in his heart. What a damn luck. You don't know, the Baroness was very suspicious, otherwise how could it be such a coincidence? White Ghost couldn't explain it. Is it really a coincidence? Would that expose his knowledge of invisible monsters? So he simply didn't know anything about it, anyway he was going to turn against them. Do you think I should know? White Ghost was trained as an all-round warrior, and even took the spy course. He was just lying, he was too good at it. The Baroness instinctively felt that there was a problem, but she didn't know what the problem was. Maybe, fortunately, her mind was also in a mess now, and she didn't want to delve into it. She just wanted to complete the task quickly. So she didn't ask any more questions. Then the plane flew to Paris as planned, and the follow-up plan was implemented there. On the other side, those who stayed behind were not so lucky. The Countess wanted to escape, but the next second she was grabbed by a transparent claw on the head. With a snap. The Countess, who was a big shot in Eastern and Southern Europe, lost her life. The people of the Zodiac were completely eliminated. As for the soldiers of the Cobra, they were originally sent here for consumption. No one cared about their life or death. Soon after all the creatures standing on the scene were killed, everything returned to calm. The King Kong bear on the Russian side was finally torn to pieces by those invisible enemies. If you don't look at the final result, just look at the way they fight. I always feel that this group of people have taken too many drugs. One by one, they are fighting wits and courage against the air on the sand, and constantly output to the air. There is an inexplicable sense of humor, well, apart from the scenes of blood and flesh splattering, it is even more so. This time, the whole army was wiped out. On the Shield Ring spaceship at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the Tao brothers watched the whole massacre quietly. Okay, things are on the right track, let's follow. After waiting for a long time, Tao Yuhan didn't see those invisible guys appear, and he was a little impatient. It's enough for our people to keep an eye on this side, the Cobra side is more important. Wait, it seems that there are still 2 living people. Who? The 2 Americans, huh? There are actually Americans who are not dead. Well, it seems that those invisible guys missed them. What should we do? Should we do something? Why didn't I know that we have American relatives? Tao Yuhan curled his lips. His meaning was very clear. They are not our relatives, why do you care about them? Well, it depends on the luck of those 2 Americans, Tao Yazhang didn't insist. To put it bluntly, national interests are still the most important. Some things can be done, but they cannot be discovered, and no evidence can be left. What? That was developed and manufactured by me? Is it not okay? Gangsters also have gangster ways of playing. As long as they are not caught in the act, no matter how much you say, it is useless. We are all gangsters. So gangster methods are useless. Then we have to play by the rules. This is just like the bad guys in Hong Kong Young and Dangerous movies. When they oppress the good and exploit the people, they naturally do whatever they want. But when dealing with the young and dangerous guys who are also in the gang, you have to talk the numbers. After all, the people dare not resist, but the bad guys dare to hack you to death. Although this metaphor is a bit rough, it is the truth. Therefore, Hawk and Roadhog, who saved their lives, had to pray for good luck. Then the spaceship of the Spear Bureau quickly disappeared in the air. In Cairo, far away from the desert, Arthur Harrow, who had been maintaining a posture on the altar, suddenly put away his scepter. Let's go to Paris. On it guides us, there is the key to our new world. After that, he left the underground temple in Cairo surrounded by a group of believers. The Pentagon soon noticed that Hawk and his team had lost their nanobombs. After all, they had lost contact for several hours. The normal mission process would not allow Hawk and his team to lose contact for such a long time. Soon, several search and rescue teams began to search and rescue. Fortunately, the Special Forces aircraft were equipped with special black boxes that could continuously send signals after the accident. It was not difficult to find Hawk and his team along the direction of the signal. A few hours later, the U.S. military found Hawk and Roadhog, who were already dying. Roadhog was relatively better and had no major problems, but Hawk was really close to death. Of course, these were all small matters. The key was that the nano-arm bomb was lost. As soon as the news was received, the United States immediately blocked Mars at an almost unprecedented speed. In fact, the relationship between Mars and the United States is very deep. Mars often provokes wars between countries and encourages warmongers to buy their weapons to make a fortune from the war. In this case, it would be absolutely impossible to succeed without the participation and acquiescence of the United States. In theory, it would not be that difficult to obtain technology directly through Mars. The problem is that this thing was jointly developed in the name of NATO, and the property rights do not even belong to Mars itself, but to all the countries that paid for it in NATO. So if the United States wants to use normal means, Mars will not agree, unless it does not intend to mix in Europe anymore. For Mars, Europe is much more important than North America. The North American market has always been dominated by the U.S. military-industrial complex, and it is difficult for foreign companies to get in. Those big companies in the military-industrial complex are not easy to mess with. Although the Stark Group has withdrawn from the military industry, there are still big companies such as Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, and Boeing. Boeing not only sells civil airliners, but also fighter jets. These companies are deeply rooted in the United States, and none of them are easy to mess with. Mars has no chance of intervening, even if the U.S. government makes a promise. As a big company, Mars knows too well what capital is like. Unless the heads of those companies are all brain dead, they will cut their meat to Mars. If they offend the United States, at most they will not do business with the United States. In Europe, Mars can barely survive by relying on orders from European countries. But if they offend European countries, they will be completely finished. The United States cannot enter, and Europe will not give them a way out. Of course, there is only one way to go. So this time, Mars has very strict control over technology. So the United States directly used a bully. They lost everything on their face and sent people to take over Mars by force. The reason? The reason is that it threatens the national security of the United States. The United States has long been accustomed to this reason. For example, Japan was driven to death by this reason. In the best era of Japan's economy, it was also ready to transform into a high-tech development path. After all, it was still a bit unsafe to just export industrial products. What was the result? Japan still has no high-tech companies. The truly high-value-added high-tech companies have all been banned by the United States. For example, Japan developed a computer operating system faster than Microsoft, and it was quite mature. This was faster, 2 years faster. In 2 years, Japan can completely promote its own computer operating system, and then Microsoft will have nothing to do with it. But for the above reason, this operating system was banned for 2 years. Not only did the Japanese dare not resist, but they also helped the United States suppress its own people. Therefore, this time for Mars, it can only be said to be a normal operation. There is no need to make a fuss. Then something even more ridiculous happened. Just when the United States was about to forcefully accept the technology of Mars's nano-arm bomb, the Mars laboratory was suddenly attacked by unknown armed personnel. The chief scientist in charge of the development of the nano-arm bomb died on the spot, and the entire development team was not spared. The technical data on the nano-arm bomb was also completely destroyed. Not only that, even the laboratory was burned down. When the American soldiers arrived at the laboratory, the fire almost burned down the entire laboratory. Chapter 1208, An Active and Helpless Move. The Americans thought that it was done by the Europeans, and the Europeans thought that it was done by the Americans. The people of the Mars group wanted to cry but had no tears. They also wanted to know who did it. After all, someone had to be responsible for such a huge loss. Moreover, the stock price was also a big problem. With the attack on the laboratory, the Americans directly blocked the assets of Mars in the name of national security, which caused Mars to plummet in the stock market. The people of Mars immediately found the Americans, hoping to unblock it. After all, if they continued like this, they would be finished. How could the Americans care about the life and death of Mars at this time? They were eager to obtain the technology of the nano bomb. So when facing the public relations of Mars, the conditions of the Americans were also very simple. If they handed over the technology of the nano bomb, they would unblock it. But the problem was that all the technical information about the nano bomb was destroyed, and they had no backup. Even the people in the research team were silenced. What could they hand over? The Americans were now in a state of panic. Who cared about this? If they didn't hand over the technology, there would be no discussion. Now Mars was also angry and directly found European countries for public relations. Europe was completely enraged this time. The United States has secretly held the nano bombs for such a long time. NATO countries have not approached the United States, hoping that they would hand over the bombs, but the United States has always used security issues as an excuse to refuse to hand them over. At that time, European countries also knew that the nano bombs had been robbed, and they could barely accept this reason. But Nima, you secretly planned to transport the nano bombs away, which is too much? You didn't even say hello. What? Don't you consider us allies? In fact, they are as clear as the Americans that their relationship with the United States has never been an ally. To be more precise, it is a relationship between a protectorate and a protected country. The British took the lead in opening the Iron Curtain and also opened a prelude to the Cold War, because Britain and Europe really needed this kind of confrontation at the time. After all, in the post-war situation, domestic communism really couldn't be suppressed. If they didn't pull the United States over, they would be finished. Faced with the pressure from the Soviet Union, the post-war European countries were indeed not strong enough to fight. To put it bluntly, Britain pulled European countries to join the United States and become the younger brothers of the United States in exchange for the protection of the United States. After that, the United States and the Soviet Union beat up Britain and France and completely weakened them. They no longer had the ability to make waves. It was also from that time that European countries, led by Britain and France, completely became vassals of the United States. From time to time, they had to be pulled out to be leagues. But with the development of the times, Europe also had its own ideas, and they were not willing to be leagues. The establishment of the European Union was an attempt at European autonomy. Although the result was not particularly good, it was at least a way to gain some voice. Since then, European autonomy has become a foreseeable goal. So the United States has been trying to split the European Union. Britain is a wedge that the United States has driven into the European Union. But unlike Kai's world, Britain in this world does not have the ability to be a wedge, let alone split the European Union. After all, with Britain's current situation, it may die on the day it leaves the European Union. Now Britain has begun to prepare to join the Eurozone, but the EU does not know whether it is acceptable or not. After all, with Britain's economy and strength in this world, joining the Eurozone cannot be considered a drag, but it will definitely not play any positive role. What's more, no matter how weak Britain is, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Britain's international influence is still there, and the Commonwealth is not finished yet. If Britain really enters the EU wholeheartedly, then it must have a voice, and it cannot be small. Now that Germany and France are in charge of the EU, they naturally don't want Britain to come in and share the voice. And with Britain's troublemaking behavior, who knows what he will do to the EU. However, it is certain that European countries will get closer again. In this case, European countries themselves have stronger interests in the United States, which will undoubtedly further drive Europe and the United States further apart. Now this has happened again. The resentment of European countries towards the United States has deepened. Therefore, within NATO, European countries began to hold the United States accountable. Let them make the most reasonable explanation for the nano bomb and the sanctions on Mars. But the US representatives in NATO also have no words to say. They can only use the reason that NATO is a military organization, and any political related issues are wrong to ask them, This almost pissed Benjamin off. Damn, this has been exposed to the international community? Originally, they argued about this matter within NATO. Although it was embarrassing, it was also an internal affair of the alliance, but the NATO Secretary General's words exposed the matter. Isn't this a clear statement to let other countries laugh at it? Sure enough, Germany, France and other countries, without any hesitation, directly issued an ultimatum to the United States through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. These Benjamins were put on the fire. How did things turn out like this? It is not good for him to respond now, and it is not good not to respond. If he does not respond, NATO member states will be even more angry. Now not only NATO countries need the United States, but the United States also needs NATO. With the withdrawal of the United States from Central Asia and East Asia, Europe has become particularly important. They cannot lose Europe. But the nanowar bomb is a strategic weapon that can change the situation, and they have to seek it. So for this kind of thing, it was originally the right thing to communicate and trade in secret, but the response of the NATO Secretary General suddenly forced the United States into a corner. You can respond. The United States is no longer a superpower. The top leaders of the United States know this, but the problem is that the lower levels don't know it. And those politicians who need votes know it, but they pretend not to know it. The NATO countries' forced palace approach has made the people who have not yet awakened from the dream of the United States as a superpower very dissatisfied. At this time, if the US government gives in, then Benjamin's polls will definitely plummet. After all, a president has brought the United States from a superpower to an ordinary power during his tenure. It's unacceptable. So he can't give in. So things got awkward all of a sudden. How is the plan going? Kai heard the report from Afu and Merlin at home. But his expression was not surprised at all. After all, this matter was something Kai himself liked to see. Even the Shield Bureau knew these things because Kai secretly revealed them. Afu and Merlin also knew about the nanowar bomb. In fact, there was another player in this matter, that was Kai himself, but Kai didn't have time to care about it, so he handed it over to Kingsman to deal with. Everything went well, but, speaking of this, Afu and Merlin also looked weird. What happened? Kai didn't pay attention to the news in this regard, so he didn't know yet. There are quite a lot of players participating in this game. Then Alfu told the story again. Kai was also shocked. Is this fucking infiltrated like a sieve? When he heard that there was Zodiac, Wakanda, Cobra, Russia, SHIE, and a mysterious force that even Kai didn't know about that day, a total of 6 forces participated in it that day, and then there was a big fight, and then Cobra, which should be the weakest among them, succeeded. This was indeed something Kai didn't expect. How did the Russians know? This is a question. Kai didn't expect the Russians to participate, and he was almost scared out of his wits. The Russians are not easy to control. No one knows what unexpected things these guys will do. If they get the nanowar bomb today and launch it in Ukraine tomorrow, Kai won't find it strange. Well, it seems that the Zodiac was caught by Russia and finished off, Afu guessed, otherwise it's hard to explain. Indeed, NATO was established to a large extent to curb Russia. It's ridiculous that an organization targeting Russia was infiltrated by Russia. Well, it's not impossible. SHIELD was established specifically to deal with Hydra, but what was the result? It was infiltrated like a sieve and became a branch of Hydra. Even so, Nick Fury always looks like the boss of the world and the third in command. However, it's really difficult for Russia to infiltrate NATO. The Soviet Union is still similar. After all, the establishment of the Soviet Union itself relied on ideas, while Russia relied on nationalism. There are great differences between the two. Communism may not be realized yet, but it is great enough in itself. For such a great idea, many people are willing to sacrifice themselves for it. During the Soviet period, I don't know how many Europeans brought their own dry food to pass on intelligence to the Soviets. But nationalism is much more narrow-minded. It's natural for Russians to love Russia, but as a European, why do you love Russia? So it seems that only Afu's explanation is more reliable. But for now, there is no need to care about the Russians. After all, they are all dead. Russia itself did not say anything and just took this loss. Of course, with the Russians' unwillingness to suffer losses, they will definitely make trouble. How is our side? To be honest, it is actually a good thing for Kai that Cobra snatched the nanowar bomb. We have found Cobra's nest. In fact, for Kingsman, Cobra is not that secretive. Kingsman knows more or less about those secret organizations in Europe, Not to mention that Kai provided information and knew that Destro was a Cobra member. With such an obvious clue, it would not be too easy to investigate Cobra. They actually have a secret base under the ice sheet in the Arctic Circle, Afu said with a smile. That's good. Just find the nest. Remember, the most important thing is the information of the nanoworm bomb. The others are secondary targets. If you can get it easily, take it. If not, forget it. In fact, Kai has no intention of getting the nanoworm bomb. For other people, a nano bomb worth tens of billions of yuan is indeed very tempting, but for Kingsman, who owns the underground world, money is the least valuable thing. Although at present, Kingsman's development of the inner world can be said to be completely undeveloped, because it is too dangerous and full of titan beasts. But the problem is that it is too rich there. All kinds of precious minerals are open air. You can mine with a few shovels. There is no need to develop seriously at all. The raw materials that are very precious to the surface world are not valuable at all. What's more, Kai also has a channel for cooperation with Atlantis. With the cooperation of his old lover, the Queen of Atlantis, Kai's Kingsman can cooperate with Atlantis in many aspects. So the manufacture of nanoworm bombs is not a big deal for Kingsman. Isn't it just money and technology? Does he lack it? To be honest, there is really no shortage of these external objects. As long as you get the full set of information, it is really not difficult to make them. I understand. But we found the shadow of the Spear Bureau. Should we? Don't worry about them. Afu and Merlin looked at each other. To be honest, the people of Kingsman felt absurd. They felt that their master was too good to China and liked to give all kinds of good things to China. Even the Chinese side suspected why Kingsman was so generous. At first, the Chinese side also suspected whether Kingsman had any conspiracy. If the gifts were not so good that the Chinese side had no room to refuse, they probably would not bother to contact Kingsman. But the reality is that Kingsman's contact with them is really adhering to the spirit of internationalism, only giving without seeking returns. Although Kingsman is Kai's private property, everyone still murmurs in their hearts. After all, they are also white people. Even if Kai doesn't think about the British Empire, there is no need to curry favor with the Chinese, right? Seeing the looks of the two of them, Kai also knew that his patriotism made them murmur in their hearts. Of course they murmured, even the Chinese side who received the benefits murmured. Not to mention them. Kai felt that he still needed to explain a little. There are not many organizations in the world that can be trusted now. The Shield is the most reliable, so just for this reason, we also need to strengthen their strength. The two thought about it, and it was really true. Not to mention the European countries, they have become thieves long ago, and no one knows whether those organizations are human or ghost. They are not trustworthy at all. Dying. Alice, although they want to lean towards dying emotionally. Unfortunately, they are useless. Seeing Dying's current situation, even a dog would shake his head. The political arena is full of vote animals, and there is no qualified politician. The internal situation is even more messed up. Even the so-called intelligence department is so incompetent, bureaucracy is prevalent, and there are few people who do things. The United States. To be honest, the United States is really better in the West. But the problem is that the United States also has a lot of problems, especially their hegemonism, which makes Kingsman himself suspicious of them. There is no way. The United States has not done anything good over the years. If the United States really expands its power too much, there is no guarantee that they will not cause trouble. When the time comes, it will cause chaos, and the power of the earth will be consumed. It is good now. The United States is not so strong, so it will not cause trouble. China's reputation is very good, and it is famous for not causing trouble. After calculating this, it is found that Kai's behavior is indeed a helpless choice. Of course, they still feel uncomfortable. The arrogance of white people is not so easy to eliminate in a short time. However, there is no use in feeling uncomfortable. Kingsman belongs to Kai. They all drank the water of the Holy Grail. Their souls belong to Kai. They have to obey orders whether they are comfortable or not. It is good enough to give an explanation now. Chapter 1209 Magical Continent. Regardless of how everyone quarreled, the European and American ghosts quickly reached a consensus. That is, the nano bomb is not on the hands of any of them. Well, no matter how everyone fights, there is one thing that must be done first. That is, no matter what, at least we need to take back the nano worm bomb before we can talk about other things. Otherwise, it's useless for them to talk so much. Fortunately, when the crow falls on the black pig, no one can say who is black. The United States wants to eat alone, and other countries are not much better. Everyone has their own little tricks. For the nano-worm bomb, everyone has their own little thoughts. The only difference is that they don't have the courage of the United States to directly rob it. So France and Germany actually have their own ways to track the nano-worm bomb. Good guy, when the UK heard about it, it was almost wronged and cried. So, you all planned to play dirty, and I'm honest? Then no one believed it. As a world-renowned troublemaker, Dayang never disappoints people in terms of being a bad person. So others don't believe it at all. But it just so happens that Dayang really didn't do anything this time. Unfortunately, no one believed it. But it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not, and no one plans to take it with them. Soon, after investigations from all parties, it was discovered that the nano-worm bomb appeared in Paris. Now the United States has something to say. Damn it, you Gallic chickens, you are crying wolf. France was also confused. Did we really do it? No matter what, the thing has landed in my French territory, so it is naturally mine. Now the research data is gone, the real thing must be in my hands. And France is 100% convinced that the research data must have been taken away by the Americans. So there is no plan to share it with others, and people are directly sent to intercept the nano-worm bomb. The nano-worm bomb has actually been under the surveillance of the SHIELD. Originally, the SHIELD planned to wait until Cobra brought the nano-worm bomb to their lair before taking action. Unexpectedly, Cobra did not bring the nano-worm bomb to its lair, but went straight to Paris. This made the SHIELD dare not act rashly, and they couldn't figure out what they were going to do. As a result, something went wrong after such a delay. These grandsons actually activated a nano-worm bomb in the nuclear energy laboratory in Paris. All four were activated. Before the SHM Bureau could react, things changed again. After the bomb was activated, White Ghost immediately betrayed and killed the Baroness with a knife. By the way, the SHM Bureau also figured out why they came to Paris. Because the Baroness's cover identity was the wife of the head of the Paris Nuclear Energy Research Institute, and because of this, the Baroness was able to get the institute's access authorization. Of course, this identity was fake. After getting the authorization, the Baroness directly killed her husband and divorced physically. But the Baroness was not much better. After the nano-bomb was activated, she was immediately betrayed and stabbed in the chest by White Ghost from behind, and died on the spot. Then a group of mysterious people appeared, and they cooperated with White Ghost to kill all the Cobra people. Then these people killed the French first, and then detonated a nano-worm bomb in Paris. This may be the first actual combat drill of the nano-worm bomb. In front of the whole world, the Eiffel Tower was hit by a nano-worm, and then a small green cloud of smoke began to spread from the Eiffel Tower. The so-called smoke was actually nano-worms. After these nano-worms were stimulated, they began to continuously devour metal and split themselves, and then repeated this operation infinitely, so there were more and more nano-worms, and the speed of devouring metal became faster and faster. Fortunately, this thing really doesn't hurt people. Some people were playing under the Eiffel Tower, and then they saw the Eiffel Tower fall down. Many people were ready to see God, but with a loud bang, huge clouds of green dust fell down, and no one was hurt. The only problem is that this thing even ate clothes. Those who wore natural fabrics were better, but if they were wearing artificial materials, they would be out of luck. Moreover, these days, clothes can be made of pure natural materials. No matter what, they will have some artificial materials, and then in Paris in winter, there will be people streaking everywhere. Fortunately, Parisians are well informed and don't have much reaction to this. It's just a group of naked people. Paris is a magical city. What hasn't happened before? Some people were driving just fine, but in the blink of an eye, the car was gone, and the person was left sitting naked on the ground. In short, although it caused a lot of panic, not many people were injured or even killed. Many people caught a cold. After all, this is Western Europe, and it is extremely cold in winter. In the circular spacecraft of the Shunmao Bureau in the sky, the Tao brothers looked at the scene below in amazement. Tao Yuzhang grunted and swallowed hard. This thing is more terrible than we imagined. Well, it's too terrible. Tao Yuhan wiped the blood from his nose and said with a serious face, but his eyes were fixed on the screen. Tao Yuzhang looked at his brother speechlessly. They were quintuplets, educated together, and grew up together. He couldn't figure out how Tao Yuhan grew up like this. What on earth is that white ghost going to do? He didn't care about his brother. Tao Yushang was more curious about why white ghost did that and where those mysterious people came from. White ghost didn't make everyone wait any longer. Soon, the whole world knew what he wanted to do. Paris is the center of France. It can even be said that Paris is France. The Paris region is the political, economic and cultural center of France. The region covers an area of 120,000 square kilometers and consists of the city of Paris and the surrounding 7 provinces. It is one of the 13 regions in mainland France and the capital region. Its area accounts for only 2% of France, but it gathers 18% of the population, 12.28 million, 2020, 31% of GDP, more than 640 billion euros, and 40% of scientific research. It can even be said that if the Paris region is finished, the whole of Europe will be unlucky. The Paris region is the largest economic region in Europe. It has gathered a large number of multinational companies, small and medium-sized enterprises and industrial incubators, and is one of the most important scientific and technological research and development centers in Europe. 7 large competitive industrial clusters unite enterprises, scientific research centers, and training institutions to give play to synergy and group advantages and jointly develop innovative projects. The Paris region is also the 3rd largest gathering place for Fortune 500 companies in the world. With its superior geographical location, high-quality infrastructure, efficient and professional public services, and high-end talents, it has attracted the favor of many investors around the world. With the power of the nanowar bomb, if it is not curbed, it will return Paris to primitive society in less than half a day. Any modern equipment will be finished. If it really comes to this, it will definitely not only be France that is affected. Although by then, whether there is still France or not is a matter of fact. Just when the whole world was screaming, suddenly, the nanoworms disappeared after devouring 6 blocks. As the nanoworms disappeared, countless green smoke instantly lost its color and turned into a mass of ashes. Those nanoworms can only be activated once. Once they are turned off, they cannot be activated again. Just when everyone was still in shock, French TV1 was suddenly attacked by militants. After a group of Egyptians hijacked the radio station, they immediately played a video. In the video, a white man announced to the world that the Amit Church was responsible for the attack on Paris. For a time, everyone was asking, what is the Amit Church? In fact, if you are not a specialist in Egyptian mythology, you will not know what Amit is. After all, his popularity is very low, far less famous than Horus or the sun god. However, do not underestimate the power of the country. Soon, based on Amit's name and the fact that the Egyptians occupied the TV station, the French guessed what Amit was. Then they were dumbfounded. What the hell? Amit is a character in ancient Egyptian mythology. Well, it can't be considered a character. After all, Amit has always been a crocodile head, a lion's upper body and a hippopotamus's lower body. Can it be considered a mythical beast? Amit is not a god and is not worshipped. It has all the characteristics that the Egyptians fear. If the threat does not follow the principles of Ma'at, it will be swallowed and will not rest. Therefore, Amit has a crocodile head, a lion's upper body, or a leopard, and a hippopotamus's lower body, all of which are the most dangerous animals considered by the ancient Egyptians. Although it is said to be a demon, it eliminates evil. In short, the tool attribute is stronger. No one worshipped this thing thousands of years ago, how could it be worshipped now? Does it have a doctrine? But soon, intelligence came from Egypt that there was indeed a secret sect worshipping Amit around Cairo in recent years. Egypt has always been the territory of Islam, so it has always been very sensitive to this kind of cult. Don't think that Egypt only believes in ancient Egyptian mythology. After all, the current Egypt and ancient Egypt are actually not very related. Others have been Islamized for many years. However, after this incident, it is estimated that the worship of ancient Egyptian gods will become popular in Egypt. In fact, religious fanaticism has a great relationship with national development. In recent years, Middle Eastern countries have basically been small victims, and anyone can beat them. They can't even beat Israel. As the country weakens, they are despised by other nations and are despised by foreign races. It just so happens that the Islamic world once whipped the world and beat Europeans to tears. Their ancestors were rich. Under such a contrast, people will naturally pin their hopes on things that make them proud. For example, religion. The Islamic world used to be a symbol of enlightenment and civilization. This also leads to the fact that the poorer you are, the more pious you are. After all, people always have to have a thought, right? If the Islamic world is rich and developed, and everyone is busy making money and working, who has time to think about doctrine every day? Now the Ahmed Church has suddenly made such a big thing in the Western world. The Egyptians' national pride is absolutely bursting. Of course, this is a later story. Let's get back to the Ahmed Church. The Ahmed Church's demands are very simple. They require that all major countries in the world send the prisoners to Egypt. At the same time, he also explained the reason. Ahmed is about to revive. She will create a perfect world, and all guilty people will be judged. Those sinners are the sacrifices for Ahmed's revival. Once Ahmed is revived, people will live in a world without crime, without pain, absolutely fair, and absolutely perfect. Humans will not hurt others because of selfish desires, and countries will not go to war because of filth. They will build a real utopia. They emphasize that they only want guilty people, and they will receive the most fair trial in front of Ahmed's great power. The innocent will enter the new world, and the guilty will be punished. If they refuse, then the remaining nanowar bombs will be detonated on all continents. And by then, they will not be merciful. These words set off an uproar around the world. To be honest, many people did not expect such a request. I originally thought it was a political demand, but I didn't expect them to ask for this. In fact, according to the heart of many people, they don't think this request is unacceptable at all. After all, there are not many people in this world who really sympathize with prisoners. If they can exchange the lives of these people for benefits, I believe that many people are actually willing in their hearts. But everything is afraid of but. First of all, it is the issue of human rights. Whether you really hate the West or not, you have to admit one thing. The West has ruled and led the world for so many years, and some concepts have subtly influenced the whole world. For example, human rights. Prisoners also have human rights. Secondly, they said this in Europe. Now it has become a paradise of magical realism. There are all kinds of weird ideas. Among them, political correctness has a far-reaching influence. Compared with the United States, the political correctness atmosphere in Europe is even worse. For example, the famous Utøya Island massacre. On July 22, 2011, the Norwegian Breivik first detonated a powerful car bomb in front of the Norwegian government office building, and then landed on Utøya Island, 40 kilometers west of the capital Oslo, with light and heavy weapons. He indiscriminately massacred more than 600 teenagers who were attending a summer camp on the island. A total of 77 people were killed and more than 300 were injured. The reason is that the killer felt that Europe was sick and that people now began to pursue so-called human rights in a morbid way. He hoped to use himself to warn Europe. He committed the massacre and was ready to be sentenced to death. He even expected such a verdict because it at least proved that Europe could be saved. So he insisted that he did not have any mental illness, and during the trial, he not only did not repent at all, but also seemed to enjoy it very much. But the facts proved that Europe was really hopeless. He was only sentenced to 21 years in prison. Not only that, he could go out for weekends without surveillance after 7 years in prison, and he could be paroled after 14 years in prison. Since he was imprisoned, Breivik has lived in a small suite consisting of 3 rooms, totaling about 10 square meters. After breakfast, he can read newspapers, use a treadmill to exercise, and even use a computer to play online games. What's more, he applied to the University of Oslo to study political science. The key is that he was admitted. Many of the victims and their families publicly said that they forgave him. From this, we can see what kind of morality Europe has. In this situation, who dares to speak the truth? Aren't you afraid of being scolded by those white leftists and socially dead? I don't agree. The nanowar bomb is a real threat. Although it is a bit exaggerated to say that it can drag the whole world into primitive society, it will not be a problem to beat Europe back to primitive society. Ordinary people and those so-called human rights activists can naturally talk nonsense and say that they are not afraid of threats. After all, most of these people know that they don't need to solve the trouble. They don't have to worry. If there's a problem, no one will bother them. After all, what they say is correct. So they can talk nonsense as much as they want, bragging will not be taxed, and it is not against the law. But those national decision makers can't just rely on talking nonsense. Although there are more and more such people in the political arena, they are the decision makers of the country after all, and they can't be so out of tune. They must weigh the pros and cons. It's a pity that Europe doesn't have Eugene, who can ignore his own life and death and take the responsibility of the world's crisis alone. That thing is called a politician. What are those in Europe now? Politicians are all compliments, and political animals are their current situation. So the only thing we can hope for now is to quickly deal with these people. Chapter 1210, Awakening Too Late, 2,000 words first, and will be updated tomorrow. Amit, Kai was also confused when he heard the news. Kai had never seen Amit. After all, this thing was not something that could be put on the table in those days. It's not that it's not powerful, but it's just a tool. No matter how powerful it is, it's useless. Even when Set rebelled, Anubis didn't get involved, let alone Anubis subordinate Amit. By the way, Anubis is Set's son. But the relationship between the two is very stiff. The reason is probably because Set and his wife, the goddess of fertility, Nephthys, have a bad relationship. The reason why Set and Nephthys have a bad relationship is probably because it is said that Anubis is the illegitimate son of Nephthys and Osiris. Kai actually doesn't know who Anubis's son is. He was indeed curious, but at that time Osiris had been killed by Set, and Set was also killed by Horus, so everyone was very secretive about the matter in between. Ask the other parties involved. Kai is afraid of being beaten, so it has become a mystery. However, this can also explain why the Hades led by Anubis was neutral in this rebellion. After all, for Anubis, the two sides of the coup, one is his biological father, and the other is his adoptive father, and neither of them is a good thing. Anubis was a very difficult god to get along with back then. Not to mention Kai, even Horus and his mother Nephthys had a cold relationship with him. Kai had only met Anubis once, let alone Amit. But I seem to have heard that Amit seemed to have been killed. So the question is, who is this Amit now? Although the death of gods is not absolute. For example, Osiris, although he was killed, his soul was reborn in the underworld and became the king of the underworld. But in the case of Amit, Kai is not sure whether it is a god or not. After all, it was created. Today is a rare holiday for the 3 Chicago women. When Kai heard the news, he was fighting hard. After all, the 3 female warriors were on holiday, which meant Kai had to work overtime. Diana came in wrapped in a bath towel and just happened to hear Kai's mumbling, so she lay on Kai's back and asked in an extremely lazy tone, "What's wrong? Is it your friend?" Diana knew Kai's past, so she asked this. "I don't know him, I just heard that he was killed by Set." Kai shook his head. At this time, Catherine also came out. This one was much bolder. She was not wearing any clothes and her body was still wet. She liked the water on her body to dry naturally. As for Kelly, she liked to take a bath very much. Every time she took a bath, she would never come out without an hour. Hearing the topic of Diana and Kai, Catherine put her hands on her waist and drank a large glass of juice to replenish water, and asked, "I have always been curious. Anubis should be Set's son, right? And Amit is Anubis's subordinate. Why would Set kill Set? Set is actually quite pitiful," Kai said with a little nostalgia. Set, according to today's concept, is definitely a tragic figure. He is the strongest among the Egyptian gods, but his father gave the throne to his brother Osiris. Osiris has the most fertile lands and the most people, while he can only stay in the hot desert, and his people can only live on the line of life and death, but Osiris is the eldest son after all. Did the eldest son inherit in ancient times? Catherine asked curiously. Although it was indeed a bit tragic, this was the rule. No, there was no concept of primogeniture at that time. Kai shook his head. The election of the king of the Greek gods was done by drawing lots. In fact, in many civilizations at that time, whoever was the strongest would inherit the throne. Set was stronger than Osiris since birth. The throne should have been his. As a result, the sun god Ra didn't know what was wrong with him. He thought that since Set was so strong, he should accept the shaping of hardships, while Osiris was so weak that he could only live an honest life. No wonder Set was unhappy. No, Set accepted this argument at first. He honed his abilities in the desert and managed his people seriously. Not only that, he also worked diligently to help the sun god Ra fight against the evil dark snake Apophis, the enemy of the Egyptian gods. He can be said to be a model son. Set at that time was the god of war respected by everyone. Then what influenced him? It's still Osiris. Kai shook his head and said with some emotion, Seth is the god of war. He and his people are all rough and straightforward. His wife, Nephthys, the goddess of family and fertility, is a famous beauty goddess among the Egyptian gods. Nephthys is the patron saint of family and the dead, and also the goddess of fertility. In any civilization, the goddesses in charge of family and fertility are basically the queen of gods. For example, the duties of Hera in Greece are marriage and fertility. For example, the queen of the Norse gods, Frigga, is said to be the patron saint of family and marriage. Nephthys didn't like her husband's rudeness and the desert, so she often stayed in the kingdom of Osiris. Then after Set went to war for a few years, when he went to see his wife, he found that his wife actually had a son. Diana and Catherine were speechless at the same time. After going out to fight for a few years, he actually became a father. They also completely understood why Set wanted to rebel. Kai shrugged. The moral integrity of the Egyptian gods at that time was no better than that of the Greek gods. Set was an absolute man, and he was naturally furious when he encountered such a situation, but unfortunately, a bigger blow was still to come. In Set's anger, Nephthys and Osiris naturally trembled, and they were more afraid that Set would kill Anubis, so they prayed for Ra's protection. Ra was also confused and actually took sides. He not only sent Anubis to the kingdom of the dead to become the god of death, so that Set could not hurt him. He also persuaded Set to forgive his cheating wife and his brother who cheated on him. It is conceivable how explosive Set's mentality was at that time. The old man not only did not help Set to uphold justice, but also took sides. What's more terrible is that Set asked himself that no matter how cruel he was, he would never hurt a newborn child. He didn't expect that the old man who had been with him day and night actually didn't believe in him so much and regarded him as a cruel and reckless man. Of course, to be honest, Ra actually had his own reasons. The reason why Ra did these things was that from the beginning, he planned to let Set take over his job, and let him take over after his death to fight against the dark snake Apophis for eternity. According to Ra's understanding, with such a heavy responsibility, Set does not need the so-called love at all, and as for his son, it is even more dispensable. Anyway, Set will have no time to pay attention to everything in the mortal world in the future. How desperate is this? Just because he is stronger, his wife cheated on him. After becoming a father, he still has to enjoy eternal loneliness. He doesn't deserve to enjoy anything in the mortal world? So the completely twisted Set simply went all out. Who cares about Apophis? I'm rebelling. He not only killed Osiris, but even Ra was not spared. As for Apophis, it's none of his business. The beauty of this world has nothing to do with him anyway. It's ruined. This guy was driven crazy by his father and relatives. Chapter 1211 I have something to do today, so I can only update 2,000 words. I will make up for it tomorrow. In short, after Set successfully became the king of gods, he not only changed his wife, but also planned to kill Anubis, who had made him lose face. Ammit was killed by Set when he attacked the underworld. I have to admit that Set is really powerful. Otherwise, Ra would not have let Set take over so that his other descendants could enjoy a peaceful world. Ammit's own strength is actually stronger than Anubis. It's normal to think about it. Ammit was created for the purpose of weapons. If it is not strong, wouldn't it be meaningless to create it? Change wife, who? The two women were very curious about this gossip. Hathor, the wife of Horus. Hathor is the goddess of love and beauty, the god of wealth, the god of dance, and the god of music in ancient Egyptian mythology. She cares for the people, sympathizes with the dead, and is also the patron saint of mothers and children. Have you seen her? Is she really that beautiful? Catherine was very interested. Yes, she is very beautiful. Kai did not lie about this. It can even be said that she is the most beautiful woman Kai has ever seen, maybe no one else. Because compared to the Greek goddess, Hathor is the most in line with Kai's aesthetics, and her figure is really great. However, Kai did not have any romantic relationship with her. Compared with the debauchery of the gods of love and beauty in other civilizations, Hathor herself is actually very innocent and devoted to Horus. When Set launched a rebellion, in order to match his status as the king of gods, the cruel god of war planned to change his wife. The previous cheating bitch became Set's powerful nourishment. Set broke Nephthys' wings and put them on his body. In order to save Horus's life, Hathor could only commit herself to the thief, and on this basis, let Horus go and just imprison him. Set was in high spirits at the time, and naturally would not care about Horus who had been dug out of his eyes, so he agreed. Really? Diana looked at Kai suspiciously. Diana knew a little about Kai's romantic history. This guy even dared to steal Hera, the queen of gods. Don't look at me like that. The height of Egyptian gods is about twice that of ordinary people. They don't get along. Kai also saw what Diana was thinking, so he said quickly. The height of the gods of Asgard is not much different from that of ordinary people, and the same is true for the Greek gods. They have two forms. One is human form, which is not much different from ordinary people, and the other is giant form. After all, the Greek gods are descendants of Titans. Only the Egyptian gods, although they also have two forms, one is the form of gods, which is similar to the ancient Egyptian murals, and is a metal form with obvious beast characteristics. The other is human form. In this form, the height of Egyptian gods is about twice that of ordinary people. Ordinary people standing next to them are like hobbits. Even if Kai wants to do something, it is not a match. In order to avoid Diana and others thinking too much, Kai decided to change the subject quickly. Benjamin just called me and hoped that I could help solve this matter. I refused, but I plan to let that man go over. What do you say? Do you want to go to Europe to play? Perhaps because Kai helped solve too many problems before, Benjamin formed a path dependence. Whenever he encountered something that could not be solved, this guy liked to find Kai. But this time, Kai really didn't plan to sit idly by. If there was no threat from aliens, Kai would actually be happy to sit idly by. Anyway, even if he was going to be unlucky in the end, judging from the current situation, Europe would be the most likely to be unlucky. After all, under the current circumstances, it was unlikely that the people of the Orient Church would want to send the Nanauarm bomb out of Europe. Europe has plundered the world for hundreds of years and has committed a lot of blood debts. Their misfortune can be regarded as paying back their debts. But now it's not possible. Alien civilizations are eyeing the Earth covetously. No one knows when some alien villains will come to the Earth. In this case, even if Kai has no overall view, he must ensure that the overall strength of mankind will not be greatly weakened. So Kai really can't sit idly by on this matter. But thinking that the Batman vest has not been deployed for a long time, Kai decided temporarily to let Batman go. In order to avoid a lot of people on the internet wondering where Batman went. Europe, sure, I'm thinking about going back to take a look, Diana responded first. Speaking of which, Diana has lived in Europe for many years. This time, she came to the United States just for work, but she met Kai here and stayed until now. She hasn't quit her job at the Louvre in Paris yet. She was in Chicago only because of the cooperation project between the Art Institute of Chicago and the Louvre. Catherine is now unemployed. She was originally a member of the British Cathedral Church, but the problem is that she has lived too long, so that all her former superiors have died, and she has become the ancestor of the Cathedral Church. No one can control her, and she can go wherever she wants. Okay, I'll tell Benjamin. As for Kelly, Kai doesn't need to ask. She is not the kind of girl who has a special opinion. There is no reason for her to stay. General Hawk woke up soon. Although his condition was very bad, Hawk insisted on getting up from the bed. He wanted to end this matter himself. This time, the escort team was all his confidants. But this time, except for Roadhog, everyone died. What's more, the Nanauarm bomb was taken away from him. He must understand this shame with his own hands, otherwise he will live in regret for the rest of his life. Sir, you don't have to do this. Seeing Hawk insisting on using his crutches, Roadhog felt a little bit uncomfortable. The loss of the Nanauarm bomb this time had a great impact on Hawk. No matter what the reason was, there was one fact that could not be refuted, that is, the thing was lost in Hawk's hands, so Hawk's original promotion was ruined. With such a stain, Hawk's future will be much bleaker. Although Roadhog believed that the failure of this mission had little to do with him, after all, who would have thought that they would be betrayed? But the problem is that the big boss above would not think so. This time, such a big mess was made, and someone had to take the blame. Hawk's status was just enough to take the blame, not too high or too low, just right. No. This has nothing to do with other things. I must do something for my brothers. Hawk did think so. Of course, he valued his future, but not that much. His family is a wealthy family. If he didn't have some faith, would he join the army? Isn't it nice to be a second-generation rich? In the United States, the wealthy class does not join the army. Well, then you don't have to stand all the time. How about we sit and wait? They are now waiting for the support of the United States for this operation at the headquarters of the U.S. Naval Command in the Middle East, the headquarters of the U.S. Fifth Fleet, and Ras Banas in Egypt. They only heard that special support will be sent from the country this time. As for the rest, It is unknown. Something happened suddenly, so I can only owe it. I will find a way to make it up tomorrow. I am very sorry for breaking my promise. But please believe in my character, I will definitely make it up. Chapter 1212 First Update. Haven't you come yet? Hawk had already cleared out a warehouse in the base as a secret rendezvous point in accordance with the requirements of the country. They said that the people coming to support this time had special identities, and it was inconvenient to reveal their identities in front of ordinary people. Why so fast? Roadhog wanted to take a break. After all, he was just a soldier and was planning to retire. He didn't care whether he was dirty or not. Could the US government still blackmail his retirement compensation? But as soon as he finished speaking, the lights in the warehouse dimmed. Only the lights above their heads were still working. Roadhog thought the light bulb was broken at first, but just when he turned his head to say something to Hawk, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure from the corner of his eye. The figure was very close to them. And Roadhog could be sure that there was absolutely no one there just now. But the moment he turned his head, the man appeared there. As for how he appeared, he couldn't see it at all. Roadhog raised his gun as quickly as possible and shot. This is his instinct after being on the battlefield for a long time. He can't be like the police, who have to warn the other party before shooting. On the battlefield, a difference of 1 second is the difference between life and death. As for whether he admitted his mistake, after shooting, there is plenty of time to distinguish right from wrong. Anyway, the first priority is to ensure that he will not die. But at the moment when Roadhog was about to pull the trigger, a dart suddenly appeared on the muzzle of his gun. Bang! Then the gun in Roadhog's hand exploded. Fortunately, Roadhog was quick-eyed and quick-handed. After pulling the trigger, he immediately threw the gun away, otherwise he would definitely be injured. Then, before Roadhog could move again, his neck was strangled, and then a deep voice with obvious synthetic characteristics sounded, "Don't get excited. Soldier, Batman." Hawk also raised his gun at this time, but after seeing the person clearly, Hawk was so surprised that he couldn't hold the gun steady. He never thought that the country would actually send this person out. He remembered that Batman didn't care much about the government. Roadhog raised his head and tried to break free from Batman's arm. But he couldn't. Just when he was about to say something, a woman in a red and black uniform slowly descended from the ceiling. "Huh? You are." Roadhog recognized her. It was Batwoman. One of the 3 Chicago women. In the army, the most popular superhero is of course Kay, but the most posters posted on the bedside of the army dormitory are always the 3 Chicago women. There is no way, in a place like the army, women with hot bodies are more popular. The person who came was Kelly. Kelly and Sage are very familiar with each other, so when she saw Roadhog, she immediately recognized her mistake. The 2 brothers are simply cast in the same mold, but Roadhog is taller and stronger. Fortunately, Kelly is not stupid. She soon realized that she could not reveal that she was familiar with Sage. Moreover, Sage was obviously in New York, and it was impossible for him to appear in Egypt at this time. Roadhog also guessed that the other party mistook him for his brother. "Well, since you know my brother, can you put me down first? It's tiring to keep this posture." Then he was put down. Then 2 more people walked out of the darkness. A woman wearing leather armor with exposed thighs. A woman wearing a mask and a silk nun's uniform. The 3 Chicago women all appeared. Hawk also put down his gun at this time. "The government actually sent you here. You should know that neither Batman nor the 3 Chicago women have any connection with the federal government. On the contrary, many people in the federal government hate these superheroes who travel completely outside the government, especially the 3 Chicago women who overthrew the Daley family of Chicago not long ago." The Daley family, a political family in Chicago, is one of the most powerful political families in the United States. It has been active in the political arena for decades. Since Richard J. Daley was elected mayor in 1955, this Democratic family has been accused of corruption many times, but it has become the backbone of Chicago's political arena. Richard J. Daley was elected mayor of Chicago 6 times since 1955, for a full 21 years until his death in 1976. Then his eldest son Richard Michael Daley was also elected mayor of Chicago in 1989, and his younger brothers William Daley and John Daley also entered politics. The former served as President Clinton's Secretary of Commerce, the latter is the chief executive of Cook County. To date, Richard Daley has been elected mayor of Chicago 7 times. In reality, this guy was also elected 6 times, and then announced that he would not run for the 7th time. but ran to serve as White House Chief of Staff for Obama, but the mayor of Chicago still could not escape the clutches of the Daley family, and was still elected as his designated successor. Until this year, the three Chicago women overturned it in one fell swoop and triggered the biggest political scandal in the United States. The cause of the incident was actually very small, just because of a child prostitute. It was a girl who immigrated from Ukraine. She originally followed her parents to immigrate to the United States and wanted to live a life like going to heaven. Throughout their Eastern Europe, there are rumors that the United States is a paradise. In fact, there are too many countries that have been fooled. They all think that the United States is a paradise. The United States is indeed a paradise, but the ticket to paradise is very expensive, and the poor cannot enter this paradise. But if you can't enter paradise, you can only fall into hell. This is the case with their family. Immigration has spent all his family's money. His father's poor English also made it impossible for him to find a decent job in the United States, even though he was an engineer. Then the iron fist of the United States hit this family mercilessly. In Ukraine, their family was definitely well off. But here, they have nothing. Later, the father was beaten to death because he didn't want to pay protection money to the gang. The mother had to sell her body for a living, but soon she contracted AIDS, and then she died of illness because she had no money. Because she owed money to the gang, the girl was caught by the gang and sold her body shortly after her mother's death. And the target was the Daley family. The Daley family has a private island in Lake Michigan, called Lolita Paradise. You can tell what kind of morality it is just by listening to the name. The girl was treated cruelly on the island. Until she met Kelly. Encountering such a poor girl, Kelly naturally couldn't turn a blind eye. She wanted to help the girl, but the gang that controlled the girl thought Kelly was meddling in other people's business. In addition, seeing Kelly's appearance and figure, they thought this was also a rare good commodity and decided to make another fortune. Then they kicked the iron plate. That day, she took down the entire gang by herself. And took in the girl. Because of the girl's experience, Diana and Catherine felt that they could not turn a blind eye. They wanted to take down the so-called Lolita Paradise. Then they confronted the Daley family. Lolita Paradise is the place where the Daley family conducts various dirty deals. Many celebrities and dignitaries will patronize there, even including the former president. There are too many secrets in it. What the three Chicago women did was completely hit the G-spot of the Daley family. Then the two sides fought for a long time in Chicago. The Daley family has a deep foundation in Chicago and has a huge network of relationships behind it. But the three Chicago women are not ordinary people. The struggle between the two sides is getting more and more intense, and even Chicago was once full of smoke and miasma. The federal government is very dissatisfied with this. Of course, a considerable part of this is against the three Chicago women. Because in the eyes of the federal government, Chicago has always been good before, and since the three of them came, there have been constant troubles. For the Federation, a crime-ridden Chicago is not a problem. Because Chicago has always been that kind of bird. Anyway, the victims are all civilians. But what the three Chicago women have done over the years has greatly changed the political stability of Chicago, which is something the Federation cannot tolerate. But behind the three Chicago women are also superhero groups. However, this struggle finally came to an end earlier. In fact, it was Kai who made some efforts in the middle. As the Stark Group and the Wayne Group began to support political forces against the Daley family in Chicago, Kai even personally conducted some shady deals with Benjamin. Although the Daley family plays an important role in American politics. But for Benjamin, it doesn't matter. Benjamin is not a traditional politician. He is very young, which means that he is less polluted by the political arena. What's more, he has a deep foundation in public opinion, a strong political background, and no relatives with the Daley family. Naturally, he is willing to sell the Daley family in exchange for benefits. Of course, the premise of everything is that there must be real evidence. With the efforts of many parties, the Daley family finally collapsed under the blow of the three Chicago women. As a large amount of evidence was disclosed, the federal government finally came to an end. The current mayor of Chicago was arrested in his office, and a large number of members of the Daley family were arrested. This political family that has controlled Chicago for decades has finally come to an end. At the same time, this has also created the biggest political scandal in American history. The Daley family is not only suspected of corruption, but also involved in systematic sexual assault and threats to minors, as well as dozens of murders and multiple manipulations of the judiciary. In short, the Daley family is an adult cesspool, and once it is dug up, it stinks. A large number of politicians have fallen from power because of this, and even the former president had to stand up and declare that he was not familiar with the Daley family. Unfortunately, no one believed it. After all, the photos of him hugging a girl were exposed, but he insisted that he was talking about life and ideals with others, and he was persuading people to become good people. His wife also stood up to support her husband with a criminal record, and insisted that her husband was a good man who loved his family and herself. But everyone knows what kind of virtue this grandson is. Fortunately, there is a tradition of not looking for old accounts in American politics. After all, everyone's butts are not clean. If you have to do that, no one dares to retire. So the current government directly took a cold approach to the former president's mess. Just catch the Daley family and beat them up. Now everyone hopes that the Daley family will be finished soon, otherwise no one will be able to sleep. Sure enough, not long ago, the former mayor of Chicago died in prison. Well, it is said that he had some infection caused by a cold. A cold, died in prison in 2 days. What kind of cold is so severe? But the federal government said so. Even if everyone doubts, it is useless. After all, the federal government has too many such things, and it doesn't care about one more. You ordinary people can guess. Even the assassination of the president can be fooled, so a former mayor is nothing. With the bizarre death of Richard Daley, this matter has come to an end. But the federal political arena's hatred of the Chicago Three heroines has increased by several levels. No one likes such rule breakers. The Daley family is not an exception. Many American political families play this way. If you really count, at least half of the people in the American political arena will be put in jail. Simply because there are too many major events during this period, they didn't bother to deal with the Chicago Three heroines. Actually, this part was originally a plot I had in mind, but after thinking about it, I decided to cut it off. After all, it's the later stage and there's no need to create a branch line. Hawk thought a lot when he saw the three female warriors. Various words like transactions and insider information flashed in his mind. Don't guess, it was Kai who invited us here. Catherine seemed to see Hawk's thoughts and explained. Hawk nodded, not knowing whether he believed it or was perfunctory. I need to know the specific information. At this time, a Batman who was always cold and arrogant said. In fact, the appearance of Batman was more unexpected to Hawk. Batman's image is unique among all superheroes. No one knows who he is. They only know that this big guy will only appear in times of crisis. He will appear in all major events, but he is elusive and no one knows where he is usually. After all, he is not a chivalrous man. Anyway, according to Hawk's understanding, such a person should not care about the government. But thinking about it, it seems normal. This nanoarm bomb incident is indeed related to the entire human civilization. After all, if this thing really gets out of control, it will be a troublesome matter. Hawk quickly told everyone he knew. Batman was silent for a long time before he said, "Where do you think the problem lies?" "I think the problem lies in." Hawk originally intended to say that the problem lies with the insider, but he immediately smiled bitterly and said, "Now I am not sure. There are too many possibilities. Now think about it calmly. There are huge loopholes in this matter itself. The special forces were formed by NATO countries, and they gathered the elites of NATO countries. At first glance, it is very good. But if you think about it carefully, the interests of NATO countries are not consistent, and in fact, it is impossible to be consistent. Everyone had no choice before. You are the strongest in the United States, and sometimes everyone will endure even if they are wronged. After all, the arm cannot bend the thigh. Under the situation, there is no way. But now the situation is different. At least Europe feels that it should have the strength to be on par with the United States. But what is the result? You, the United States, just scraped a layer of the vibranium share allocated to us, and then you plan to take the nanoarm bomb for yourself. It's too fucking bullying. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1213 is finally completed. Now Hawk almost doubts everyone he knows, but emotionally, He can understand them. After all, it's all for the national interest. There's no reason why he is righteous for the benefit of the United States, and others are evil for the benefit of their own country. He is still so naive. In fact, at his position, he has long been unable to distinguish between justice and evil. There are only positions. So, you don't even know who your enemy is, Batman said in an unchanging tone. But Hawk listened, but it sounded like an accusation. Maybe Batman didn't mean that, but Hawk still thought so. After all, as a soldier, being beaten to pulp on the battlefield, and in the end, he didn't even know who he had fought with. Is there anything more ironic than this? Yes, I don't know. Hawk now thinks that he is so fucking lame. Looking at his old friend's current state, Kai felt a little guilty. In fact, Kai felt that he should take some responsibility for Hawk's fate. After all, he had already known who the traitor was, but he did not say anything. He even became a traitor himself and disclosed the matter of the nano-bomb to his motherland. From the perspective of justice, there is nothing wrong with this. But from a personal perspective, it is a bit shameless. Of course, Kai would still do it again. Even if he is from another world, no matter which world, he is Chinese, and this cannot be changed. Is that so? Batman nodded, then turned his head and said to the darkness on the side, "It seems that you know something, right?" Hawk and Roadhog turned their heads to look over. Then something speechless happened. Two more people walked out of the darkness. A man covered in a pitch-black combat suit, and a woman dressed in a ninja costume. Hawk and Roadhog looked at each other, and then Roadhog shrugged. "I think it's God's gift that we survived." It's not Roadhog's fault for saying that. In fact, he felt that their so-called strict defense was bullshit. Damn, there were 5 people in total, and those outside didn't notice it. Not to mention the people outside, they didn't notice how these people got in. Snake Eyes. Sadako, the people who came were their companions in the Special Forces, Snake Eyes and Sadako. These two people are not NATO countries, but they are almost. They are Japanese players who were specially invited to join the Special Forces by the United States. They are considered to be people from the United States, but they had a great relationship before, so Hawk did not let them join the mission. Snake Eyes nodded. Then Sadako said, "We thought we were friends, but we didn't expect that you never trusted us from the beginning to the end." Hawk's face was embarrassed, but he still explained, "It's not like that. This is all," but Hawk couldn't say anything. These are all excuses. In the final analysis, it's because they are Japanese. After all, the mission personnel were selected by Hawk. If he wanted, it was not impossible to let Snake Eyes and Sadako join. "I'm sorry. But you saw that it's a good thing that you didn't join," Hawk said with a wry smile. To be honest, the two of them were lucky to survive. In the fight for the nano bomb, no one cared about them, who were already out of the game, but they miraculously survived the battlefield. To be honest, even they themselves felt unbelievable. So from this point of view, it was a good thing that Snake Eyes and Sadako didn't participate in this operation. Snake Eyes didn't say anything, and Sadako expressed her opinion as usual. "We came here for 2 things. The first thing is that we came to you to submit our resignation. We quit. This is also natural. The Americans have basically died socially within the Special Forces. There is no way. They betrayed everyone. As loyal lackeys of the Americans, the Japanese naturally cannot survive in NATO. And Hawk has not been expelled from the Special Forces yet, so theoretically he is still the commander of the Special Forces, and it is correct to ask him to submit his resignation." Batman and the 3 Chicago women watched this scene quietly without saying anything. Because they all knew that these 2 people would never come just to submit their resignations. "Another thing is that we want to cooperate." Cooperation? Hawk's eyes flashed, and he immediately understood what Batman meant just now. "Do you really know something?" "Yes," Sadako nodded. "One of the reasons we chose to join the Special Forces was for this. I remember you said that you have been chasing someone, the White Ninja. You know him, and he is your target, right?" Hawk once learned some of their past from Sadako when she was chatting with him. They all came from the Japanese ninja family, the Arashikage family. They have been tracking a traitor all over the world. As for who the traitor is, no one knows. But now Hawk feels that he seems to have discovered something. Sadako admitted it generously. "We found out that he is now called White Ghost. He is exactly the target we have been chasing. I think we can cooperate." Hawk immediately became excited. "Do you know where they are?" "On the other side, in the Cobra base in the Arctic Circle." Destro was yelling at a masked man. "How dare he? How dare he? I created him. I created him. How dare he betray me? The masked man quietly watched Destro venting in the office, his eyes revealing an undisguised contempt. He is a doctor. The soul of the Cobra organization, he is the soul of Cobra to develop to this point. At the same time, he is not a doctor. The doctor is a simple scientist, but he is not. His real name is Rex. He has a sister named Anna. Yes, the Baroness is his sister, the kind of close one. As mentioned before, the reason why Anna and Duke broke up was because of Rex's death in battle. At that time, Rex, as a member of Duke's team, was accidentally killed in battle when he attacked a terrorist base again, so the two of them broke up because of this. From the situation when Anna met Duke, Anna didn't even know that her brother was still alive. This is indeed the case. It all stemmed from a misunderstanding. The terrorist base that Duke raided was actually Cobra's, but no one knew it at the time. At that time, the scientist doctor in the Cobra organization was conducting human experiments there. As a result, Rex broke in. Then Rex was subdued. The doctor couldn't allow others to notice their experiments, so he destroyed the base directly. Duke and his team escaped, and Rex was left in the base. This is why others thought Rex was killed. Rex didn't die, but just became a test subject of the doctor. At that time, the doctor was studying nanoworms, and he planned to use nanoworms to create the most perfect warrior. Unfortunately, he overestimated himself. The perfect warrior he had once dreamed of should be perfectly combined with nanoworms. If injured, the nanoworms can perfectly repair body tissues. He even wanted to achieve immortality through nanoworms. As long as the nanoworms can download his will, he will be able to survive as a nanoworm. Unfortunately, this research did not succeed. It is difficult for nanoworms to repair in the human body. Because the nanoworms are very small, there is simply not enough memory space to program them accurately. After all, the human body is a very complex system. If you want the nanoworms to be able to accurately reconstruct tissues in the human body, the content that the nanoworms need to carry is extremely huge, and the nanoworms are too small to accommodate such a large memory. As for the nanoworms carrying a person's memory and consciousness, the memory space required is an astronomical figure. The original doctor was already terminally ill and was about to die. There was no time for him to study slowly, so he thought of a way to take a risk, that is, to let each nanoworm carry a small amount of his consciousness and memory, and wait until all the nanoworms gather together to form a huge cluster consciousness, reproducing the consciousness and memory they carry. Then wouldn't he be resurrected? He did so. But he failed. He injected the nanoworms with his own memories and consciousness into Rex's body, trying to revive Rex. Unfortunately, he failed. He did not solve a fundamental problem, that is, after the nanoworms gather, how to ensure that each nanoworm can be perfectly in the right position? After all, each of them only retains very, very little information. If they are not combined in the correct sequence, the memories and consciousness will be absolutely messed up after being pieced together. In fact, this is indeed the case. The nanoworms did form a group consciousness in Rex's body, but it was a completely disrupted and chaotic consciousness. What's more terrifying is that these consciousnesses affected Rex himself, making his memory disordered. Many consciousnesses that did not belong to him invaded his original consciousness. Finally, after Rex woke up again, he was not a doctor, nor was he the original Rex. Instead, he was a distorted personality that combined the memories and consciousness of Rex and the doctor. So he became a new individual. He has the wisdom and ambition of the doctor, and also has the execution of Rex. He successfully replaced the doctor's position in Cobra and carried it forward. He looked down on Destro, a businessman. So he secretly developed his own power, and Anna was absorbed into Cobra based on this situation. When I watched the movie, I didn't quite understand Rex's transformation. I just read some information on the computer and was fascinated. Please, if you are not a very professional person, who can understand those research materials? With this ability, why do you join the army after you have eaten? The army is full of idiots. Let such high-end talents run to the front line as cannon fodder? Wouldn't it be better to put them in the military research institute? And just because he understood those materials, he wanted to rebel. From a sunny soldier, he immediately turned 1,800 degrees and became an evil boss who tried to rule the world. This turn is too hard. It doesn't make sense logically. The reason why Anna's transformation is so great is also because the doctor, Rex, modified her consciousness through the new type of nanoworms. He directed Anna to approach Destro and become his lover. He controlled Destro a little bit, making it easier for the Doctor to infiltrate Cobra. Even White Ghost is his man. But now the situation has changed a little bit. White Ghost rebelled and stabbed his sister to death. By the way, he also stole the nanoworm bomb. But he is not as naive as Destro. After all, his plan is not just about nanoworms. It can even be said that nanoworms are just a very inconspicuous part of all his plans. Simply put, the reason why Destro arranged to manufacture nanoworm bombs is actually to sell both spears and shields. When the threat of nanoworm bombs is in front of the whole world, the countries threatened will naturally try every means to get nanobombs. After selling a round of nanobombs, he will then sell the shield that can resist nanoworm bombs. In order to prevent being destroyed by the enemy with nanoworm bombs, those countries will naturally buy the shield without hesitation. He makes another fortune. Destro likes a Hollywood movie called Lord of Arms. He likes the lines in it very much. Do you know who will inherit the earth? Arms dealers, because everyone else is busy killing each other. There are 150 million arms in circulation in the world, which means that there is one gun for every 12 people. The only question is, how can we get the other 11 people to have guns? I sell Israeli-made Uzi submachine guns to Muslims and ship arms to Afghanistan, even though they are fighting the Soviet Union. I never do business with Bin Laden, not because of morality, but because his checks always bounce. He thinks that's what arms dealers should do. Without war, he can't make a fortune. He originally planned to detonate a nanoworm bomb to create tension and prepare all the international community for war, because only in this way can he make a lot of money. In the Doctor's view, making money? Is there anything more profitable than ruling the whole world? The pattern is too small. He had already started planning for this. It's just that the White Ghost's betrayal caught the Doctor off guard. As his man, the White Ghost knew a lot of his secrets. What's more, the White Ghost killed his sister. So the White Ghost must die. Sir, our first priority now is not to sulk here, but to find a way to deal with the White Ghost as soon as possible. He knows too much? Once he reveals us, yes, immediately order me to find the White Ghost. Kill him immediately. Destro immediately thought of his ancestor, the Scottish nobleman, who kept provoking the war in order to provide weapons to both sides of the war. He was discovered by the king and was exiled with an iron mask. The biggest lesson Destro learned from this is that there are some things that can be done, but they cannot be discovered. Once discovered, it will be completely over. Chapter 1214, The Ninja Civil War is about to begin. Then what should we do? After being analyzed by the Doctor, Rex, Destro immediately threw aside the anger of his mistress being killed. Although Anna was a very good woman and very capable, it was a pity to kill her like this. But Destro was more worried about himself. If the EU and the United States found out about his little trick, Mars would be completely finished. At that time, he would really be a rat crossing the street. His family formed Cobra to sell arms. To put it bluntly, Cobra actually served Mars, not the other way around, letting Cobra drag down Mars. Of course, this is also the reason why the Doctor looked down on Destro. With such a strong power in his hands, he only thought about selling arms. He didn't know how to describe this guy. This guy is simply a pacifist. Although it is ironic enough to say that an arms dealer is a pacifist. In fact, it is not only the Doctor who thinks so, but also many people in the Cobra organization think so. From the beginning of an organization, its purpose is to develop and expand, and in many cases, this situation is not controlled by personal will, but is completely a subconscious choice of group consciousness. Destro didn't notice this at all. This made many people inside Cobra very dissatisfied. They hated doing dirty work. They clearly had the power to overthrow a country, but they could only stay in a desolate place like the Arctic. So the Doctor's infiltration into Cobra over the years was very successful. Many people were dissatisfied with Detro's leadership, but the Doctor's ambition made them full of energy. If Cobra did not need Detro's funds to develop itself, they would have rebelled long ago. However, this situation will change soon. Now that the bastard has disappeared, where can we find him? Of course there is a way, the Doctor said confidently. Detros looked at the Doctor very happily, although his partner looked very gloomy, muttering every day, like a Frankenstein, and was also very ugly. He always wore a breathing mask and spoke in a muffled voice. But he was very reliable. Detros actually didn't like the atmosphere of Cobra very much. It was like a big military camp. Everyone was serious and came and went like the wind, as if there was a wolf dog chasing behind everyone. As a Frenchman, Dittrus couldn't understand this fast pace. He preferred the laziness and luxury of the French upper class. For example, when staying at the Cobra base, he would rather hold various parties in France and wantonly display his social talents while drinking. Therefore, most of the affairs of Cobra were handed over to the doctor. It must be said that Cobra could be controlled by the doctor to a large extent because of Dittrus's indulgence. I personally checked the body of White Ghost every time, so I accidentally left a little gift in his body. Although it is not fatal, it is not a problem to track him, the doctor said confidently. That's great. Let's find him quickly. I want him dead. Well, the only problem now is, what about those Amy Church members around him? The Amy Church had seized France's #1 TV station before. After the Nanowar bomb incident, the French had to take action, otherwise France would not be able to raise its head in the international arena. But when the French gathered a large number of police officers to take back the TV station, they lost face again. No major country in the world can compromise with terrorists. This is not only a matter of national dignity, but also a cost issue. The reason is very simple. If a country succumbs to terrorists, what awaits this country will definitely not be the cessation of terrorists, but more and more excessive threats. If you compromise with terrorists, there will be a second time. Terrorists no longer have to worry about not having money to buy arms. Once they have no money, they will kidnap, which will boost the arrogance of terrorists. Instead, terrorist incidents will become more frequent, the government's anti-terrorism expenditure will cost more and more, and the people will suffer more and more. On the contrary, if they refuse to compromise and fight to the death, it will make the terrorists give up, because they know that if they do so, they will not only not get what they want, but will suffer more tragic retaliation, so they will naturally think more before taking action. The relationship between the police and the hostage-taking gangsters is almost the same. This is also the reason why the police will not compromise with the hostage-taking gangsters in many cases, because once they compromise, more gangsters will take hostages. That will harm more people. Back to the point, France sent the most elite police force in Paris, and after shouting a few times, they stormed the TV station. Compared with the death and injury of the hostages, the consequences of compromising with the terrorists are more serious. After all, if the hostages die, the French government can still blame the terrorists, and the complaints on themselves will be less. But if they compromise with the terrorists, with the arrogance of the French, it is absolutely impossible to accept such a humiliating thing, and the government will only be more criticized at that time. Politicians will also seek benefits and avoid harm. Choosing a less bad result between two bad results is undoubtedly the best solution. Then, in the live broadcast around the world, France lost all its face. The police were thrown directly from the building by terrorists. The whole army was wiped out. Although the combat effectiveness of the French has been called a joke since World War II, and various French jokes in the world are the best proof, no one expected that the French are really that weak. Jokes are jokes, and everyone just treats them as rumors. No one will really look down on France because of this. After all, as the only country that still retains its colonies after World War II, France's combat effectiveness is still recognized internationally. The French have been making trouble in Africa for many years, relying on their strong military strength. At least in Africa, France is still very capable. However, it now seems that the smooth military operations of France in Africa in the past have made everyone ignore a fact. That is the excellent matching mechanism of the African region. It has always been a fight between chickens, and France is obviously not a chicken, it is also a rooster, right? But this time, France was embarrassed. France naturally couldn't let it go. People died in the morning, so the army was sent out in the afternoon to fight directly. In the end, they still didn't win. Although they took back the TV station, the gangsters still ran away, and killed all the hostages, and the army suffered heavy losses. People ran away. France was crazy. At the same time, it also made many sober people realize that this church is not a cult that can only talk big and fool others, but it is really something. Now France is chasing those church members who are running away. But White Ghost has disappeared. With White Ghost's ability, it is estimated that he has already run out of France. Dittrus and the doctor are very sure of this. In any case, if we want to deal with White Ghost now, then those church cultists must be taken into consideration. Thinking of this, Detrus suddenly had the urge not to cause trouble for White Ghost. But when he thought of his lover and the fact that White Ghost knew so many inside stories about Cobra and Mars, he hardened his heart again. The lover's murder was only a small matter. Although Anna's ability was outstanding and it was a pity to lose her, what Destro really cared about was her identity as his lover. If she was a lover, he had at least a bunch of lovers in Paris. So it didn't matter. What was really important was the latter point. It was related to his life and property. If those inside stories were exposed, he would die in a minute. So White Ghost must die. Call back Firefly and Master Ku, so Destro finally ordered his best men to return. Not to mention Firefly, Master Wumian. He also came from Japan and was also a ninja family. But the difference was that Firefly came from the Koga Ryu. And Master Ku also came from Japan. He was an IGA Ryu ninja and was good at using medicine and poison. It's a bit funny to say that Firefly came from the Koga Ryu, which was best at using medicine and poison, but his favorite thing to use was bombs. Master Ku, who is the best at using gunpowder, guns and cannons, is better at using medicine and poison. The two are just the opposite. I don't know what's wrong with Destro, but he just likes to recruit Japanese people. I understand, the doctor smiled. Although Firefly is not the doctor's man, he is a non-mainstream ninja and will not be loyal to his master like traditional ninjas. To put it bluntly, he is a mercenary who is loyal to his master. He has been connected with Firefly for a long time. As long as he is paid, he doesn't care whether he works for the doctor or for Destro. On the contrary, Master Ku is more traditional and loyal to Destro. He is an obstacle for the doctor to control Cobra. This time, we can take this opportunity to get rid of him. By the way, where's Zaten? As one of the weirdest mercenaries in the history of Cobra, Zaten is a guy who makes enemies and even comrades crazy, and this is all thanks to his weird disguise. In order to maximize his disguise skills, Zaten used everything, makeup, holographic projection, and all the high-tech developed by Cobra. In addition to disguise, Zaten is also proficient in ventriloquism, multiple languages, and escape techniques like Houdini. In his early years, Zaten also learned some ninja martial arts, which made him, who was originally difficult to catch, more adept at escaping. Because of Zaten's magical disguise skills, once he appears, you have to be careful, because you can't tell whether the person in front of you who lives with you day and night is the real person or Zaten. At the same time, Zaten is full of bad taste. He enjoys this kind of life of replacing others very much. He will even deliberately wear other people's faces and intervene in other people's lives. That's why he is crazy. Of course. It is also because of this behavior that it is difficult for anyone to fully grasp his whereabouts. He is on a mission. You know, he will not contact us during the mission, the doctor said. Destro is not surprised. Cobra's people are generally very busy. Especially Zaten, he needs to make trouble everywhere, so he is particularly busy. But Destro was also a little confused. Did I assign a task to him? Well, he's on vacation now, the doctor gave another perfect answer. I mentioned Zaten's bad taste before. When he has no tasks, he always works overtime on himself. I don't know which unlucky guy is targeted by him, Destro believed it immediately. After all, this guy is so bad. Forget it. You take care of this matter, and make sure to get rid of the White Ghost. As for the Ament Church, if possible, ignore him. After all, they have helped us a lot. Now many countries have asked us if there is any way to solve the threat of nanowar bombs. According to Destro's original plan, the nanowar bombs should be detonated by them. But now the Ament Church has taken the lead. This is also good, at least it can ensure that Cobra is not exposed. Your nanowar suppressor also needs to speed up. After all, many customers are waiting for our shield. Sell the spear first, then sell the shield, make money on both ends. Of course, it has reached the final stage now, and the actual test will start soon, the doctor promised solemnly. But in fact, he didn't do any research in this area at all, and all the funds were used for other projects. It is the instinct of all researchers to cheat for funds. That's good. That's good. On the other side of Egypt, White Ghost returned to the underground temple with another 3 nanowar bombs. Looking at the 3 green nanowar bombs, Arthur Harrow was excited. Finally. My dream is about to come true. What should we do next? You know, it will take some time to make those countries surrender. Are we going to do nothing and just wait? White Ghost looked at Arthur and asked coldly. Of course not. On the contrary, We have more important things to do. What? Open Amit's tomb. Arthur prayed devoutly to the dilapidated statue of Amit. As long as the tomb is opened, Amit can truly walk out of death and return to the world. Then Amit took out a semicircular golden box, opened the box, and a golden scarab was suspended in it. What is this? The pointer to Amit's tomb. What are we waiting for? Let's get started. White Ghost couldn't wait any longer. He wasn't interested in Amit or anything like that. He was more interested in destroying the world. No, 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 you stay here. You have to take care of these 3 nanoarm bombs. If those countries don't understand, then you can give them another one to let them know that we are not kidding, Arthur Harrow said seriously. Chapter 1215, Shifting the Blame. Arthur Harrow originally planned to take people to the desert to find Amit's tomb after a day's rest. Unfortunately, he may have to put this idea aside. Because the enemy is faster than he thought. First of all, the Shenmiao Bureau has been watching the show in the sky. The Tao brothers were scolded by Zhang Xian in China. They actually watched the White Ghost cause such a huge loss in Paris. It's simply dereliction of duty. When the White Ghost grabbed the nanoarm bomb, they should have taken decisive action and snatched the nanoarm bomb away. Instead of watching them cause such a huge loss. If this was known by others, France would be eager to find a scapegoat everywhere. Westerners are like this. Once there's a problem, they like to find a scapegoat. Fortunately, this time, even if France is angry, it doesn't think of China. Now France is arguing with the United States. The difference between a politician and a statesman is that a politician is brave enough to take responsibility, while a politician always regards responsibility as a flood in a beast. They just want to enjoy power and don't want to take responsibility. France and the United States are no different in this regard. So, France quickly put the blame on Egypt and the United States. Egypt, that's out of the question. Amit is an Egyptian god, and it's impossible for Egypt not to take the blame. Although the Egyptian government is also very aggrieved, I am an Islamic country, and you let me take the blame for a believer of a pagan god? What's the idea? But France doesn't care. Anyway, they have a loud voice in France. Egypt has no way to fight back. At present, the Egyptian embassy has been surrounded by angry French. Another target for scapegoating is the Americans. No, this is not scapegoating. At least in the eyes of the French, this is the Americans' fault. If the Americans hadn't been treacherous and wanted to take the nanoarm bomb for themselves and secretly transported the nanoarm bomb away, how could it have been stolen? If no one had stolen the nanoarm bomb, how could anyone bring it to Paris? If no one brought it to Paris, how could it be detonated in Paris? The key is that France paid for this thing. In a word, it's all the Americans' fault. Moreover, NATO countries had planned to let the Americans send the nanoarm bombs to Europe long ago and hand them over to Germany and France for protection. What happened? The United States refused to allow it, saying that it was safe in the hands of the special forces. What about now? The Americans should take full responsibility. Who are the Americans? They are the best at shirking responsibility, and they have always been the only ones to shirk responsibility. When will it be someone else's turn to throw the blame on them? Of course they don't admit it. But the French are now trying to shirk responsibility, and they don't even want to be proud. They directly made the whole story of the nanoarm bomb public. Even if the Americans want to deny it, they can't deny it. This matter originally had a far-reaching impact. Before, NATO countries suddenly had a tense relationship with the United States. Public opinion didn't know what was going on. They just thought it was a diplomatic dispute, but now it seems that it is not the case at all. It turns out that the spoils are not evenly divided. At this time, the other 2 of the 5 gangsters were unhappy. Wait? The 3 of you joined forces to make such a dangerous weapon, and you kept it secret from our 2 families. Who are you going to deal with? Especially Russia, which is particularly sensitive. And after losing King Kong Bear and Scimitar, the tone was even more aggressive. Now other NATO countries are terrified. How the hell did they provoke Russia? Then France and Germany hurriedly added that it was against aliens. As a result, Russia pointed to the time when the nanoarm bomb project was started in the nanoarm bomb story published by the French. At that time, Iron Man was just a playboy who had accomplished nothing. Where the hell can I find aliens? So Russia thought that this was aimed at me. Russia is not happy anymore, he wants to make trouble. He also expressed condolences for the tragedy in France, condemned the terrorists by the way, and then hope that NATO would explain, who the hell are you going to deal with? Now it's good, the French are still arguing with the Americans. As a result, the other two major powers were also dragged in. Then Russia directly pulled out the vibranium stick. Let's not say anything. If we don't explain this issue clearly, then let's put the vibranium issue aside. No, I give you vibranium and you use it against me. But the negotiations between Russia and other countries on vibranium were also quietly terminated. How to make it clear? Should we tell them, yes, I am researching nano-arm bombs to target you? This is just like getting into trouble without getting anything. But we can't tell the truth. But if we don't tell the truth, the other party won't believe it. So the Western European countries that are most worried about Russia's rage secretly asked what the Russian bear is going to do. Nothing. It's the nano-arm bomb. You have it, and we have to have it too. Give us a copy of the information. Russia is very easy to talk to this time. Did you spend hundreds of billions? It's okay, we will also contribute. It's considered as a share. Not taking advantage of you. Damn it. What I want is money. This makes NATO countries very uncomfortable. Don't give it, the share of vibranium will be lost. Give it, they are not happy. Why give such a terrible weapon to the Russian bear? Confusing. But on second thought, I am confusing for nothing. I don't have it either. You asked me to give you something I don't have. Then Germany and France told the Russian bear that it was useless to look for me. I don't have it either. Go to the United States. The things must be in the hands of the Americans. Why does the Russian bear care about this? You say you don't have it, who will believe it? In fact, not only Russia doesn't believe it, but even the Europeans themselves don't believe it. Not to mention the Americans, don't they know whether they have it or not? In fact, the two gangs who know all this really don't have it. But this doesn't prevent me from being very angry. Then this year's share of vibranium did not appear in the international market at all. Instead, it was digested by China and Russia themselves. By the way, from Wakanda. The world knows that Wakanda is involved, and all the people on the scene have died. Wakanda also knows that if the matter is exposed, they will also be under great international pressure, but the Russians have no idea at all, and they are still stupidly confronting Europe and the United States. But the criticism of the Tao brothers cannot be relaxed. The cost of a nano-arm bomb is also billions. If all the bombs can be brought back, by the way, shortly after this incident was exposed, the research on nano-weapons was put on the agenda. After all, in the field of nanotechnology, China has always been at the forefront of the world. Among the top 10 institutions in nanotechnology research, China alone occupies 6 seats. The first, fourth, and the next 7th to 10th are all from China. This has aroused the vigilance of many people in Europe and the United States. So the desire to retrieve the nano-arm technology is even stronger. With China's scientific research strength, no one can guarantee when he will produce results. By then, their advantages will be gone. So this also led to Hawk's need to act in advance. Unlike the Shenlong Bureau with the Sky Eye, the only one Hawk can count on is Snake Eyes. Snake Eyes and Sadako are really not covered. They really found traces of White Ghost. This has to start from the last time White Ghost and the Baroness snatched the nano-arm bomb. Last time, White Ghost ran away, but Snake Eyes caught a little clue. Ninjas always have some unknown means. It's just that Snake Eyes and Sadako had investigated privately before, and did not report the matter to the special forces. The Japanese are particular about not airing family ugliness in public. It's different now. White Ghost has done such a big thing that it can't be concealed, so they simply found Hawk. Cooperate with him, otherwise, if White Ghost is allowed to continue like this, it will affect the reputation of the Shadowland family at any time. With the help of Snake Eyes and the assistance of the Shadowland family, they quickly determined the location of White Ghost. Of course, Batman's secret help is indispensable. After all, Batman can get information through Kingsman. In the middle, Snake Eyes used some tricks to make him think that he had tracked down White Ghost. Originally, Batman was going to do this job himself. This is also why Kai let Batman go out as a vest. After all, some things are really hard to explain, so he planned to let Batman take the blame. Anyway, he doesn't need to care about the attitude of the federal government, so he just doubts it. But now he doesn't need to. Snake Eyes stepped forward to take the blame. It saved Batman a lot of trouble. Then there are Cobra's people. Master Ko and Firefly also rushed to Egypt with a group of Cobra transformed warriors. At night, The first to move were the people on Cobra's side. According to the signal from the nanoworms left by the doctor on the White Ghost, they first found the hiding place of the White Ghost. Then, the Cobra warriors launched the charge first. The underground temple was originally transformed by the Ament Church into an underground community, which was considered the utopia in Arthur Harrow's dream. People here use simple food and do not advocate luxury and waste. There is only basic electricity here, and there are no other electrical appliances except electric lights. They do not pursue material enjoyment, but spiritual peace. They follow a simple lifestyle. During the day, they work hard and donate their income to the church. At night, they will rest in the society. They will eat and chat together. If you abandon some prejudices, the people here are undoubtedly like living in a paradise. There is no dispute, no hustle and bustle, but only a calm, slow but meaningful lifestyle. Everyone looks kind, peaceful and kind. But when the Cobra people broke this tranquility, all the friendly and calm faces immediately became hideous and angry. They rushed towards the Cobra warriors with anything they could find that could be used as a weapon. For Amit, they shouted Amit's name, and then rushed to the Cobra warriors one after another. Even if their friends or relatives were beaten into sieves by the Cobra warriors a second ago, they could still rush to the enemy without hesitation, stepping on the bodies of their friends and relatives. This kind of scene, let alone ordinary people, even trained soldiers would be terrified. But the transformed warriors of Cobra are killing machines deprived of emotions by nanoworms. They will not be angry, let alone afraid. They will not be happy or sad, so for them, the fanaticism of these cultists is more like a pantomime without sound, without any shock. If they had not lost the emotion of happiness long ago, they might even laugh out loud. I saw these Cobra warriors calmly, taking turns to cover, retreating, and accurately killing those crazy cultists. But they obviously underestimated the quality of the cultists. When Arthur Harrow woke up from his sleep with an angry face and brought people to the community, he found that his cultists had suffered heavy casualties. He was immediately enraged. These people living in the community are all devout meat believers, and many of them are innocent people that Arthur has collected from all over the years. They are the seeds of the new world. They are also the people who should enter the beautiful world. But now, these people are killed meaninglessly. This is definitely a blasphemy of Arthur himself. This is the cause he has been fighting for all his life. With a roar, Arthur actually joined the battle in person with his cane. At this time, the elite believers who have been guarding the temple also joined the battle with weapons. In particular, Arthur's joining was immediate. Purple gas continued to flow out of his body, and these gases quickly flowed into the bodies of those believers. In an instant, those ordinary believers who originally relied on blood and courage immediately turned their eyes purple, and then one by one became extremely fast and powerful. Even if they were shot by bullets, they would not die immediately, but would attack more violently. Among them, Arthur was the most fierce. Every time he swung the cane in his hand, it was like a giant waving a huge battering ram. Every time he swung it, he could knock a group of Cobra warriors into the sky. It looked extremely shocking. This further strengthened the morale of the cultists. For a time, those emotionless, professionally trained Cobra warriors were beaten back. It was also at this time that a bald old man wearing a monk's robe and holding a white Japanese sword walked into the temple at some point. White Ghost was already waiting for him there. The old man saw White Ghost and sighed. It is the greatest shame for a ninja to betray his master. White Ghost smiled stiffly, as if his face was fake. I don't have a master. I'm just a ghost wandering in the world. Indeed, without honor, you are just a lonely ghost. Then, let me, an old man, send you to paradise. White Ghost said nothing. Before the old man finished speaking, he threw several darts. The old man seemed very calm, and the Japanese sword in his hand did not come out of the sheath. He just blocked a few times and easily bounced off the darts. His movements were very clean and neat, without any unnecessary movements. It was pleasing to the eye. Chapter 1216. Let the United States take the blame. While Cobra and the cultists were fighting, two cultists bypassed a battlefield without noticing and quickly moved deeper into the temple. Why would the higher-ups have such a request to let us cooperate with that Batman? Is the director crazy? One of the men with obvious Middle Eastern features turned to a pretty girl next to him and said in Chinese. What's even more amazing is that the girl was also speaking in Chinese. Have you forgotten what the rules say? We are soldiers, and our duty is to obey orders. Other things have nothing to do with us. And don't think about me getting scolded with you this time. The two spoke Chinese in a clear and fluent voice, even with a hint of the Central Plains accent. I just can't figure it out. The man scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly. Don't think about it if you can't figure it out, the woman said. You sound like you know a lot. Of course I don't. If I did, I wouldn't be working on the frontline field with you. Isn't it fun to sit in the office? Oh, and why am I the one dealing with women again this time? Can't we switch? When it comes to field work, the woman is obviously dissatisfied. Haha, I don't understand women either, but I can't pretend. Hearing the woman's complaint, the man touched his head and said perfunctorily with a smirk, it's too easy to be exposed that way. Bah, the woman almost exploded after hearing this. You spend every day with women, and you actually told me that you don't understand women. Ahem, understanding and understanding are always different. It turns out that these two people are the Tao brothers. As for their current appearance, it is a manifestation of their abilities. They can combine their own molecules with others to achieve the effect of merging two into one, and they can use this ability to control the person being combined, a bit like the ghost possession in ancient Chinese legends. They can even possess the other person without the other person realizing it. The possessed person is still the same as before, except that he eats more and gets tired easily. This ability is most suitable for infiltration. So the code name of the five brothers is Wanzhongsha. As for the cooperation with Batman they just mentioned, it is actually the product of Kai's initiative to let Kingsman contact the Chinese side. Before, Kai handed the intelligence to the SHIE, and he really didn't expect that things would come to this point. Now it is impossible to eat alone. The smartest way is to pass the buck. Look at the countries around the world. Whose head can carry such a big pot? Of course it is the United States. So there is a plan this time. Batman will bring back the nanoarm bomb, but only one, and there is no remote control. For the rest, Batman will report it as destroyed. In fact, the SHIE will take away the remaining two and the controller. The plan is successful. Tisk tisk, these cultists are really crazy. No wonder this place is full of terrorists. They really don't care about their lives. Tao Yuhen looked at the tragic situation of the fight in the distance and felt a little scared. It's not that he has never seen people who are not afraid of death, but it's really rare to see someone like the Ament Church. A group of unarmed civilians rushed towards the barrage of bullets, howling. Without any hesitation. Hey! Don't talk nonsense. When has Egypt ever produced terrorists? Tao Yuzhang glanced at his brother helplessly. Egypt has a relatively high degree of secularization among Islamic countries. Among the countries in the Middle East, the more chaotic and poorer the country is, the more extremists there are. Those rich and relatively stable countries have fewer extremists. That's it. What are these people thinking? They actually want all countries to hand over all criminals to them. No one with a hole in their brains can come up with such a crazy idea. Tao Yuzhang agreed with his brother's point of view on this point. No country will hand over its citizens to the enemy, even if these citizens are criminals. This is a matter of principle. The so-called human rights are secondary. Who knows? After all, normal people don't believe in such a god. But just when the two were talking about this, a low voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. Be careful. Ahmed is not a god. Who? Tao Yuzhang and Tao Yuhen immediately turned around and pointed their weapons in the direction of the sound. Soon they saw a man wearing a mask and a cape standing in the shadows not far behind them. Batman! The Tao brothers were stunned. They didn't expect Batman to come. What? Did your boss explain it to you? The Tao brothers looked at each other. They slowly put down their weapons. But the vigilance in their eyes did not decrease. No, the higher-ups have already explained that we will assist you this time. It's just, we don't understand why someone like you would cooperate with us. Tao Yuzhang's eyes flashed, and then he said. Obviously, this little clever guy was trying to get a question. Sell out your own country? What makes you think I'm an American? This question really stumped the Tao brothers. After all, everyone in the world tacitly accepted that Batman is an American. But think about it carefully, who has really seen Batman? It's not even certain whether he is a man or a woman. Batman is still a man, and everyone still tacitly accepts it. But there is still no evidence. Everything is shown by Batman for others to see. But who can be sure that this is true? Who can be sure that it is not what Batman wants others to see? So, Batman is the most mysterious one. Oh, but even if you are not American, you should be white. Tao Yuhen was halfway through his speech and immediately got stuck. Batman is a white man. Who can prove it? It seems that this is still the default. A long time ago, there were people arguing whether Batman was white or black, but later such arguments became less frequent. It was not that Batman himself clarified, but that he was naturally assumed to be a white man. It's amazing. How are you sure that I am not a Chinese? Batman's synthesized voice, which never fluctuated, actually had a rare smile. This sentence really shocked the Tao brothers. Who would have thought that Batman might be a Chinese? Although he has been speaking fluent Chinese since the beginning, the Tao brothers still haven't thought about it. Are you Chinese? Batman gave an ambiguous answer at this time. Yes, the Tao brothers looked at each other. They wanted to confirm it, but they didn't dare. Fortunately, Batman interrupted their entanglement. Okay, don't dwell on this issue. I can be anyone. When I put on the mask, it doesn't matter who I am or where I come from. You just need to know that I have reached a deal with your shield. And you didn't suffer any loss. That's enough. Tao Yuzhang thought of another thing at this time. You can come here. You must be asked by someone. The most likely one is that Kai Wayne. Is he one of us? Batman didn't say anything. After all, denying it at this time would only make the problem more real. Not speaking would make the answer confusing. No, it's impossible. Kai Wayne is a real American, a white American, and his ancestors are British, a true Anglo-Saxon. Just like now, Tao Yuzhang overturned his own assumptions. Then this guy made up something incredible. He looked at Batman in shock. You deliberately let Kai ask you to handle this matter, and then successfully complete the transaction with our SHIE Bureau. Batman was a little speechless. What kind of person did this guy imagine himself to be? A behind-the-scenes conspirator who was meticulous and calculating? But he was too lazy to correct him. Is this how your SHIE Bureau trains agents? Is it okay to speak your mind openly? Shut up, you idiot. You spoke your mind again. Tao Yuhan covered his face with shame and gave his brother a slap on the head. At this time, Tao Yuzhang woke up from his dream and looked at his brother. I accidentally spoke my mind again. The other 3 of the 5 brothers of the Tao family are all standard elites and the most reliable agents of the SHIE Bureau. Tao Yuhan and Tao Yuzhang each have their own problems. Tao Yuhan is too unrestrained and not upright. And Tao Yuzhang has this fatal problem. So they will not carry out long-term undercover work like other brothers. They only carry out this kind of short and quick mission, sneak in, complete the mission, and leave immediately. Just when Batman met with the SHIE, Roadhog, Snake Eyes and Sadako also sneaked into the underground temple. In addition, the 3 Chicago women followed them. It is agreed that our mission is the Nanao bomb. As for the White Ghost, we will not care about him unless we can guarantee the Nanao bomb. When the time comes, you can only take revenge on your own, Roadhog said to Snake Eyes and Sadako. Although they are cooperating, Roadhog still remembers their main goal. Snake Eyes nodded. For him, it is the best thing for them to solve the family's shame by themselves. Why don't we just kill in? On the contrary, Sadako felt that they didn't need to be so careful. With their current lineup, Sadako felt that there was no need to be so troublesome. Just push forward. Roadhog explained, no. At least not before finding the Nanao bomb. Please be patient. When Batman finds the Nanao bomb, we will naturally act, Roadhog said, looking at the fierce battle over there. After all, I don't really want to attack civilians. Sadako raised her eyebrows. You call those crazy people civilians? The Japanese girl thought that Americans were so hypocritical. Haven't Americans killed enough civilians in the Middle East? Quite the opposite. The most common thing the United States does in the Middle East is to kill civilians. On the contrary, not many terrorists are actually killed by the U.S. military, otherwise the Middle East would not have become a paradise for terrorists. As a result, now, Roadhog actually said that he was unwilling to attack civilians. Of course, Sadako was not standing up for justice. After all, according to the logic of the Japanese, especially a Japanese ninja like Sadako, who came from an ancient Japanese family, would never care about the life and death of civilians, especially the life and death of other countries. In her opinion, why say so much? These people are enemies, killing them will only bring honor. What is there to hesitate? They are just deceived, Roadhog explained. Wait, there seems to be a change over there. Kelly, who is the most sensitive, suddenly spoke up. What? Roadhog and Sadako both looked over. It turned out that at some point, Many green fluorescent lights appeared around the battlefields. They seemed to be fireflies. Its master Wumian, Sadako, quickly recognized Firefly, who was also a Japanese ninja master. Japanese ninjas have a long history, and there are more than 70 ninja schools with clear records, but the most famous ones are Iga and Koga. However, it is not only Iga and Koga that have been passed down to this day, such as Musashi, Kai, Ichigo, Shinano and Kidai schools have also been passed down. The Yingling family where Sadako, Snake Eyes and White Ghost came from is from the Musashi school. It is said that the Musashi school is related to Miyamoto Musashi, so the ninjas of the Musashi school like to use swords very much. These ninja families are still clearly divided today, but they are not like the Japanese Warring States period, where they would start fighting as soon as they met. Everyone still has some exchanges. Sadako still knows the name of Firefly. Who is that? Roadhog asked. How could he know what the Faceless Man is, the JB face in World of Warcraft? Ninja, but also a mercenary. You must have heard of his other name. Firefly, is it him? Roadhog certainly didn't know what the Faceless Master was, but he was very familiar with Firefly. Hearing the name of Firefly, Roadhog immediately became alert and began to look around. Based on professional habits, he immediately planned to find out where Firefly was. But just as he was about to show his head, he was grabbed by Snake Eyes and dragged into the dark. Then Snake Eyes made a gesture to silence him. Sadako whispered beside him, "Don't show your head, be careful to be discovered by him." Roadhog's eyes widened, feeling that his profession was insulted, but Snake Eyes shook his head firmly. The danger of fireflies is best known to their colleagues. On the other side, Arthur also noticed the flickering green fluorescence. But before he could remind his believers, the flickering green fluorescence began to fall on those believers. At first, the cultists didn't care at all. After all, who would be afraid of a bug? Until one of the believers tried to swat the fireflies off his body. Boom! Explosions followed. And one after another. Arthur also noticed the flashing green fluorescence. But before he could remind his believers, the flashing green fluorescence began to fall on those believers, and then exploded. Even with the blessing of Amit's divine power, those cultists were still no match for the firefly bomb. In a series of explosions, Arthur Harrow's believers were killed and injured on a large scale in an instant. Now Arthur Harrow was completely overwhelmed. He smashed the scepter in his hand into the ground. Then large holes corroded by purple light appeared on the ground. Roar! A monster with a dog's head and a human body drilled out of the hole. Chapter 1217 Playing Cheating. Of course, other people couldn't see this. In the eyes of outsiders, they only saw the cult leader inexplicably slamming his cane into the ground, and then, nothing happened. Those fireflies should be blown up. Although the Cobra warriors suffered heavy losses, they were still attacking tenaciously. This made the scene look a little ridiculous. What is that guy doing? Is it funny? Tao Yuhan also saw all this, so he was particularly confused. Brother, we are fighting a war. Can you be serious? But in Kai's eyes, things are not like this. One by one, the tattered version of Anubis crawled out of the ground corroded by purple light. How is it possible? The Tao brothers looked over immediately. They didn't expect that the always cold and arrogant Batman would be so surprised. Kai was of course surprised. He remembered that the Egyptian gods had left the earth. There is only one way in this world to summon these tattered monsters from the broken underworld. That is the Book of the Dead. But that book has always been in Kai's hands. Because of his limited talent, even if he got the Book of the Dead, he didn't learn much of the spells on it. In other words, according to reason, no one should be able to summon these monsters. But now they appear. This of course surprised Kai. What's wrong? Tao Yazhang asked carefully. It's troublesome, Batman said. That man can actually summon monsters from ancient Egyptian mythology. It seems that this mission is not so easy to complete. These monsters are actually not strong. They are just stronger and faster. It is not a problem for Batman. Even ordinary soldiers can deal with them if they cooperate well. But the problem is that they are invisible. This kind of invisibility is not as simple as not being able to see them. Because people can't see them. It's not the so-called invisible, but they are not in the same dimension as the real world. If you have to say, they walk in a mirror space similar to the one created by the Kamar Taj wizard. People in the real dimension can not only see them, but even touch them. And they can ignore the dimensional boundaries and attack the real dimension. This is very shameless. The key is that Kai has no good way to deal with them. In terms of face-to-face confrontation, Kai is not inferior to anyone, but Kai has no way to deal with this kind of cheating player. Of course, it's not that there is no way. The Sun Bible should be effective against them. But so what? Kai can use the Sun Bible to expel them, and Arthur Harrow can recruit them back. What is it? Extreme pull. Is Ament really still alive? Batman muttered to himself. That Arthur Harrow is too weird, so Kai has to believe that these guys may really be Ament's followers. Aren't they a cult? They are all liars. Tao Yuhan didn't believe it a little, at least he saw everything. He and the Spear Bureau both believed that the Ament Church was a scam of Arthur Harrow. It should be that Arthur Harrow has mastered some extraordinary power and then swindled there. I don't know how many times this has happened since ancient times. But the next second, he was speechless. Because he saw that those Cobra people were inexplicably beaten out of thin air, and some guys were even worse, being torn to pieces. With a strange scene, the morale of the believers who suffered heavy casualties was once again high. They were not even afraid of the glittering firefly bombs. Don't worry about those rubbish. Go find the person who placed a bomb. The believers were not afraid of death because they knew that after they died, their souls would return to Amet. But Arthur Harrow knew very well that it was a lie, and he had deceived them. When people die, their souls will naturally dissipate. There is no underworld at all. Maybe there was, but since the gods disappeared, the souls of the earth have no place to go. So these people died in vain. This made Arthur Harrow unacceptable. So he quickly asked the underworld jackwalls to find the culprit. Soon, the underworld jackwalls immediately threw away the corpses in their hands and ran quickly in one direction on all fours. The fireflies were underground. He was hiding in a small bungalow on the ground, using a computer to control the firefly bombs throughout the process. That's right, ninjas use computers. It doesn't sound right. But who stipulated that ninjas can't use computers? Although he has received ninja training since he was a child, Firefly is an American after all. He actually disagrees with a traditional ninja. A knife can kill people, but technology can kill people faster. So after he graduated, he began to take another unimaginable path. As a result, his name Firefly is well known in the industry, but few people know that he is a faceless master. Of course, he has never given up ninja training. He knows very well that technology is useful, but it doesn't always work. But his own skills are always his own, and he will not betray himself. For example, now, in theory, he should be safe away from the battlefield. But he felt a sense of crisis. Ninjas value intuition very much and believe that ninja intuition is more useful than anything else. This is indeed the case. He has relied on this to save his life many times. When he felt the crisis coming, he immediately put away the computer and turned away. Not far away was his motorcycle. He jumped down from the bungalow quickly, jumped onto the motorcycle, started the engine and planned to run away. But the next second, just as the motorcycle started and the wheel began to turn, he felt the rear end of the motorcycle lifted up, and he turned his head suddenly. Then his pupils dilated, and his face was terrified. Because there was nothing behind him. But the rear end of his motorcycle was lifted up, and only the rear wheel was spinning wildly. There's a ghost. Having been in Japan for a long time, he is very sensitive to rumors of ghosts. This was Firefly's first reaction. Then Firefly felt as if his waist was hit by a truck, and he felt as if all his internal organs were about to be squeezed out of his body. The world was spinning, and when he could see again, he was already more than 10 meters away from the motorcycle. But before he could come up with a countermeasure to deal with this situation that he had never encountered before, no, he should have never imagined. He felt a pain in his chest again. There were 4 deep wounds between his chest and abdomen that could be seen to the bone for no reason. It was as if he was hit by a beast. Firefly bit his teeth and raised his hand. Under his arm was a modified gun, with a trigger on his index finger. As long as he pressed the index finger joint with his thumb, the bullet would be fired immediately. But the problem was that the bullets did fire. But they all went empty. They didn't hit anything. Firefly didn't care. With strong willpower, he got up and wanted to run. But the next second, his feet were caught by something, and then the world spun around, and he was hanging upside down in the air. But there was nothing around him. He fired frantically, not knowing who to shoot, so he just shot randomly. Ah! Go to hell, Baka! The motorcycle that was lying in the distance suddenly moved, broke into pieces, and then flew up like a rocket and rushed towards the Firefly. Boom! Smashed to pieces. But it was just a firefly. The underworld jackal who killed the firefly tilted his head, then dropped the leg bone in his hand, turned around and ran back to the underground temple. And around, a group of Egyptians watched all this in amazement. They didn't understand what happened and how it happened. They only saw a man wearing a helmet jumping off the roof like crazy, then running to the motorcycle, and then flying out, and then, wounds appeared inexplicably on the man's body, and then with a bang, the man was blown to pieces. Of course, he was not the only one who was confused. Bang! The doctor punched the table in front of him, and the huge sound made the entire Arctic headquarters command silent. No one dared to speak, for fear of angering the doctor. It turned out that the doctor watched all this at the Arctic headquarters. Then he saw a scene that he didn't understand at all. He still didn't understand how Firefly died, and more importantly, all the Cobra warriors he sent out also lost their life signs one by one. His people were almost killed. Blow up the place for me. Now. Right now, at this time, a man who looked like a soldier standing behind the doctor stood up and said, "Commander. Doing this will bring us a lot of unnecessary attention. I don't care. I just ask, can we do it?" The doctor was obviously a little bit overwhelmed. Whether it was Firefly or Master Ku, or even those Cobra warriors, they were all his subordinates who had high hopes for him. Now they were all disappearing inexplicably. He couldn't accept it. More importantly, all this was due to the betrayal of White Ghost. Whether it was those Cobra warriors or Fireflies, even including White Ghost himself, they were all taken for granted by the doctor as his own property. But now they are all gone. It would be strange if he could have a good mentality. Yes, there are drones produced by Mars in the US military base in Egypt. We can bypass the US and directly remotely control those drones to bomb targets, the man said, and then couldn't help reminding, but in this way, the US military will soon suspect Mars, and then may find us. The US military directly bombed Egypt, which is no small matter. It will definitely cause an uproar. Even the United States cannot be so unreasonable and attack a sovereign country without any reason, especially this sovereign country is an ally of the United States. Egypt is the largest Muslim ally of the United States in the Middle East. Especially after several Middle East wars, Egypt's dream of becoming a great power was shattered by Israel. Even the founding President Nasser died with hatred because of this. The United States successfully conquered Egypt and became an ally of the United States. Egypt is also the first Islamic country to recognize Israel. Egypt is a big country with a land area of 1 million square kilometers and a population of more than 100 million. Although it is very weak in the world, mainly because it is poor. It is very strong in the Middle East and is a very important ally of the United States. If this really happens, the United States will find out the murderer no matter what. As the supplier of drones, Mars will definitely be suspected at the first time. When the time comes, everything will be clear after checking. After all, Cobra needs to use Mars's background to remotely control drones. This thing can't be concealed at all. It's okay. Mars has no use value. It's exposed, and it doesn't matter if we are exposed. The doctor calmed down at this time, but he didn't change his mind. On the contrary, he thought that it would be better to use Mars while it was still useful. Our plan has been launched, and Mars doesn't matter anymore. Go ahead. Yes, how long will it take? About 40 minutes, it's night in Egypt now, the drone is still in the hangar, and it hasn't been loaded yet. We need time to range it, 20 minutes, the doctor, like all leaders, always likes to increase the difficulty for his subordinates, as if he can't show his leadership ability if he doesn't do this. Fortunately, these people in Cobra have been suffering from the doctor's pull for a long time, and have gotten used to it. Yes, just as the doctor gave the order, a middle-aged man who was operating at the command desk frowned immediately. In front of him was a USB flash drive plugged into the computer. From the screen, it can be seen that he was browsing the internal top-secret information. And a progress bar had just been completed. Then he pulled out the USB flash drive, picked up a document, stood up and walked out arrogantly. The person next to him stopped him. "Hey, what are you doing? Are you going to die? Going to the toilet? I can't hold it anymore. If I explode at this time, do you think I'm still alive? I may not die if I go, but I will definitely die if I stay." The colleague looked at the doctor and said, "Fuck, don't stop me at this time. If I'm noticed, I'm really dead." The companion quickly let go because he had noticed that the guards around the doctor looked over. The doctor's guards frowned and watched the middle-aged man walk out arrogantly, and finally said nothing. After all, there are many people in the command center, and it is normal for people to come in and out. It's just that the doctor just lost his temper, and the man dared to leave now, which seemed very abrupt. But again, no matter how cruel a doctor is, he can't control people's shit and fart. Although the guard thought it was a bit strange, he didn't think much about it. Could this person be a spy? However, the fact is, this person is really a spy. The middle-aged man hurried into the toilet and immediately took out the communicator. In 20 minutes, Cobra will bomb on its nest. Then he immediately hung up the phone, destroyed the communicator by the way, and then threw the communicator into the toilet and flushed it away. This is Cobra's nest, in the Arctic. There is no base station here. All communications will pass through the headquarters transceiver antenna, which means that all communications are supervised. If it is not an emergency, spies must not contact the outside world. After doing all this, the middle-aged man sat on the toilet. Then his body shook, and another person walked out of his body. He looked exactly like the Tao brothers. He is Tao Yulin, one of the 5 brothers of the Tao family. Tao Yulin turned around and took the USB flash drive from the unconscious middle-aged man, and then walked out swaggeringly. There was a complete set of information on the nanoarm bomb. He should retreat. Whether it was downloading confidential information or making a phone call, it meant that he was exposed. He had to run away. Chapter 1218. The Russians are here to mess things up. Cobra is planning to send out drones to bomb and clear the area. It will take at most 20 minutes, the Tao brothers quickly reported the latest intelligence. Batman was stunned. No way, what happened today? He was so lucky. He had been thinking about what reason to use to make the plan look perfect, at least to make others believe that the other nanoarm bombs were really destroyed. As a result, Cobra immediately handed over a ladder. These guys actually planned to bomb and clear the area directly. Great. We don't have time, let's go immediately. Batman didn't finish his words when he heard a huge explosion. Then he saw that the ceiling of the entire underground temple was torn apart by an invisible big hand. What's going on? The Tao brothers also looked at each other. Then, they saw a hooded man with his hands open, with countless rubble floating around him, slowly falling from the air. The Stone King, who is that? Batman couldn't help asking when he saw the Tao brothers react so strongly. Russia is similar to China. Their superpowers act in a relatively secretive way. This is the tradition in China. Most capable people don't like to show up. But this is not the case in Russia. After all, they are Maozi, and the personalities are very rough. They don't care about these things at all. The real reason why they are willing to be honest is the tough measures that have been implemented since the former Soviet Union. In the former Soviet Union, it was really that no matter what kind of monsters and demons, they were all bullshit in front of the sickle and hammer. During the Red and White Civil War, many superpowers who supported the White Army were hunted down to death by the Soviet Union. Later, under the comrades of the Father, it was even more so. No matter who you are, as long as you dare to jump, he dares to kill you. Without hesitation. The Soviet Union is cruel to others, and even crueler to its own people. In a major purge, the Father killed all the 6 leaders mentioned in Lenin's will except the Father himself. 3 of the 5 Soviet marshals were killed, and the Soviet Red Army was not spared. The most famous of them was Soviet Marshal Tukhachevsky, who was arrested on June 11, 1937 and shot the next day. More than 40,000 Red Army commanders and political workers were purged, and 15,000 were shot, including 3 of the 5 marshals, 3 of the 4 first-level Army-level generals, all 12 second-level Army-level generals, 60 of the 67 Army commanders, 136 of the 199 division commanders, and 221 of the 397 brigade commanders. Even the top leaders were not spared, let alone ordinary people. 5 million people were implicated in the Great Purge, and more than 300,000 were executed. More than half of the delegates attending the informal meeting of the 17th Congress were arrested, and more than 70% of the elected members were arrested. It involved the party, government, military, science and other fields of the Soviet Union. This knife cut the Soviet Union into half. What kind of superpowers would such a ruthless person be afraid of? When the Soviet Union collapsed, the Russian president came to power and the iron-blooded policy was implemented again. No matter whether it was an oligarch or something else, once they dared to threaten the rule, they would be suppressed immediately, without hesitation or compromise. It is also because of this continuous tough policy that the superpowers in Russia have to keep a low profile. Sokai didn't know any famous superpowers in Russia at all. He is the ace among the Guardians. The Stone King, whose name is Han, still has no surname. Of course, he also originated from the experiments of the former Soviet Union. He seems to be Armenian. His superpower is to control stone and electricity. He can also control stone and electricity to attach to each other to form a long whip. The unique lightning stone whip can also turn rocks into his own weapons in different forms. It has both offensive and defensive capabilities, and can also control the field on a large scale. It is the kind of all-round powerful. How did they find this place? Tao Yuhan asked curiously, and Batman was also curious about this question. Tao Yushang frowned. I don't remember that these Maozi have such strong intelligence capabilities. The Maozi's hands-on ability is beyond doubt. They fight when they disagree, but I don't know if it is national personality or some other reason. Since the collapse of the Soviet Union, their intelligence capabilities have not been very good. It's a bit far-fetched to say that they found this place with their own intelligence capabilities. Tao Yushang asked himself, if they hadn't opened the God's perspective in advance, they wouldn't have been able to find this place in such a short time. You know, there are too many things involved. White Ghost had always been a member of Cobra, but he betrayed at the last minute. Up to now, very few people know about this matter, almost only Cobra itself and their own SHIE bureau. Others have no way to know about this kind of thing. How did the Maozi find this place? The next second, Tao Yushang suddenly thought of someone, Phantom Girl. Batman looked directly at Tao Yuhan this time. Tao Yuhan did not disappoint Batman and directly explained the details of Phantom Girl. Phantom Girl, whose real name is Kenya. Ukrainian, well, Eastern Ukrainian, is actually a Russian. It can also be considered a Russian. Her superpower is water. Water is both her weapon and her armor. She is the kind that is extremely rare, that is, she can transform into water. At the same time, she can also become invisible. This kind of invisibility is not the kind of optical invisibility, but turning into water molecules and disappearing without a trace. Can't touch, can't see. At the same time, she can also use water to launch various attacks, such as drowning others with water, or sucking out the water in the opponent's body and turning the opponent into a mummy, or simply chopping the enemy into pieces with a water knife. In short, she is very difficult to deal with. Of course, she has many advantages and obvious disadvantages. Her disadvantage is that she is afraid of fire and cold. Although these two things cannot kill her, they can forcibly change her state. High temperature can make her vaporize and unable to condense. Freezing can turn her into ice and she can't move at all. But it is undeniable that she is still a very difficult opponent. Tao Yuhan frowned and thought for a long time, then suddenly realized, you mean, that woman has actually been with Scimitar and the others? Well, I suspect that it was at that time that she set her sights on the nanowar bomb. Will we? Tao Yuhan suddenly worried that they would be discovered. After all, that woman is really hard to guard against. It shouldn't be. Otherwise, with Maozi's personality, he will definitely not contact us. Tao Yushang said. Batman didn't listen to the discussion of the two brothers, but stared at the scene. With the death of the Fireflies, all the Firefly bombs lost control and fell from the sky. Only a small number of Meat Believers and Arthur Harrow, who looked heartbroken, were left at the scene. After the Stone King tore open the ceiling of the underground temple and landed, he immediately noticed the bodies on the ground that were torn into pieces by the underworld jackwalls. Then he looked at Arthur Harrow with a murderous look on his face. It seems that Arthur's and Han died in your hands. The Stone King, King Kong Bear, Scimitar and the Phantom Girl who has not yet appeared were recruited by Yuri, and then fought together. They have a very good relationship. Originally, the Stone King had nothing to do with this operation. He was hunting down terrorists in the country. An evil scientist. Yuri temporarily transferred the other three people to carry out the task of the nanowar bomb. Originally, he thought that with these three people, everything should be a natural thing. After all, these three people have Burst, Machete, Meat Tank, King Kong, and Containment, Illusion Girl. Although there are few people, they are comprehensive. Whether it is Yuri or King Boulder, or even themselves, they all think that this mission is not difficult. But no one expected it. It just went wrong. King Kong and Machete died in battle. Although Illusion Girl has strong survivability, she lacks the ability to make the final decision. It's not that she didn't try hard, but she had no way to face those enemies that she couldn't see or touch. It was the first time for her to experience the feeling of her enemies facing her. She could only watch her teammates die in battle. Fortunately, years of fighting and training have enabled Illusion Girl to control her emotions very well. Even if people die, they must complete the mission. This point can well reflect the difference between those superpowers in Russia and American superheroes. The personal heroism embodied by American superheroes is often dominated by emotions. You can see it when you see Steve and Winter Soldier. Steve can't calm down at all when facing Winter Soldier's problems. This shows that Steve is a qualified superhero, but definitely not a qualified soldier. The Russian superpowers are warriors. They fight for greater interests. Even if their comrades fall in front of them, they will still put the mission first. After knowing that she alone might not be able to bring back the nano-arm bomb, Phantom Girl immediately chose to lie dormant, followed the nano-arm bomb, and then sent the information back to the country. Yuri almost exploded on the spot when he learned that King Kong Bear and Scimitar died in the battle. If he was not really unable to leave the country, he would have wanted to rush there in person to avenge his men. But even so, he still dispatched the Stone King to support. Sometimes, it is not impossible to take care of anything and revenge. At the same time, Yuri also sent 2 other helpers. Arthur frowned when he saw the Stone King floating in the air. Things have now gone beyond his control, and his plan is over. It seems that Amit's tomb cannot be opened. The current situation is how to preserve strength. Arthur's silence does not mean that things can pass. That's him. At this moment, on the ground not far from the Stone King, drops of water gathered out of thin air. And finally gathered into a water man, and then the water man changed into a blonde hairy girl. That was the Phantom Girl Kenya. This woman looked at him with hatred, and the murderous intent in her eyes could not be hidden at all. The Stone King frowned and his face became ferocious. At this time, 2 other figures also came to them. They were the people sent by Yuri to reinforce. The Red Guardian, Tanya Belinskaya, and the Red Omega, Arkady Rossovich. Red Omega Arkady Rossovich was a perverted killer in the former Soviet Union. After discovering the brutal crimes he committed, he was sentenced to execution by the army, but his mutant ability allowed him to survive, so the Soviet government decided to start experimental transformation on him. When the government was transforming him, they implanted a mechanical device that made him more powerful. They also implanted a retractable carbon alloy metal tentacle in both of his arms. Carbon alloy is a special artificial alloy made by the Soviets using Antarctic vibranium. Vibranium actually has 2 origins, one is Wakanda and the other is Antarctica, but Antarctic vibranium is very rare, and only the Soviet Antarctic expedition team discovered and brought back a small amount of it. This is a more ductile alloy. The maximum extension can be 6 feet, but the hardness is not as good as adamantium, and carbon alloy has the function of inhibiting the self-healing factor. Red Omega uses them as weapons and grappling hook accessories. It can also wrap the victim in the coils of the tentacles to absorb or even drain their vitality. Although carbon alloy enhances Red Omega's strength, endurance, reaction and agility, it also makes Red Omega feel little or no fatigue within 20 hours, allowing him to fight continuously or participate in sleepless training. But carbon alloy is poisonous, and Red Omega's body tissues began to be slowly poisoned after implanting carbon alloy. This caused his brain to be irreversibly changed. Although this should be a good thing, it made his IQ drop, but he also became simple and honest, completely different from the violent perverted killer before. At the same time, his body was also damaged, so the skin color of Red Omega turned white. As a result, Red Omega mainly relied on absorbing the vitality of others to maintain his life. He needs to regularly consume the vitality of one person, or take a small amount of vitality from a large number of individuals to temporarily maintain his life and immune system. So after turning around, he still can't change the fact that he is a killer. Another Guardian agent is relatively normal. Red Guardian Tanya Belinskaya. It should be explained here that Red Guardian is not an exclusive title for a certain person. In fact, this title has been in use for the 3rd generation. Simply put, Red Guardian is the Soviet Union's imitation of the US Super Soldier program. Although the principles are very different, the original intention is similar. The first generation of Red Guards was active during World War II. His name was Alexei Lebedev. He was originally an ordinary worker. His heroic behavior after an industrial accident attracted the attention of the government, and then he was transformed into the first generation of Red Guards. But because the United States gradually controlled world public opinion after the war, his name disappeared in the long river of history. In fact, He was very famous on the battlefield of World War II and was nicknamed the Captain of the Soviet Union, although he himself was very unhappy with this title. At the most critical moment of World War II, he was seriously injured in order to defend Moscow, but for the sake of the country, he refused to leave the battlefield and fought on the front line until the victory of the war. This also caused his body to be severely overdrawn and scarred, and then he was plagued by illness after the war, and eventually died of illness in the 9th year after the end of the war. In order to maintain morale, the Soviet Union urgently launched the second generation of Red Guards. Alexei Shostakov is a Soviet pilot. He was an orphan in World War II. He was adopted and trained by the commander who was later in charge of the Red Guardian program. Due to his superb combat skills, Alexei served as the most secret and dangerous flight test in the Soviet Union. Alexei was awarded the title of Hero of the Soviet Union. After that, he became the second generation of Red Guardians. Now, he has disappeared. Then there's the third generation of Red Guardians, Tanya Belinskaya. She is a bit unremarkable. She is a Red Guardian led by the Russian government after the disintegration of the Soviet Union. She is also the first female Red Guardian. Chapter 1219, last month's full attendance is gone. Be careful, he's weird, Phantom warned. Phantom has already reported those invisible monsters. Now it's just a reminder, after all, that thing is too weird, emphasize the weirdness of this thing. We already know, the third generation Red Guardian is a young girl. After Russia restarted the Red Guardian project, she has been under the best protection. The current Russian president has been committed to making Russia return to being a world power, so he attaches great importance to the Red Guardian, a very meaningful symbol. So he values her very much? To put it bluntly, she is just like Captain America at the beginning, with more symbolic significance than reality. They didn't expect her to be very capable. They just planned to push her out when the time was right, and make her an idol to inspire the people. After considering many aspects, the Russian side felt that the time was almost right. After all, the United States was decadent, and now was the time for Russia to expand its influence. So this young girl was finally released to perform the mission. This is the first step to expand her influence. Tanya Belinskaya was very happy. She is just like Captain America when he was young. She doesn't want to be a vase and always wants to prove herself. Look, she is already eager to try. Let's go. This sentence is not a discussion, but a notification. Because she has already rushed up. Damn it, the Stone King's face changed. He said not to take this rookie with him. But he couldn't really watch her get into trouble, so he immediately waved his hand and controlled the surrounding stones. Those stones began to change their shapes rapidly in the air, and finally attached to Tanya Belinskaya's body, making this girl wear a layer of stone helmet armor. Although Tanya Belinskaya was a little dissatisfied with being treated like a child, her superhuman strength didn't care much about this little weight, so she didn't resist. For Amit, the remaining cultists were not afraid at all. They seemed to think that dying for Amit was the fastest way to heaven. Not only were they not afraid at all, but they were extremely energetic and rushed up with a howl. Just like the Stone King was troubled by the young rookie, Arthur Harrow was also troubled by the believers under his command. To be honest, he really didn't think that the believers were his helpers at this time. Although many believers were good fighters, why did the old, weak, women and children follow the charge? Many of these believers were actually civilians and were not suitable for fighting at all. But they still charged desperately. What a joke. It was said before that Arthur Harrow didn't actually believe in Amit, and he and Amit were more of a mutual use. Arthur hoped to create a world without sin, and Amit hoped to be resurrected. The two sides hit it off. But Arthur Harrow really didn't like religion, especially this kind of extreme religion. But the problem is that many times some things are not under his control at all. He always hoped to maintain a relatively peaceful doctrine. But the problem is that he needs the selfless dedication of those believers, and he needs wealth to run the entire church. After all, what can you do without spending money? He also needs believers to work hard. Well, what method can be used to get these things as quickly as possible? Of course, brainwashing. After all, this is a practical need. Look at his plan. What would anyone with a clear mind follow him? Threatening the whole world to hand over the criminals in prison for sacrifice. People who are not extreme in this matter would never follow him to fool around. This inevitably leads to extremes, because the more extreme, the more pious. And with a real and extraordinary existence in front of them, how could those believers not become extreme? Up to now, the believers have become extreme, on the one hand because of his intentional control, and on the other hand, a large part of it is also the self-perception of the believers. But sometimes, this kind of fanaticism will inevitably cause trouble. For example, now, the other party is obviously not a good person. Why are you ordinary people rushing up? Isn't it good to hide well, be a leak, and obediently provide manpower and material resources for the entire church? No. How can a devout believer give up the highest devotion to God? Look, his underground community is almost dead. Did he work so hard to build a church just for fun? He not only needs them to provide manpower and material resources, but also needs them to lead the remaining innocent people to rebuild the world after the new world comes. Now that everyone is dead, what can he use to build the world of his dreams? Rely on himself? Or rely on those underworld jackals whose flesh is almost rotten? In desperation, he can only continue to call on the underworld jackals to charge. So when Tanya Bilinskaya rushed to the cultists, she flew out of thin air before she had time to kill them all. Boom. When Tanya Bilinskaya hit the wall hard, she noticed that there were 4 deep scars on her chest. Fortunately, the rock armor of the Stone King helped her, otherwise this blow would have ripped her open. The Stone King and the Phantom Girl looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Obviously I reminded them before. Fortunately, the two did not hesitate at all. They guessed that the invisible and intangible power came from Arthur Harrow. So the thief should be captured first. No matter what, killing Arthur Harrow is the most important thing. So the Phantom Girl took action first. A flash of blue light flashed across her body, and her body turned into a pool of water, which fell to the ground. Then the water vapor evaporated and disappeared. Then the Stone King opened his arms and clenched his fists tightly. Countless stones flew up, and then lightning flashed in his hands. The stones and lightning quickly formed 2 lightning stone whips. On the other side, the dull eyes of the Red Omega suddenly changed and became fierce, and then 2 metal tentacles appeared deep in his wrists. Then, with a beast-like howl, the Red Omega rushed out. All the cultists who were hurt by his tentacles immediately withered from the state of howling just now. That was his special ability, the death factor. Omega can release deadly spore pheromones from his body. These spores cause weakness or death to anyone near him. The severity of the effect depends on the target's endurance, health and relative proximity. After a few seconds of contact, a normal person may be killed or incapacitated. This is one of his most terrifying abilities. But the next second, he was seriously injured, with several wounds on his chest and back. The wounds were so deep that you could almost see the damaged internal organs. But he seemed not to feel it, and continued to attack the cultists frantically with the metal tentacles in his hands. As the attack continued, the cultists died one after another, but the way they died was a bit strange. They seemed to have been sucked dry, and they became skinny one by one. The flesh and blood that were originally full of flesh and blood shrank in an instant. And Omega became more and more energetic, and the wounds on his body began to heal at a high speed, and the speed was getting faster and faster. It was not that the underworld jackals let Omega go. In fact, from the beginning, the wounds on his body kept appearing, but those wounds started to heal in the next second, and faster, which made him look as if he had not suffered any damage. It was completely useless. On the other side, the Stone King was also in trouble. He was dragged. But he didn't care much about the attacks of the underworld jackals. After all, the real power of the underworld jackals was that they could not be seen or touched. They were not powerful in themselves, at least for the Stone King. Those attacks caused the gravel on his body to fall continuously, but the problem is that this thing is everywhere, and he replenishes as much as it breaks. Here we have to talk about King Kong Bear. This guy's death is really aggrieved. His body is also extremely hard. Generally speaking, even if he lets the underworld jackals attack, these underworld monsters will find it difficult to kill him. But unfortunately, he couldn't see those monsters and was attacked directly in the vitals, eyes. He was stabbed in the brain by a claw and died directly. Before being attacked in the eyes, he couldn't see the opponent at all. Naturally, he didn't know that the opponent was attacking his vitals. The Stone King was much smarter, and his defense was also all round, so the opponent couldn't hurt him at all. But it also delayed the Stone King. Fortunately, the Stone King was not the main attacker. Just when Arthur thought he had the situation under control, he suddenly felt that his side was much more humid. Just when he felt something was wrong, a pool of water suddenly appeared under his feet, and then several sharp spikes drilled out of the water. The long sticks were aimed at Arthur's eyes, throat, heart and other vitals. Then a sound and shadow drilled out of the water. Stop those monsters, it was the Phantom Girl. It turns out that everything the Stone King and his men did was to attract attention. The real killer move is here. Arthur raised his scepter. Sure enough, all the attacks stopped. The remaining cultists stopped involuntarily when they saw this scene. On the other side. Are we just going to stand there and watch? Tao Yuhen was a little anxious. Arthur was controlled, which means that the Russians have taken the absolute initiative. This is seriously inconsistent with the interests of the SHIE. Russia cannot get the nanowar bomb. The reason was mentioned before, the hometown needs allies, but not a strong ally. The hometown needs a suitable ally, and it is best that this ally's demand for the hometown is greater than the hometown's demand for it. In this way, the hometown can take the initiative in this alliance more easily. And if the things fall into the hands of Russia, it will be difficult for the SHIE to show it. Otherwise, it might attract all the attention, which is inconsistent with the interests of the hometown. So Tao Yuhen was a little anxious. Batman frowned and thought about it, and decided to let Diana and the others take action. In fact, there is no need for Kai to notify. Diana and the others have already decided to take action. No. We must not let the Russians get the nanowar bomb, Roadhog said seriously. Even if the nanowar bomb is destroyed, it cannot be given to the Russians. The two Japanese also agreed with this. After all, Japan and Russia, the relationship is just like that. After all, there are still territorial disputes between the two. If possible, they can accept the Americans getting the nanowar bomb. Of course, they are not too determined. The survival philosophy of small countries is always to stand by whoever is stronger. Japan is the younger brother of the United States, but if Russia is stronger than the United States, they don't mind standing on the side of Russia. There is no way, from ancient times to the present. The survival wisdom of small countries is like this. Diana doesn't care, she is from Paradise Island, and she has nothing to do with most countries in the world, so she doesn't have much bias. Kelly and Catherine both supported Roadhog's statement. One of them is American and the other is British. After so many years of propaganda, it is difficult for them to have a good impression of Russia. Although they don't hate it, things like nanowar bombs are another matter. Do it, with the support of most people. Roadhog did not hesitate at all. Roadhog was the first to attack. He suddenly jumped out and opened fire. The cultists were the first to suffer, and they were immediately killed and injured. The Stone King was the first to react. He raised his hands, and countless stones suddenly flew out from the ground. Under the control of the Stone King, these stones helped him and his companions block all the bullets. But the next second, a golden figure suddenly fell from the sky. Boom! A golden shock wave burst out along with a golden figure landing. In an instant, everyone present was blown away. Wonder Woman, Tanya Belinskaya was the first to see the figure landing clearly. It's the Americans. Now all the Russians were alert. Damn, what the hell? The Americans actually came over. When the Stone King saw this situation, he immediately shouted, "I'll stop them, you go." But before he finished speaking, he saw Tanya Belinskaya rushing towards Wonder Woman Sukabuli. At this time, what power is there? The right thing to do is to get the stuff and run away. There is a US military base in Egypt. Who knows how many Americans there are here? Kenya, now he can only count on his most reliable friend. But when he turned around, he was stunned. He didn't know when Kenya had regained her humanity. She stood there stupidly, motionless. And in front of him, there was a woman in a nun's uniform. It was Catherine. Catherine is a charming witch, and her charm can make anyone addicted to her charm. Kenya is like this, even if she is a woman. But once Catherine's charm is fully activated, she will definitely kill men, women, young and old. The Phantom Girl is indeed difficult to deal with. You can't kill her, and you can't catch her. But this doesn't mean that you can't deal with her. Omega, there is no way, you can only count on Omega. He pointed at Arthur who was running away and ordered Omega, catch that guy. Arthur had to run, because his old nest was actually checked out by someone. Not only did Cobra come, but the Russians and Americans also got involved. He never knew that his lair was so unsafe, and it seemed that everyone knew it. After the Stone King shouted, he immediately went to meet Kelly who came out last. Batwoman, looking at the woman in front of him, the Stone King immediately recognized her identity. The three female heroes of Chicago, all advanced and retreated together. I didn't expect you to work for the US government, Kelly shrugged. I can't help it, for a living. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1220, Don't Understand Romance. Kelly's honest answer made the Stone King a little confused about what to say. Such a realistic answer. Hasn't the United States always praised their superheroes, who are not afraid of power and resist authority? Why is it like this? Kelly didn't feel any burden. We all live in the real world, not in a vacuum. Sometimes we still have to compromise, right? The Stone King nodded involuntarily. It was too damn real. Just like him, the Stone King, he was actually not willing to be an agent for the Russian government at the beginning. He would rather return to Armenia to play with stones. But the reality is that if he does not accept the government's invitation, he will immediately be regarded as an unstable element. At that time, he will face endless harassment and will never have peace. However, in the final analysis, the Stone King still has a sense of identity with Russia, so except for the initial resistance, he gradually accepted it later. So he can understand the choice of the 3 Chicago women. And Kelly is not bluffing. The reason why they appeared is indeed the exchange between Kai and President Benjamin. The little thing that the 3 of them did to overthrow the Chicago Daily family had a very bad impact on the American political arena. Many politicians were furious in private. It was not that they were related to the Daily family. They were purely interested in each other. Logically speaking, the life and death of the Daily family had nothing to do with many of them. But they were still terrified. There was no way. Kelly and her methods did not conform to the rules. For those politicians, bad guys and criminals were not scary, because 99% of criminals harmed ordinary people. What did they care about? But breaking the rules was different. They were parasites who survived by relying on the so-called rules. What these American politicians have been doing over the years is to transform the rules to make them more suitable for themselves. For example, the two-party system in the United States. In fact, there is no so-called two-party system in the United States. The U.S. Constitution stipulates that citizens have the right to freely organize associations. Simply put, any American citizen has the right to form a political party. In fact, dozens of political parties have appeared in American history. However, the most influential ones are only the Democratic and Republican parties. The Senate and the Senate of the Congress have always been controlled by the two parties. Then the two parties tacitly suppress other political parties. They cannot change the Constitution, which is too ugly, so they impose various restrictions in the election law to strictly restrict the emergence of third parties. And what the upper class in the United States has done in recent years is similar to what the two parties have done. They continue to strengthen class barriers, so that the upper class will always be the upper class, and the middle and lower classes will always be the middle and lower classes. The premise for all this is the so-called rules. They instinctively hate those who break the rules. In addition, there is personal interest. After all, many of them are not much better than the Daily family. If this kind of thing is allowed to spread, they may be the next unlucky ones. So whether it is from the perspective of class interests or personal interests, they must hate the 3 Chicago women. Don't underestimate these people. After all, these people control most of the social resources in the United States. If they really let them make trouble, they really can't be underestimated. So there is this exchange of interests. Through cooperation with Benjamin, the influence of this matter can be reduced, blurring the liquidation of the Daily family into a political struggle rather than the so-called violation of the rules. Of course, this cannot convince everyone, but not everyone is willing to risk their lives to deal with the Chicago 3 heroines. So the pressure will be much less. So, why don't we just chat and get through it, and no one will get hurt? Isn't it great? The Stone King was stunned. He had always heard that Americans were lazy, but he didn't expect it to be like this. No. This is related to national interests. No girls will like you if you do this, Kelly sighed. But the Stone King was unmoved. Just like the outside world's stereotype of Russians, the Russians don't understand romance. Why don't you give in? The Stone King raised his hand, and the stones floated up. Just say that you have tried your best, but you can't beat it. No. After all, I was specifically asked, The shadow under Kelly also seemed to be alive and began to twist and rise. The battle was about to break out. But at this moment, a white shadow suddenly jumped out from the depths of the temple. This is not the key is the box in his hand. Then everyone's eyes lit up instantly. The next second, Kelly was the first to move. The shadow under her feet swallowed her in an instant, and then the shadow swam quickly on the ground like a living thing, and soon it was close to the white shadow. Boom. But just when the shadow was about to touch the box, a cane carved with a crocodile head wrapped in purple energy hit it hard. The shadow seemed to hit something and was bounced away. Then the shadow vomited Kelly out. Seeing that Batwoman was forced back, Arthur Harrow supported the shaky white ghost and asked, "What's wrong?" The ninja uniform on the white ghost was torn, revealing most of his arms, and his right shoulder had turned blue-black. "I'm poisoned." Since the white ghost appeared here, it seems that Master Ku, who had fought with him before, is in danger. In fact, it is true. Master Ku died in the battle. But Master Ku's most powerful skill is not direct combat, but poisoning and medication. "Go." White Ghost handed the box to Arthur Harrow and said with gritted teeth, "I'll hold on." The reason why White Ghost was so righteous was not because he really had a deep relationship with Arthur Harrow, but because White Ghost already knew that he could not leave. And if he left, he would not survive. With the rapid development of technology, many so-called poisons can actually be solved. White Ghost himself is a super soldier who has undergone super cruel training. Ordinary toxins are not fatal to him. He has undergone adaptation training for a variety of toxins and has a very high resistance to toxins. But technology has also affected the development of toxins. For example, Master Ku has broken away from the shackles of traditional poison making and has begun to add some scientific elements to his poisons. For example, the toxins in White Ghost's body contain some nanomaterials. This greatly enhances the diffusion and destructive capabilities of the toxins. The key is that if you want to detoxify, you need very professional equipment and vaccines. Obviously. At present, there is no such condition, that is to say, he's dead. Instead of this, it is better to let Arthur Harrow run. At least he can fulfill White Ghost's dream, right? "Don't leave," Diana slashed with a sword. At this time, Diana had already knocked the Red Guardian unconscious. Kai had informed them in advance not to really kill anyone. It doesn't matter if the cultists die. But the Russians still let it go. After all, this is also the foundation of mankind, and they are not bad guys. But the next second, two metal tentacles stretched out, trapped Diana, and then threw her out. It was Red Omega. The order given to this idiot was to catch Arthur, not to catch the dead Arthur, so he didn't allow Diana to hurt Arthur. But just when Omega was about to catch Arthur, a fragrant breeze suddenly blew. A woman with a mask appeared. She opened her hands and said to several people, "Look at me." Then Omega, Arthur and White Ghost all seemed to have lost their souls. They looked at the woman stupidly. "This is Catherine." "Very good, very good. Good boy, give me the box." Catherine exuded a sacred aura all over her body, making people inevitably indulge in it. Arthur couldn't help but stretch out his hand holding the box, but halfway through, a look of struggle appeared on Arthur's face. His eyes were blurred and angry. Ah! Catherine was also stunned. She didn't expect that this man's obsession was so deep that even her charm couldn't capture him. In fact, Catherine still underestimated the will of human beings. Just when Catherine was stunned, the obedient White Ghost suddenly jumped up, and the samurai sword in his hand drew a silver light and chopped Catherine's head. Bang! Ling! At the top of the move, Catherine's long legs were raised, and the revolver on the high heels fired a bullet that hit the blade of the White Ghost. Then Catherine did a backflip, and when she was in the air, she had two more revolvers in her hands. Bang 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 bang. 6 consecutive shots. But the White Ghost on the opposite side was even more awesome. He held the knife in both hands and danced quickly, and each knife hit the flying bullets. Ding 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 ding. 6 bullets, 6 knives, and all hit without missing a single one. This operation stunned the crowd. Fuck. Tao Yuan held a box of the same model as Arthur's hand and expressed his surprise in the simplest words. Tao Yushang also widened his eyes. There are also fierce men in the Shield Bureau who can cut bullets with knives. But there is no one who can cut bullets with a knife when being shot at the face, and one bullet at a time. Even the military knife is not sure that it can do this in this situation. How did this guy do it? Batman was also silent. As far as he knew, although the White Ghost had received rigorous training, He had not deviated from the limits of human beings. He did not have any superpowers. He knew a fierce man who could cut bullets with a knife, and that was Wade. But this idiot couldn't do this. If he shot at Wade's face, he would be in good condition if 7 or 8 out of 10 bullets were blocked by the blade. The remaining bullets, well, of course, they were shot at him. Fortunately, this chatterbox was not afraid of being shot. At this time, several black darts flew from the darkness and shot directly at the face of White Ghost. White Ghost's eyes changed, and he raised his single knife and quickly slashed it in the air. Ding ding ding. Those darts were all shot down. "It's you." White Ghost stared at the direction where the darts flew. He recognized the style of the darts. The darts of Yinglin's family. Snake Eyes also came out of the darkness with Sadako at this time. White Ghost looked at Snake Eyes, and a hint of excitement appeared at the corner of his mouth. Before dying, meeting the person you want to kill the most is not a kind of luck. "Sadako, finally found you, senior brother." White Ghost was stunned, and then tilted his head to look at Sadako with a puzzled look, and that look was actually a bit inexplicably cute. He didn't know Sadako. Sadako obviously understood this, and she pointed at Snake Eyes. I was translating his words. "What? Does my poor junior brother need help even to speak, because he swore after his master's death that he would never speak before avenging him?" Sadako continued to explain. White Ghost was stunned, and then laughed. "Huh. A truly weak choice. Since you choose not to speak, then, just die in silence." White Ghost put the handles of the two knives together to form a very strange weapon, a bit like the Sun Moon Universe sword, and a bit like a Naginata. Snake Eyes was silent, and also drew out his own knife, and at the same time drew out a T-shaped stick from his waist. There were no extra words, and White Ghost was too lazy to say the fact that he did not kill his uncle. Saying such words at this time made him feel that he was showing weakness. He didn't bother to explain anything. Anyway, he also wanted to kill Snake Eyes. The two were about to fight. Unfortunately, the others were all idiots who didn't understand romance. Countless stones mixed with lightning covered Arthur and White Ghost like cannonballs, including Snake Eyes and Sadako. Anyway, in the eyes of the Russians, the Japanese are not good people, at least they will never be allies. Arthur's face turned fierce, and he swung his hand, holding the tail of the cane, using the head of the cane as a hammer, and hit the ground hard. Boom. Under the action of a ball of purple energy, the rocks on the ground suddenly moved, and countless boulders broke out of the ground and blocked Arthur and his team. At the same time, more underworld jackals crawled out of the rubble. Obviously, Arthur planned to summon more underworld jackals to clean up everyone in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, other people couldn't see this scene. The Stone King only saw those stones, and he was very disdainful of it. "You are playing with stones in front of me?" But the next second, a group of bats made of shadows suddenly appeared and hit the Stone King, knocking him away. "It's Kelly." Then accompanied by a scream. Everyone felt a sharp pain in their eardrums, a dizzy head, and then a lightening of the body, with a strong sense of weightlessness invading the body. This was the howl of the Banshee. Kelly inherited the power of the devil's blood. This scream could pull a person's soul out of the body. Interestingly, along with Kelly's scream, the underworld jackals wailed as if they had encountered a natural enemy, covering their dog ears and running around frantically. Arthur wanted to reorder the underworld jackals, but it was useless. Arthur was sweating profusely, but the next second he felt a sharp pain in his arm. He looked down and saw that a water knife had slid across his arm and cut off his arm holding the box. It was the Phantom Girl. The Phantom Girl grabbed the box and planned to run away. But Diana also rushed over at this time, and the Vulcan sword in her hand chopped off the Phantom Girl's head at lightning speed. The next second, the Phantom Girl's body turned into a pool of water, and the box naturally fell into Diana's hands. Phantom Girl has this shortcoming. She can turn into liquid water and gaseous water, but it is limited to herself. In fact, if the Russian Guardian organization had not helped Phantom Girl design a set of exclusive combat uniforms, Phantom Girl actually hated turning into water, because as long as she did so, she would have to be naked. Not good. Roadhog, who had been watching from the edge, suddenly ran out and shouted to the 3 female warriors, "Drones are coming." However, he seemed to be a little late. Just as he shouted this, the others had already seen 3 drones from the big hole above the underground temple, and 2 huge bombs were mounted under the drones. "Be careful. Take cover." 3 drones flew directly from above and dropped 6 aerial bombs by the way. Chapter 1221 All the ashes are for you. The underground temple is located in the civilian area of Cairo. The ground is an old residential area. Since the beginning of the battle, civilians have been involved in the battle. The Russians obviously do not say that they will not harm civilians, at least not foreign civilians. But they are at least positive characters, and they are the kind of people who have a national organization. Even if they don't care about civilian casualties, for the sake of the country's image, they will subconsciously control their power and control the impact within a certain range. Therefore, the number of civilians affected by the battle is not particularly large. But those drones are different. The drones equipped inside the Egyptian U.S. Navy base are the latest SQ-7 death drones launched by Mars, nicknamed Devilfish. Mars describes it as a medium-altitude, long-range, male, drone system. It can play the role of reconnaissance in bombing, with a payload of 2 tons, and can carry air-to-air air-to-ground missiles. It is a remote-controlled aircraft with a bat-like shape, a swept wing structure, and drooping wings. The maximum activity radius is 3,700 kilometers, the maximum flight speed is 240 kilometers per hour, it can stay in the air above the target for 24 hours, and the maximum endurance time is 60 hours. The aircraft is equipped with optoelectronic infrared reconnaissance equipment, GPS navigation equipment and synthetic aperture radar with all-weather reconnaissance capabilities. The resolution is 0.3 meters at an altitude of 4,000 meters, and the target positioning accuracy is 0.25 meters. The bomb load is 2 tons, 3 drones. Imagine what the scene is. So in the middle of the night, Cairo was suddenly awakened by a huge explosion. Then the whole city woke up, countless people ran out, and then they saw a fire on the horizon, and a huge mushroom cloud rose slowly. Then there was a huge riot. Cairo is the largest city in Egypt, with an area of about 3,000 square kilometers, and the population living in Cairo alone accounts for 1/5 of the total population of the country, about 20 million people. You can imagine the horror of the population density. But now it is facing various problems such as low production capacity, overpopulation, and high unemployment, and the public security level caused by high unemployment is getting worse and worse. Coupled with the increasingly strong rise of religious forces, the city is like a powder keg. With a big explosion, the whole of Egypt came alive. Countless rumors began to spread, and some people with ulterior motives began to spread all kinds of horrifying rumors, such as a call from the next door, an attack by terrorists, and a military coup. In short, the whole city was in chaos. Then people who took advantage of the fire appeared, and the flames and chaos spread rapidly like a virus. And the contradictions that had been suppressed for a long time also broke out at this moment. Cairo was in chaos. And the chaos was inexplicable. The Egyptian government was dumbfounded. They still didn't understand what happened. And the initiator of all this, Arthur Harrow, the leader of the Amet Church, was lying in the dark underground at this moment, looking at the person in front of him with lifeless eyes. Why? Batman took the cane from Arthur Harrow's charred hand expressionlessly. He also pulled out the holy sword from Arthur's chest, and then the golden light shone. And the holy sword disappeared without a trace. Why would someone like you stop me? The holy sword can kill everything. Even Arthur Harrow, who has been blessed by Amet and has the immortality, is no exception. After all, Amet is just a tool, and she does not actually have any power of the god of death. She is not qualified to grant anyone immortality. Arthur is at most stronger than ordinary people in vitality and faster recovery ability. Arthur saw that he was dying, and he was not so afraid of death. What he was unwilling to do was that his dream ended. At the same time, he couldn't understand why someone like Batman wanted to stop him. In his opinion, people like Batman should be the ones who can understand him the most. He wants to create a world without harm and sin. Isn't this what Batman pursues? Otherwise, why did he come out to do justice? Just for fun. Batman didn't say anything. It's not that he was disdainful. But he didn't hear what this guy wanted to say at all. Why should someone like me stop you? Isn't this what he should do? Cairo really doesn't care about the lives of those who deserve to die. He has killed countless people himself. But please, he is not a murderer who kills everyone. Those drug dealers, murderers, and gangsters, it is not a pity to die, but not all prisoners in prison deserve to die. There is no reason for others to be sentenced to death for stealing something. Moreover, others don't know what Amet is, doesn't he know? Amet is not a god, it is just a weapon, and its existence itself is for destruction. Creating a new world or something is not its job at all. This man is probably crazy. Pa! Roadhog pushed away the rubble around him and spit fiercely. Behind him, the three Chicago heroines also walked out of the ruins. At the moment the bomb fell, Diana used her divine power to prop up a protective shield to protect everyone at the fastest speed. Well, this everyone does not include Russians and Japanese. By the way, where are Snake Eyes and Sadako? Roadhog spoke with conscience. Snake Eyes and Sadako were both his teammates. Although they were former teammates, they had a good relationship. It should be there. Catherine closed her eyes and felt it, pointing to a pile of ruins a little distance away from them. But the situation is very bad. Hurry up and save you. Roadhog rushed over immediately, wanting to dig out his teammates, well, former teammates. Unfortunately, with this level of ruins, unless professional equipment is deployed, it is unknown when it can be dug out by hand. It is better to learn from the American capitalists and just let people die. After all, the compensation for the dead is much cheaper than that for the living. Fortunately, Kelly and the others are not capitalists, so they simply helped. In the meantime, Catherine closed her eyes, threw out a magic circle, and then reached out and pulled out the two Japanese from the magic circle. Roadhog ran halfway and turned back. Snake Eyes was seriously injured, but it was all caused by rocks. Sadako was more unlucky. She was burned all over by the high temperature of the explosion, but fortunately she was always in Snake Eyes' arms, so she was still conscious. Snake Eyes raised his head and looked at Catherine. Sadako immediately translated, "Where is White Ghost?" "He wants you to save White Ghost as well." Catherine shook her head. "He's dead." Snake Eyes didn't move. Roadhog asked quickly, "What's wrong with him? Is he unconscious?" Because Snake Eyes was always wearing a mask and helmet, Roadhog couldn't see Snake Eyes' specific situation at all. Snake Eyes raised his head and glanced at him, but ignored him. He was still thinking about what happened just now. At the moment of the explosion, it was White Ghost who saved him. He saw it clearly. But he didn't understand why White Ghost saved him in the end. Both he and White Ghost wanted the other to die. Sadako grabbed Snake Eyes' hand and looked at him worriedly. Snake Eyes shook his head and put it all behind him. No matter what the White Ghost's purpose was, now that he was dead, it was useless to dwell on it. It was also at this time that the ruins not far away began to move again. Stones slowly floated up, and the Stone King supported the Red Omega, while the Phantom Girl carried the unconscious Red Guardian on her back. The explosion just now did not hurt them. Looking at everything in front of him, the Stone King's face turned green. He looked at the Americans. He found that they were fine, but he did not see the box. Roadhog also remembered to look for the nanoarm bombs at this time. Who saw the box of nanoarm bombs? Kelly raised her hand. "I remember that it was taken away by the cult leader in the end." Then who saw the cult leader? Everyone shook their heads. In the end, it was the Stone King who moved all the rocks on the ground and finally found Arthur Harrow's body in the temple. This guy reacted very quickly. After the bombing began, he immediately ran into the temple, which was deep underground and had a huge stone pillar city, which was actually the safest place. But even so, half of his body was burnt. As for the box, Roadhog also found it. Although it was just a fragment, judging from the degree of burnt fragments, the box and the things inside were all destroyed. "Where is the nanoarm bomb?" Phantom Girl couldn't help but ask. She lost 2 friends for this broken thing. And now she was told that the things were destroyed? I don't think she would believe it. Roadhog said unhappily, "It's everywhere here. The shell of the nanoarm bomb is not metal, but a special kind of ceramic, which is hard, high temperature resistant, and corrosion resistant. The most important thing is that nanoarms are useless to that thing. But no matter how powerful ceramics are, they are still ceramics, and they will be destroyed by a bomb. Bombs can't blow up those nanomechanical bugs, but once the shell is broken, those nanomechanical bugs that are lighter than dust will be blown everywhere with the airflow. If things go wrong, the air they breathe now contains those nanoarms, commonly known as being blown away." Phantom Girl and Boulder King looked around blankly, dumbfounded. "Let's go quickly. The Egyptians will be here soon. If we are caught, it will be very troublesome," Catherine suddenly said at this time. Although Luba was a little unwilling, he didn't say anything. He nodded and followed him away. Only the Russians were left alone in the wind. Soon the riots in Cairo shocked the whole world. At the same time, Egypt quickly found the reason. It turned out that the U.S. military bombed Cairo. This result not only puzzled the Egyptians, but also the United States. Egypt didn't understand. They were allies. Egypt followed the United States in many international occasions. It was the kind of ally that the United States was most assured of. Egypt began to turn its back on Sadat in the late 1980s, and began to turn to the United States and surrender to the United States. Now it even has a good relationship with Israel. Moreover, since Egypt turned to the United States, there has been no Middle East war in which Arab countries have fought against Israel. It can be said that Egypt betrayed the Arab world and was also the culprit of the Arab world. In this case, if you don't hold on to the United States, there will be big problems. But it's all like this: the United States actually bombed the capital of Egypt? Even if the Egyptian government is made of mud, it can't stand it. No matter what the reason is, the United States bombed the capital of Egypt. If the Egyptian government dares to flatter the United States on this issue, the people will revolt in the next second. So Egypt has rarely taken extremely harsh measures against the United States. The Egyptian government issued an ultimatum to the United States, asking it to make a reasonable explanation and compensation for the bombing within 24 hours, and to withdraw the U.S. Navy's base in Ras Banas. In Ras Banas in Egypt, the U.S. military has built a military base, and there are both ports and airports. This Ras Banas is located in the southeast corner of Egypt, close to the Red Sea, blocking the throat from the Suez Canal through the Red Sea to the Indian Ocean. To the south is Sudan, and to the east it faces Saudi Arabia across the Red Sea. The geographical location is very important and has always been a thorn in the hearts of Egyptians. But before, they didn't have the courage to let the Americans go away, and now they have an excuse. If they succeed, then the Egyptian government will really become a national hero. At the same time, the Egyptian government also sent a note to major Islamic countries, hoping to get the support of the majority of Islamic brothers. Of course, most of these things Egypt said were just empty talk, without any substantive actions, and there was no mention of any countermeasures if the United States did not agree. First, there is no strength, and second, there is no courage. It is useless to mention it. It is better to be a little harsh verbally, at least it can fool the domestic people. But this still caused an uproar. On the American side, it was really confused. Bombing Cairo? I don't know. When are they going to bomb Cairo? Why bomb? There is no reason at all. For this reason, the White House questioned the Pentagon as quickly as possible, whether it had taken military action without the consent of the White House and Congress. This is the most feared thing for every normal country. The army does not listen to the government and acts on its own. This is the army out of control. If it is not good, the whole country will be kidnapped by the army. The Pentagon was almost scared to death. Damn, if this is true, then the Pentagon will be in big trouble. Is there any need for a Ministry of Defense that can't even control the army? Soon news came from the Egyptian naval base. The planes that bombed Cairo really took off from their base. This answer almost made the Pentagon faint. Did the U.S. troops at the Cape Arnis base lose their minds? How could they do such a thing? But the Cape Arnis base quickly gave an explanation that they were following orders. Whose orders? The orders came from the U.S. Navy Command in the Middle East. It was the headquarters that ordered the drone to take off and carry out the mission. The Pentagon immediately went crazy. Is the U.S. Navy Command in the Middle East crazy? How could they issue such an order? Also, is the commander of the Cape Arnis base a pig? How dare he execute such an outrageous order? Wouldn't he ask for confirmation? In the end, it wasn't that the commander of the Cape Arnis base was stupid, but that it was just a very normal order. What was really abnormal was that after the drone took off, the Cape Arnis base lost control of the drone. Chapter 1222 New Micha. The next day in New York, in Stark Tower, the White House envoy helplessly watched Tony, with 3 little spiders and a green goblin, studied the nanoarm bomb they brought back. Director Wayne, it's okay to be a day or two late. Even if Tony develops something, it won't hurt you, right? Why rush? Have fun in New York for a few days. All expenses are covered by the Stark Group. Kyle leaned against the sofa, holding a cigar and said indifferently. The envoy could only smile. He actually wanted to bring the things back as quickly as possible. After all, that would show his ability to do things, although the whole thing had nothing to do with his ability. In fact, for the whole thing, the White House almost scolded the bigwigs in the Pentagon. They didn't get to eat the meat, but got into trouble. Now Egypt is still making trouble with the State Department. The U.S. military's fighter jets bombed someone else's capital. Unless the United States intends to go to war with Egypt, it must give an explanation no matter what. Even if the United States likes to talk about American exceptionalism, it can't cheat on this matter. American exceptionalism, also known as American excellence, American exceptionalism, and American-style exceptionalism, is a theory and ideology that holds that the United States of America is a unique country, completely different from other countries. The United States and Americans have a unique position in the world. It is the first and only country in the world to be founded on ideas such as freedom, individualism, equality before the law, and laissez-faire capitalism. It leads and defends the trend of freedom in the world. Therefore, it is unique and superior, and has features that other countries cannot match. To put it bluntly, it is another way of saying the theory of superiority, and it extends to the idea that the United States can be independent of the rules. That is, the rules are to restrict others and are useless to it. Whenever international rules conflict with the interests of the United States, the interpretation of the United States shall prevail. The United States has the final right of interpretation. It is a complete hegemony. The United States has been playing tricks in the international arena with a clear conscience. Others have a theoretical basis. They have come up with a theoretical basis for playing tricks. The Americans really know how to play. Their planes did bomb someone else's capital, especially when this someone else is their own ally. This is embarrassing. At this time, the White House's foresight was reflected. Fortunately, the Pentagon's useless people were not asked to do the work, but the White House used its influence to send a superhero team. Otherwise, it might really be a loss. The envoy was indeed very anxious. Both the military and the White House hoped to get the Nanowar bomb as soon as possible. By the way, Director Wayne, I have a question. I am just curious, not questioning you. As far as we know, there should be 3 more Nanowar bombs. Why did you only bring back 1? The envoy was afraid that Kai would be angry, so he quickly explained, "It's not that I don't trust you, but the person in charge is Batman and the 3 Chicago women. Do you think it will happen?" He didn't say what it would happen, but Kai guessed it. "Thank you for trusting me. Batman is also me. No, if Batman really wants to do something about it, he will never hide it from me. Because it's meaningless, isn't it true? Can he hide it from himself? After all, even if he does this, you can't catch him." The envoy was stunned. "Is it really possible? Then what makes you think I can catch him?" Kai looked at him strangely. "Besides, why do you think I would go and catch him for such a trivial matter? But that thing is related to the safety of the whole world," the envoy said hurriedly. Typical American argument, always likes to regard their own interests as the interests of the whole world, as if as long as the United States is good, the whole world will be good, even if it harms the interests of other countries. It is a necessary sacrifice for the great United States and world peace. Batman cares more about that thing than you do. Okay, I can guarantee that Batman did not steal the Nanowar bomb. Still not lying, Batman did not steal it. The SWAT did it. But, please, this matter is all the fault of the Navy. It was fine, as long as they got rid of the Russians. They could bring the stuff back. Who knew they would encounter a bombing? You are so happy that you can secretly bring back 1. You know, now the whole world thinks that the Nanowar bomb is destroyed. What? Isn't it enough for you to be happy? Kai said impatiently. The envoy stopped talking. Because Kai was telling the truth. When the whole world believed that the Nanowar bomb was destroyed, the United States could secretly plant a bomb, which was definitely a big profit. Because in this way, the pressure is gone. Compared with Egypt's complaints, being collectively besieged by NATO member states is much more serious. At least now the United States can blame Mars. In fact, it is not difficult to find out who did the drone. After all, apart from the US military, only Mars has the underlying code of the drone, and the traces of Mars's invasion are very obvious, which cannot be concealed at all. Mars was also liquidated by major countries today. Cobra's intelligence was also exposed. Mars President Destro was also wanted. His conspiracy was also exposed. After all, Mars had been selling the so-called Nanowar bomb defense system to various countries before. Now that these things have been exposed, how can those countries not know what this grandson is thinking? Everyone is not a good thing. This game has been over for countless times. Who can't understand? In fact, when Destro was promoting the so-called defense system, some people already felt that there was something wrong. Because the timing was too coincidental. They are all thousand-year-old foxes, so no one should tell each other about Liaozhai. But at that time, the threat of the nanoarm bomb was real. Even if everyone knew something was wrong, they just accepted it. But now the data of the nanoarm is gone, and the nanoarm bomb is destroyed. Then there is no need to endure it. But with the disappearance of Destro, everyone came back to their senses. Is there a possibility? Even the data of the nanoarm bomb was destroyed, and it was Destro who did it? Thinking about it again, the more I think about it, the more possible it seems. Now everyone is crazy. The threat level of the mysterious organization Cobra has also been raised to the highest level by various countries. In this way, the Americans are actually under much less pressure. The envoy was taken away by the public relations department of the Stark Group to have fun, leaving only the joyful discussion of Tony and others. I didn't expect that Mars still has something. Their nanotechnology has given me a lot of inspiration. Tony actually started to develop nanotechnology a long time ago. He has always been distressed by the lack of concealment and flexibility of his armor. At the beginning, he used transformation technology to solve this problem. For example, in the previous Mark V suitcase transformation armor, he reduced the armor to the size of a suitcase, which is very portable. But it sacrificed the armor's defense and firepower, and its performance was not good. Then came the Mark VI. Unlike the previous armor, the Mark VI was a heavy armor designed specifically for combat. Its deployment method was based on the Mark V briefcase armor. When not in use, the Mark VII can be folded into a red flight cabin similar to a suitcase. It confirms the user's identity and activates the armor deployment program by scanning the encrypted information on the metal bracelet worn by Tony. In terms of weapons, a classifiable propulsion backpack was added, and there are small traceable missiles. However, the adaptability is still a bit poor. Then there's the Mark 42 Prodigal. This armor has the ability to assemble automatically. The advantage is that it can be remotely controlled and automatically assembled. Of course, there are advantages and disadvantages. Since the automatic assembly of the Mk-42 saves a lot of screws on the connecting parts, it is easy to be damaged. In terms of weapons, in addition to the basic hand impact cannon and chest impact cannon, the forearm is equipped with a small missile. It is more for close combat. This is the most trick of all Tony's armors. Tony kept dodging during the first time he put it on. When he put it on, only a part of the leg caused the fully armed Tony to be left with only the helmet, and all other parts were scattered. Although this armor can be deployed remotely, it is easy to have accidents during flight, causing the armor to break down halfway. So Tony has been thinking about shooting and making a super armor with high portability, high flexibility, high defense and high firepower. But, now it seems that this idea is a bit difficult to achieve. First of all, to meet the above requirements, qualified materials must be used. Tony has a way to do this, that is vibranium. Before Wakanda appeared in the world, Tony asked Kai to ask Black Panther T'Challa to get some vibranium back. This thing is the only material that can meet Tony's requirements so far. Secondly, it is application. The best way is to use nanotechnology. He hopes to build a mecha that can be carried at any time and can be transformed. The previous shrinking design and remote deployment have proved to be unusable. But nanotechnology is not achieved overnight, at least Tony did encounter technical difficulties. Tony is indeed the smartest man in the world, but he is not a god, and it is impossible for him to succeed immediately. That is why the Mark 43 Tony is using now is just an upgraded version of the Mark 42. All its functions are basically the same as the Mark 42, but its functions are already relatively complete and mature. In addition, the Mark 43 also has a sentinel mode. The user can continue to perform the current task even if he is not on the armor, and an infrared scanning function, which can see through solid targets such as buildings. But in essence, there is not much difference. There is no doubt that the technology of the nanoarm bomb has a great inspiration for his new generation of armor. This provides strong technical support for his ideal mecha. I don't care how you do it, just do it as soon as possible. After all, you promised them. Tony pouted, you shouldn't have promised them. Let's not talk about whether those idiots can research anything. Moreover, such a dangerous thing will be very dangerous if it falls into the hands of those politicians. You know, these people are not trustworthy. Although Tony has always been closely connected with the political arena, it does not mean that Tony really likes those people. In fact, Tony no longer trusts politicians after the nuclear bomb in New York. Although it was not American politicians who ordered the launch of the nuclear bomb, This did not prevent Tony from putting them together. Moreover, something is wrong with the United States recently. Its international status has declined too much. With a weakening of the dollar hegemony and military hegemony, the hegemony of the United States has begun to disintegrate. If some madman uses nanoworm bombs to revitalize the United States, the consequences are really unimaginable. Kai shook his head. How could I not know? If it was before, I might really not give this thing to anyone. After all, if this technology is not well used, it will bring humans back to the Stone Age. But Wakanda's development makes me think that this thing has its place. At first, Kai was not optimistic about this technology and thought that it was of little significance to deal with aliens. After all, who knows what the aliens' technology is like, and whether the nanoworms can bite alien spacecraft is an unknown. But Wakanda has opened up a large amount of vibranium to be developed. That's different. You mean, vibranium nanoworms? Well, this thing may really have a future. Tony thought about it and found that it was indeed a future. The properties of vibranium are too abnormal. If it really turns into a nanoworm bomb, it may become a killer weapon against aliens. So let's research something as soon as possible, Kai said. I know. But I have to wait until my new mecha comes out, and me. At this time, Peter also jumped out. Mr. Stark, you promised me that you would make me a set of spider armor. Kai frowned and looked at Tony. What did you say to these kids? I'm just idle, Tony said embarrassedly. By the way, speaking of them, I got some information. Kingpin was also involved in the Wakanda incident. It seems that this guy is very busy recently. Norman laughed at this time. It's really the Kingpin I'm familiar with. This guy will never be honest. Are you sure that this Kingpin is the one in your world? Although I was tortured a little crazy by the Green Goblin, I'm not so wrong about this. It seems that this Kingpin needs to be solved as soon as possible. Kai nodded thoughtfully. By the way, Tony said, about their crossing over. I've already planned to give up. Kai was stunned. This didn't fit Tony's personality. This guy wasn't the type to give up easily when he encountered something that interested him. What's going on? Norman spoke at this time. Mr. Stark and I copied the operation we had when we crossed over, but Mr. Stark proved that didn't work at all. Speaking of this topic, Norman seemed very calm, while Stacy and Parker were a little depressed. For Norman, this world was a paradise compared to his previous world. Here, his son was still alive, and he could be healed and suppress the Green Goblin in his body. But what about his original world? He had nothing. He was actually not happy to go back. Stacy and Parker were different. Maybe their world was not beautiful, but they still wanted to go back. What do you mean? Tony continued. I think that their time travel is definitely not unrelated to their crazy machine, at least not the main reason. There must be something else that played a key role in it, and we don't know what this key factor is. Without knowing this, no matter how many experiments we do, it will be useless. The direction is wrong. The harder we work, the further away from the correct answer we will be. Then what do you think is the key factor? There are too many possibilities. Maybe it's because of magic. There's no way to guess. Magic, Kai suddenly thought. Why must he find a way on the scientific side? Isn't magic okay? Speaking of magic, magic is more magical than any black technology. Chapter 1223 Ancient Ones Method. Kai has no talent for magic, and there is no need to elaborate on this. This also leads to Kai himself being in awe of the magic of magic most of the time. It is also because of this that Kai also maintains Kamartaj, who maintains the Great Guardian. In this case, he will not go to Kamartaj for nothing. After all, Kamartaj needs to bear such a lofty responsibility as the Great Guardian, so what reason does he have to bother them again? But now, Kai really thinks that he can only ask them for this matter. As for whether it is troublesome or not, this matter can be viewed from another angle. After all, they are visitors from a parallel world. I don't believe that Kamartaj is not interested. Just do it when you think of it. After all, there is no need to hide such things. So Kai took out a magic ring directly. Put on the ring, imitate the gesture of the Ancient One, and draw a circle. Soon, a large round hole with sparks appeared in front of everyone. Tony immediately became excited. Tony has always been very interested in the teleportation of the wizards. Although Kai also has the trident of Poseidon and can teleport, and Tony himself also participated in the design of the teleportation bracelet. In fact, that thing does not have much technical content. In the final analysis, it is just borrowing the power of the trident of Poseidon, which is not surprising in itself. Although the wizard's teleportation is also magical, it has something that the trident of Poseidon does not have, that is, it can be learned. Speaking of this, Tony is not sleepy. If it is about other things, such as body numbers and body coordination, he may be weaker than others, but when it comes to learning, he can proudly say that he is the best learner in the world. Last time, he secretly proposed to Caecilius that he wanted to learn magic from him, but Caecilius could not make the decision. Anyone who enters Camartage is someone who can find Camartage and is a loser in the real world. But Tony is neither. And Caecilius doesn't think Tony needs the power of magic. After all, he has everything. So he rejected Tony. The power of magic cannot be abused. This is the iron law summed up by the Camartage wizards after various disasters. But obviously Tony did not give up. It's not that he really envied the power of magic, he was just, simply curious. Tony always felt that the so-called magic, spells, superpowers and the like must also follow some scientific laws that he didn't know. The reason why he felt those things were magical was that the current level of science was not enough to explain those phenomena. Yes, he hoped to analyze the spells into scientific knowledge that was easier to master. Well, everything is for science. This argument greatly offended the wizards of Camartage. The wizards believed that magic was a mysterious power. It was knowledge, but it was definitely not something that could be expressed by numbers and formulas. It was an idealistic power. After a while, Ancient One walked out of the aperture with a bald head. Kai didn't waste any words and directly told the story of crossing the parallel world. Ancient One was stunned. She didn't expect such a thing to happen. Although the Great Guardian monitors the whole world, it doesn't mean that the wizards can really understand everything in this world. There are too many things that the mages need to pay attention to, such as invaders from other planes, demons from other dimensions, and some evils that are spying on the earth. Most of their attention is not on the inside, but on the outside. Unless there is a major event on the earth that affects the whole world, they generally don't pay much attention to the human world. Even if there are suddenly a few more superheroes, they won't care. So Guyi really doesn't know about Parker and the others. After talking about everything, Guyi immediately expressed an extraordinary interest in Stacy and Parker. "Don't be afraid, I'm just checking you," Guyi said while pulling Stacy. Stacy was a little nervous facing Guyi. Guyi didn't look serious. On the contrary, she had a sense of etherealness and unreality. It was like a wise man who was independent of the world. In front of her, anyone seemed insignificant. Of course, in a sense, it was true. She has lived for 500 years. In terms of her life experience, anyone in front of her is just a babbling child. Guyi slapped Stacy in the chest. Then the others saw Stacy fall down. Then the next second, Stacy was pulled back by the Ancient One. It was just a blink of an eye. But Stacy's expression was very terrified. She took a deep breath and kept calming herself. Stacy, Peter and Parker supported Stacy and asked her what happened. Tony looked at the Ancient One. He was always mean, but he would be polite when facing the Ancient One. There was no way. Every time he saw the Ancient One, he felt that he saw his grandfather, even if the Ancient One was a woman, even if the Ancient One looked about the same age as him, even if he had never seen his grandfather at all. When he was around, Howard's father had died for many years. But he still felt that he was like an unreasonable kid in front of the Ancient One. This feeling was both terrible and novel. So he didn't dare to be presumptuous. If it were anyone else, Tony would have to tease the Ancient One's cool hairstyle. "Master, the Ancient One smiled and said nothing. Well, every time Tony sees Ancient One like this, he wants to punch her in the face. "Riddler, get out of New York." "No, get out of the earth." Stacy, on the other hand, finally recovered. "Just now, that's right," Ancient One said kindly. "It is indeed very kind. But no one will feel the so-called family affection from it. It is more of a feeling of looking down on the world, well, the one being looked down upon. In short, it feels like Ancient One will wear a halo at any time and upgrade to the feeling of being God." "What did you see?" Parker asked curiously. "Everything," Stacy thought about it, but in the end she couldn't think of a suitable word, and finally used the less accurate word to describe what she saw. "What is that?" "I don't know." Stacy tried to use words to describe everything she had seen before. "I saw everything and knew everything, but the information was too much and too huge, so big that even if I saw it, I couldn't understand it or describe it. I saw what was on the other side of the soul, I saw what was outside the world, and I saw that the world I knew was insignificant. Tony became more and more curious. What did you see? I don't know. Tony turned his head immediately, looking at the Ancient One pitifully like a puppy hoping to get a bone. The Ancient One was obviously not interested in Tony. They were not of the same kind. The person the Ancient One was waiting for was not him. Tony immediately turned his head to look at Kai. Looking at him pleadingly. Kai had no choice but to cough and said to the Ancient One, "You should satisfy him. He is a person cursed by knowledge. Curiosity is the curse itself. If you don't satisfy him, he will be tortured to death by his own curiosity." The Ancient One pursed his lips. He's extremely conceited. He uses the so-called scientific thinking to question the ancient wisdom of the soul and another universe. He doesn't believe it anyway. It's just useless. Then why not try it? Maybe you can convince me. Tony was more and more eager to try. Okay, the Ancient One slapped Tony on the chest. Then Tony magically discovered that he saw his own body. He raised his head and looked at his hands. He found that he had become translucent. Among all the people present, only Kai and Ancient One could see the floating self, while everyone else was looking at another self. That was his body. Is this my soul? Kai nodded and said, yes, no doubt about it. Tony immediately turned his head to look at his body, and then looked at Ancient One. Open your eyes. Ancient One came in front of Tony and put his hand on his head. Ah! Tony felt a strong sense of weightlessness, as if he had fallen from a height of 10,000 meters, but his body, well, let's call it a body. It was not falling, but, no, he was not sure of the direction. But soon, he saw the sun, and he was getting closer and closer to the sky. The speed suddenly increased. He came to the outside of the earth, and he saw the entire blue planet in front of him. No, 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 no. God? What happened? This is not real. Not real. The speed was still increasing. Then the light around began to distort and deform, and everything seemed to converge together. In his perception, everything was moving. Bizarre. What is this? A black hole? A wormhole? Or superluminal speed? Tony felt his brain start to think uncontrollably. Thinking. Too fast. He couldn't control his thoughts. It was thinking at an unprecedented speed. Everything. He received all the information, but couldn't control himself to understand them. Those messages were like super high-speed slides, flashing through his mind. No, no, no. He was losing control. You think you know how the world works. The world is just a glimpse of you. You have been trying to break through your limitations all your life. You want to see more, understand more. You still think the universe is everything. What is true? What secrets are hidden behind what you know? At the source of reality, spirit will be connected with matter. Thought sculpts reality. This universe is just one of the infinite universes. The world is infinite. The voice of the Ancient One sounded in Tony's ears. And the picture Tony saw was even more bizarre. He couldn't even accurately describe what he saw. In the end, Tony was about to lose all his sanity and give up thinking. A hand reached out and grabbed his shoulder, pulling him out of everything. Tony felt his body shake, and he came back. But he still couldn't speak for a long time. Failed. He can't watch it anymore, Ancient One said without regret or joy. Human cognition is limited. But the mage is not. The mage's cognition is unlimited. He is too rigid. I told him not to let him watch it. Kai looked at Ancient One speechlessly. Tony. Rigid? Is there anyone more imaginative than this bastard? Forget it. It seems that Kai has no chance to learn the magic of camouflage. Fortunately, Kai doesn't rely on that to make a living. Tony was so stupid, Kai felt that something was going to happen. Don't worry, it will be fine after a while. Don't underestimate humans. Just like that little girl, she saw a lot of things that she didn't understand and couldn't comprehend, and her brain would naturally block out those things that she couldn't accept. It's the same for him. Ancient One shrugged and said, he was too curious, so he received too much information, and it takes some time. Kai still believed in Ancient One on this point. After all, there was no reason for Ancient One to cheat Tony. Besides, among those present, only Ancient One was professional. If you don't listen to her, no one would listen. Then you just, Keith wanted to ask why he did that to Stacy. That was just my curiosity. You know, The curiosity of a wizard is no less than that of a scientist. Ancient One blinked and said, I also want to see what the difference is between a soul in a parallel world and a soul in our world. What did you see? The answer is the same. However, her soul does have a time-space reverberation that does not belong to this time and space. There is no doubt that she is not from our world. Then do you have a way to send them back? Of course. As he said that, Ancient One stretched out his hand to open a transmission channel and took out a pendant from it. Kai recognized it at a glance. Eye of Agamotto. That's right, it was the artifact of Agamotto, the first Lord of Camartage and the first Guardian of the Great Guardian. An artifact that can control time. Only the Supreme Sorcerer in the entire Camartage can touch it. Before inheriting it, any generation of Supreme Sorcerers will be warned by their previous generation to use it with caution. Time is the thing that cannot be played with. Anyone who plays with time will be backfired. In fact, so far, there are very few Supreme Sorcerers in the entire history of Camartage who have actually used the Eye of Agamotto. Ancient One has never used it once. Many mages are speculating how this thing was made. Unlike many people who would naturally attribute it to the greatness of the first-generation Supreme Sorcerer Agamotto, the mages know very well. Their ancestors could not make such a thing. Things are developing. The spells 10,000 years ago are not better than today. It can even be said that today's magic is much more advanced than 10,000 years ago. Yes, have you seen its internal structure? That's not the case. Kai had seen this thing before, but he had only seen it used once, so naturally he knew nothing about its internal structure. Ancient One checked it in front of Kai. A green and regular round gem. Kai was stunned. It is the Time Stone. The Time Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones, allows the user to reach any point in time, whether it is the distant past or the distant future. Using this power, one can watch or experience any era. If the user has rich knowledge, he can do more things, even manipulate time and cause and effect. This makes it possible to use the gem as a weapon, and put the enemy and the entire world into an infinite time loop. The 6 Infinity Stones represent the 6 forces of the universe. Their power is so incredible that all the self-respecting wizards of all generations have used all their power to protect it. As long as it is combined with the Space Stone, we can open the Space Rift again. And then use the time reverberation on them to use magic to expel them back to their original time and space. Time plus space, isn't that time and space? It is convincing and well-founded. Seeing Ancient One looking at him secretly, Kai knew that she knew the Space Stone was in his hands. Chapter 1224. The monthly ticket is too miserable. I'll notify the Night King and borrow the Space Gem. Kai couldn't possibly slap himself in the face and expose his trumpet. That's fine, Ancient One said with a smile. He didn't expose Kai. But don't worry, there are some things I need to think about. After all, this is my first time to cast this kind of spell. There are some things that must be careful, okay? Kai felt his face burning. After all, it was a bit embarrassing to be exposed in front of someone. Soon Ancient One left, just as he said before. Camartage has always been very busy and never had the opportunity to slack off. Especially the Supreme Sorcerer, who has to pay attention to the terrifying existence outside the earth all the time. To put it inappropriately, the Supreme Sorcerer has to keep one eye open even when sleeping. In fact, Ancient One's indifferent attitude did not come entirely from her life experience, but she was tired. For more than 500 years, the constant vigilance and tension did not torture her crazy. It was completely supported by the unreasonable power of the wizard. But how can you expect her to have any passionate emotions? Tony finally returned to normal after a few hours. In fact, Tony's condition was not as light as Ancient One said. On the contrary, Tony's reaction was very serious. After Ancient One left, Tony's body temperature began to soar. After everyone hurriedly sent him to the cradle of life, it turned out that Tony's brain began to be unreasonably active, just like the CPU was overloaded and began to overheat. Everyone cooled down his room while supplying him with nutrients to ensure that he would not really burn his brain. In order to save his smart big brain, he could only be injected with precious dragon bone extract. After several hours of tossing, Tony was finally out of danger. After Tony woke up, he was still stupid for a long time before he finally returned to normal. It's terrible, Tony described it like this: I almost thought I was going to die, not thought, but you really almost died. Bastard, Pepper slapped Tony directly. Pepper was really scared. She was worried about Tony before and wanted him not to try those weird things, but everyone was here and she was embarrassed to not give Tony face, so this is what happened. Tony was completely sobered by this slap. Then he hugged the crying Pepper and comforted her. Don't worry, Ancient One won't lie. If she says it's okay, it must be okay. It just looks a little scary, Kai also comforted her. However, he obviously didn't know how to speak. Kai had repeated the sentence many times. Pepper glared at Kai. It's okay just now. Pepper didn't argue with Kai before, she just took Kai's words as a lifeline. Now that Tony is okay, she can throw away the lifeline. Women, that's how realistic it is. Kai was actually shocked by Tony's situation. Who would have thought that he would react so strongly? Now that Pepper argued with him, Kai could only say embarrassedly, isn't it okay now? After comforting for a while, everyone was curious about what Tony saw. He actually reacted so strongly. Stacy wasn't so scary just now. Tony thought about it, and then found that he couldn't remember. I can't remember, I just remember that there were strange lights everywhere. Tony didn't say anything stubborn, and said honestly. Hey. It seems that you really don't have the talent for a mage, Kai sighed. Whether you have talent or not, you can only know after you learn it. How can someone be said to be unable to learn before entering school? Tony was very unconvinced. You can't even make it through the first level, why don't you learn it? Kai cursed. Tony pouted, because her method is not scientific at all. Kai was even more speechless. You are learning magic. You talk about science with her? Ancient One didn't slap you in the face, which is considered to be good self-cultivation. But soon, Kai thought of Tony's usual philosophy. I was too lazy to say more. A believer in science, and the kind of fanatic who still firmly believes in science. Even though he has seen the solar world, it is difficult for you to explain to him a completely idealistic magic. Come on, just be quiet. Others have said that you are not suitable, so just stop arguing, okay? Tony was still indignant. In the next few days, although the world's public opinion was lively, in fact, everyone had calmed down, and the rest was just a verbal battle. After all, the nanoarm bombs were gone, and it was useless to say more. Mars was also directly sanctioned and divided by European countries, but it was useless. They didn't find anything. Others had already run away without a trace. Egypt didn't make a fuss either, because the United States approved a low-interest loan of $36 billion to it, and the Egyptian government really ignored the bombing. After all, Egypt didn't have the courage to really fight the United States. Besides, it has now been confirmed that the bombing was the work of the Cobra organization. Egypt naturally shut up after getting the benefits. After all, Egypt is not having a good time now. After the global shipping suffered a devastating blow from the rise of Atlantis, Egypt's life has become increasingly difficult. Egypt is not a major grain producer. On the one hand, this is determined by Egypt's population and natural endowment. On the other hand, it is due to Egypt's own poor agricultural and food policies, which has led to Egypt becoming a major grain importer. A lot of domestic foreign exchange reserves have been used to buy food. As the international shipping industry has suffered a huge blow, many commodities have risen in price. There is no way, the shipping capacity cannot keep up, and the freight rate will naturally rise. The same is true for food. In the past 2 years, Egypt's foreign exchange reserves have basically been spent on food imports. What's worse is that the decline of international shipping has caused Egypt's canal revenue to be greatly affected, further affecting foreign exchange. In this case, Egypt's financial pressure is very large. This $36 billion low-interest loan is definitely a life-saving money. Fortunately, as 2 years have passed, international shipping has gradually recovered and freight rates have begun to decline. In addition, due to the decline of the international shipping industry, various major grain-producing countries have accumulated a large amount of old grain in stock, causing international grain prices to fall to the bottom. This $36 billion can barely meet Egypt's needs. With this, Egypt at least does not need to worry about domestic famine. This is like strangling Egypt's lifeline. For example, the national famine and the bombing of the capital are minor matters. With Egypt shutting up, the matter is actually close to being settled. However, what followed was a further arms race. After China announced that it would invest in the development of nano-weapons, the United States also followed suit and announced the development of nano-weapons. Other countries naturally could not lag behind, so the development of various nano-weapons was launched. But among these countries, there is one country that seems out of place. That is Xia. As international disputes gradually subside, the media will naturally look for other news that can attract attention. And Xia gradually came into everyone's field of vision. It's not because Xia has done anything big. It's because Xia has been experiencing large-scale disappearances recently. In fact, disappearances are not new in the world. Which country doesn't have this kind of thing? The strange thing is that there are too many missing people in Xia. Take Tokyo for example. In the past 2 months, there have been nearly 30,000 disappearances in Tokyo. For example, Osaka, there are almost 20,000. The same is true for some other big cities. In just 2 months, there were nearly 200,000 missing people cases in Japan. At first, the international community didn't pay attention to this. After all, although Japan's economic volume is there, it has never been taken seriously in the international community. The current international relations are all about big countries competing with each other, and small countries struggling to survive in the cracks. No, it should be said that it has been like this since ancient times. Japan is a small country. But this time it is really exaggerated. The disappearance of the population itself is not a big deal. Take Japan as an example. According to the Japanese Metropolitan Police Department, there are more detailed records that since 1956, there have been 80,000 to 110,000 missing people every year. After 2006, there have been about 80,000 cases every year. But now? There are more than 200,000 missing cases in 2 months. This is fucking normal. Japan has been in an uproar. There are all kinds of things, but the most acceptable one is that the Japanese government is conducting some kind of mysterious experiment, so they secretly capture people for experiments. After all, only the government has the ability to make so many people disappear in a short period of time. And the Japanese government has precedence. The existence of the Muto was concealed by Japan for more than 10 years. But the Japanese government knew very well that they really didn't do it, so they quickly clarified it. But no matter what, disappearances are still happening. Those missing people are missing, and their bodies are not found. Then these messages were noticed by the international media, and they began to report. Then more and more information was disclosed. In Shibuya district, Tokyo, a night runner told the patrol that he saw a monster eating people. In Taito district, there were also homeless people who told the police that they saw a monster eating people. In Yakahori Coast in Miura City, a group of young people reported that 2 friends were missing. In addition, some cases of beasts attacking people in Ginza, Tokyo were suppressed, but someone said on the internet that those people were eaten, leaving only part of the body, and the scene was extremely bloody. As the media dug deeper, many people said that they had witnessed monsters eating people. This immediately made the whole of Japan panic. Many people dared not go out at night. Of course, most people regarded this series of reports as a kind of strange news. After all, the incident happened in Xianbian and had little relevance to them. But many organizations don't think so. For example, the US Shield, the Chinese Shield, and other agencies have begun to notice this kind of reports. Shield was the first to take action. There was no other way. Japan is the bridgehead of the United States in Asia, and it is also the most important one. The United States cannot stand idly by. Soon a team of Shield agents was sent to Japan. About a month later, Shield wanted to know the progress, but the conclusion given by the investigation team was, no conclusion. According to the report of the investigation team, they contacted all parties and investigated some missing cases, but nothing was found. Just when everyone was at a loss, suddenly, something went wrong. An agent suddenly rebelled and killed all his colleagues. The scene was extremely horrible, with blood, flesh and internal organs scattered everywhere. The Japanese side tested the remaining human tissue and found that at least 60% of the human tissue at the scene was missing. A large part of the bodies that should have been left at the scene were missing. As soon as this conclusion was passed back to Shield, Shield immediately took over the investigation. Soon they found something. In the fragments of an agent's portable laptop, Shield extracted the data from the computer. As a result, a video was accidentally extracted from the broken computer. It should be recorded by the agent with the camera turned on. It is not certain whether it was accidental or intentional. In the video, several agents were talking in the room. Suddenly, an agent went crazy. Then the agent's head began to deform and elongate, turning into something like a whip. Then there was a panic shout, and then the video ended. The crazy agent was the one who was betrayed. Because the surveillance camera in the hotel where they lived captured the scene of the agent leaving. At that time, the agent behaved very normally and did not show any signs of madness. This result quickly attracted the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. At the same time, S.H.I.E.L.D. also found that the figure of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent also appeared in Japan. After the contact between S.H.I.E.L.D. and S.H.I.E.L.D., a new clue was obtained. That is, there is indeed a monster in Japan. The purpose of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s visit to Japan was to investigate this matter, and also to prevent this kind of monster from spreading to other countries. China is very close to Japan. We have to be on guard. S.H.I.E.L.D. found that these monsters can hide among normal people. Without actively exposing themselves, it is difficult to tell who is a monster and who is an ordinary person. This explains the betrayal of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. He should have been replaced by a monster. Faced with this unprecedented situation, S.H.I.E.L.D. and S.H.I.E.L.D. decided to cooperate. After all, this unprecedented threat is not a matter of one family or one place. God knows what consequences these things will cause after they spread. Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D. and S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot really cooperate sincerely. So the two sides decided to deal with it in different areas. They divided Japan into two halves with Kyoto and Osaka as the boundary. The east was handled by S.H.I.E.L.D. and the west was handled by S.H.I.E.L.D. As for the daily life, haha, if you can solve it, we don't need to take action. So their will was ignored. Of course. All this was done in secret. In the following month, I don't know what happened to S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. suffered heavy losses. Those monsters seemed to have noticed S.H.I.E.L.D.'s pursuit. They actually began to consciously target S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. After a S.H.I.E.L.D. base in Tokyo was silently taken down, S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't bear it anymore. They could only ask for help. Who should they ask? Of course, they asked superheroes. S.H.I.E.L.D. had thought about asking the Avengers to deal with it, but the last time the Dark Elves invaded, the Avengers were almost wiped out, leaving only Aquaman and King Shark. At present, the new Avengers are still being formed and are not of much use. And judging from the current situation, the Avengers are not suitable for this kind of scene. The Avengers are positioned as an assault team, dedicated to combat. They are not responsible for intelligence collection. And this time the enemy has been hiding in the dark, and they haven't even been seen. S.H.I.E.L.D. has very little intelligence on the enemy, and sending the Avengers to go there may not be effective. Faced with this situation, S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't have many people to ask for help. Of course, they can't ask for help from their brother units. This is not only a shame, but also a struggle for the right to speak. Bowing to a brother unit is a naked way of telling the competitors that they are no longer viable. So they came up with a crooked idea. Call the police. Chapter 1225, 4500 words. Of course, they were joking about calling the police. They wanted to find Kai to solve the problem. There was no other way. Who said Kai was so useful? Moreover, Kai's cooperation with the White House gave some people a bad impression, that is, Kai seemed to obey the government's orders. It was no wonder that those superhero fans looked down on Kai. There was no other way. Kai did stand on the side of the federal government in many cases. So S.H.I.E.L.D. used its own network of contacts and planned to get Kai for free again. But the problem was that they seemed to have misunderstood one thing. That is, Kai didn't interact with politicians very much. Yes, although Kai would cooperate with the government to do some things. But the one he talked to was the White House, and the president communicated with him personally. Other politicians. Kai had never been close to any politician. So when a senator from the Federal Security Committee called Kai's mobile phone and told Kai what to do in a very official and somewhat commanding tone, Kai hung up the phone directly. Kai knew very well that if he showed any intention of cooperation, he would be annoyed to death by those ignorant politicians. So Kai's principle was very simple: I only communicate with the biggest one. As for the others, forget it. There was no other way. S.H.I.E.L.D. could only find Kai and talk directly. Kai was no longer so hostile to S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. had been weakened enough, and more importantly, the troublemaker Nick Fury was no longer there. Kai naturally had no interest. That was just a small life. Kai had eaten too much, and was meddling in the affairs of a small life. Just when Kai refused, an unexpected call for help came to Kai's phone. Eddie Brock? Kai actually couldn't remember who this person was for a while. It's me, Officer Wayne, I need your help. Kai remembered that this guy was the host of a parasite called Venom. Last time, it was also because of him that S.H.I.E.L.D. directly blew up a street in Los Angeles. This guy was a reporter. Because of an inadvertent investigation, an alien parasite called Parasite leaked from the laboratory, and he was also parasitized by the parasite. This triggered an alien conspiracy, and in the end Eddie Brock helped the Los Angeles police stop the conspiracy. He also received Kai's protection, which saved him from being captured and sliced for research by some blind research institution. I heard that he later became an independent investigative reporter, specializing in exposing some scandals on the internet. He is a very famous freelance writer and investigative reporter. Oh, I remember that you got along well with the parasite. With him around, you should be able to solve the general troubles by yourself. What happened? Kai heard about him from The Flash. He has been active in the Los Angeles area and is considered a superhero. Although many people don't think so, after all, Venom and Hannibal have the same problem, it eats people. Now Venom is in trouble. Venom, the name of the symbiote. What kind of trouble is it? Kai became a little more serious. We encountered a new parasite in Japan. But this is not the most important thing. What's more important is that the parasite controls a new type of alien parasite in Japan, and it wants to use those alien parasites to control the whole world. It turned out that the strange things that happened in Japan finally aroused Eddie Brock's interest. Because of Venom, this guy was also very skilled and bold. He actually went to Japan alone to investigate those missing cases. Unexpectedly, he really found something in his investigation. To be precise, Venom found something. Venom found that there was an alien parasite in the crowd that was completely different from the symbiote. In order to distinguish it from these parasitic creatures, Venom also named them Parasite. Venom is a very interesting guy. Although he shouted that he regarded the Earth as his hunting ground, he was actually a very simple guy. Eddie often used the brains and internal organs of animals to fool him. He actually knew it, but he accepted it. In short, relying on the innate sensing ability of the parasite, it quickly discovered the existence of the parasite. Eddie was very excited about this, because if he could get the evidence, then the next Pulitzer Prize would definitely be his. So one person and one symbiote started an investigation into the parasitic beasts in Japan. As the investigation progressed, Eddie discovered that those parasitic beasts not only had excellent intelligence, but also had a perfect organization. After Eddie discovered this, he became even more excited, but as the investigation deepened, they ran into trouble. They found that the parasitic beasts were actually controlled by someone behind them. And the one who controlled them was not someone else. It was Venom's fellow countryman. Symbiote, Carnage. If Riot, the boss of the 5 symbiotes who came to Earth, was a tyrant, then Carnage was a complete lunatic. Even in the symbiote's hometown, Carnage was the kind of murderer and lunatic that was despised by the symbiotes. In the world of symbiotes, killing the same kind is evil, but it is nothing new. But only Carnage will devour the same kind. In fact, the reason why Carnage was added to the symbiote exploration team was entirely because the symbiote wanted to exile this lunatic. A symbiote that is feared by other symbiotes. Think about how bad this guy is. Venom is just a noob among the symbiotes. When he met Carnage, he was defeated. However, Venom was still loyal. At the last moment, he threw Eddie into the sea, allowing him to escape. However, Venom himself was in trouble. He was caught by Carnage. In order to save Venom, Eddie finally plucked up the courage to call Kai. How many parasitic beasts are there? It sounds like a big trouble. Kai also took it seriously. According to Venom, they are almost everywhere. Moreover, we found that those guys are studying how to reproduce faster. They plan to use human mothers to breed new parasitic beasts. If they succeed, it will be a disaster for the entire human world. I understand. I will send someone over. You hide first. My people will find you soon. Kai doesn't care much about Zyorezi. But if those alien monsters really become powerful in Zyorezi's place, the first to suffer will be the people in his hometown. So Kai can't ignore this matter. But Kai just rejected SHIELD and ran over there. It was a bit too mean. And it will give people the impression that they are easy to talk to. So, change the vest. Let Hannibal go this time. After all, they're all man-eating monsters, just a perfect match. That night, a handsome gentleman in a well-dressed suit walked off the plane. Compared with other passengers with large and small suitcases, the gentleman in a black suit had nothing in his hands. Which was extremely free and easy. After leaving Narita Airport, he took the express bus to Tokyo. Along the way, many people noticed this man, and some people came forward to chat, but they were all politely rejected by the man. No one entangled, but just a little regretful. But what's even more strange is that when those people turned their heads, they couldn't remember the man's appearance anymore. The same is true for others. Most people don't think much about it. After all, it was just a quick glance. If you forget it, you forget it, and no one cares. The city of Tokyo, which was just lit up, was bustling. At the busy intersection, people flowed like a tide when the traffic lights changed. This man was naturally Kai's clone Hannibal. Speaking of Japan, as a Chinese, Kai is certainly not unfamiliar. But if you ask Kai, how much do you know about Japan? Kai can't answer you clearly. Take the United States for example. Kai watched some movies in his previous life and often saw the United States on the news, so he has a general impression of the United States. But Japan is a very special country, and many aspects are out of tune with the rest of the world. For example, many people say that Japan is very developed. But it's hard to say what high-tech products Japan has except cars and some daily electrical appliances. Another example is that Japan's small movies and various custom industries are pillar industries. But Japan is actually the most conservative country in the world. The Japanese have a strong sense of seniority and hierarchy, regardless of age. Different honorifics are used for different objects in Japanese. The higher the level, the higher the honorifics. And the attitude of Japan towards everything is, don't cause trouble to others, so you won't see people making loud noises on the tram or on the street, and no one will run a red light even if there is no car on the road. It is considered normal for women to make small movies. But the whole society's attitude towards women is still stuck in the 19th century. It is stubbornly believed that women should be housewives at home. Even Japanese women themselves think so. At the same time, Japan is still a xenophobic country. The most obvious example is movies. Foreign movies have always performed poorly at the box office in Japan, and they are basically no match for the theatrical versions of popular Japanese animations, including American movies that are sold all over the world. In addition, Japan highly respects the so-called craftsmanship spirit, and likes to add many titles to everything, such as the sushi master, the watermelon master who grows watermelons, etc., but this country is very fond of fraud. Before Kai traveled through time, he had read the news that many large Japanese companies were fraudulent in product quality. In short, it is a very confusing country. Kai's impression of it is very confusing. Every rough conclusion, if you really want to say what impression you have of Japan, it is probably Dragon Ball, Slam Dunk and FBI warning. If possible, I would like to take a good look at this country and burn down that gut toilet. That thing is too disgusting. On the other hand, Eddie has a different mentality. Tokyo was bustling with lights on, but to him, it looked like a hellukio. The changing traffic lights looked like a demon cave, and the crowds flowing like tides hid countless demons who would devour anyone. To be honest, he was a little scared. But it was not his fault. Until now, those bloody scenes were still flashing in front of his eyes. A few ordinary high school students surrounded a white-collar woman who was off work. They were normal in the last second, but in the next second, those young and cute high school students turned into cannibalistic demons. Their bodies twisted and stretched in an unimaginable posture, and then they dismembered and ate the innocent white-collar worker. Although there was still a little bit of venomous body tissue left in his body, those tissues could help him distinguish who was a normal person and who was a parasite. But Eddie now looked like a man-eating monster to everyone. He wore a hood and tried to walk in crowded places. Tried to avoid going to places with few people. He wanted to go to the consulate for help. But he was not sure that there were no parasites in the consulate. He didn't trust anyone now. Suddenly, his phone rang. This startled Eddie. His sudden scream startled the Japanese who passed by. The Japanese hate to cause trouble to others, and they also hate others to cause trouble to themselves. So when they were startled by Eddie, they immediately glared at him. But when they saw that he was a foreigner, especially a white man, the Japanese immediately stopped. Eddie didn't have time to worry about what those foreigners thought at this time. He hurriedly answered the phone. Hello, where are you? Forget it, don't hang up. My friend will find you soon. Oh, hearing that Kai's friend would be here soon, Eddie suddenly felt much more relieved. But after a while, the phone was suddenly hung up. Eddie was startled and immediately tried to call back. But the next second, his shoulder was grabbed by someone. Hello, Eddie. Eddie reflexively punched him and was ready to run away at any time. But his fist was quickly grabbed. At this time, Eddie finally saw the other person clearly. You, this outfit. I'm Kai's friend, Hannibal." Eddie quickly put down his fist. Hannibal is very famous in the American media. Although many people have witnessed him, no one can describe what he looks like. Even the surveillance camera can't keep his appearance. In addition, the movie by Hopkins made Hannibal very famous. So his characteristics are widely circulated. He is elegant, well-dressed, and polite. He likes to wear suits and gloves. Everyone who has seen him sincerely believes that he is a well-educated person. Of course, along with these rumors, there are also rumors that Hannibal eats people. Although this statement has no basis so far, even the so-called evidence of cannibalism shows that those are wounds caused by wild beasts' teeth. But no one is willing to believe it. This is very helpless. Everyone firmly believes that Hannibal equals cannibal, and refuses to accept any rebuttal. Eddie actually knows all this, but I have to say that the media really hurts people. Even though he knew that the other party was not a cannibal, he was still subconsciously afraid. But immediately, Eddie was attracted by another piece of news. Are you Kai's friend? The fact that Hannibal was Kai's friend was no secret in many federal agencies. SHIELD and the FBI knew about it. Kai himself never really refuted it, and of course, he never admitted it. But these were only known to the top officials of some federal agencies. Ordinary people had no way to know such secrets. So Eddie was immediately attracted by this fact. Hannibal, the murderer Hannibal. He was actually good friends with a police representative, Kai Wayne. This was definitely big news. Although I am wanted, but no one has stipulated that wanted criminals cannot be friends with police officers. In fact, the federal wanted order for Hannibal was actually quite nonsense. Because the federal government had no evidence to prove that Hannibal had any relationship with those murders. There were no fingerprints at the scene, no witnesses, the witnesses didn't remember what Hannibal looked like, no video, the video couldn't record Hannibal's appearance, it was a completely no warrant. This kind of warrant is completely illegal. So Kai didn't mind being known to know that he knew Hannibal. In theory, Hannibal could sue the federal government for violating the Constitution, and let the Supreme Court directly declare him not guilty. If you have the guts, the US government should amend the Constitution. If you really want to do that, the foundation of the rule of law in the United States will be gone. That would be a big trouble. In this case, Kai is naturally not afraid. Of course, no one cares about this now. After all, most people believe that Hannibal is a cannibal. No one wants to go and seek justice for Hannibal. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.